the precedent that TCAP should guide the rigor that we set for the standards, then, you know, we would say that the speaking and listening standards are no longer relevant. And as you know, that wouldn't be the case because students need to be learning how to listen better and learning how to perform speeches and speak in public and those sorts of things. So it's more of the unprecedented nature of if we shift to, due to the TCAP causing constraints on instruction, if we start lowering the rigor of the standards to TCAP in order to change what TCAP does, I think that sets a really dangerous precedent for for the standard that we set for students. Chair Kernagis, you have a frown.
I want you to, can you restate that one more time?
Sure.
Just the last part.
So because the assessment assesses students at only a partial level of the standard, if we use this as a guide for how we set the standards, these will lower as well, which is what's being proposed, right? So what's being proposed is there are limitations to lengths of how much students are writing in a given year, and those are staggered in grades 6 through 8. And I think you'll see that once you get there. The expectation in all other states is that students are writing both shorter. They are doing that, but it's a scaffold throughout the year to prepare them for a lengthier essay. So if we set the limit, for example, at 2 paragraphs, which is what is being proposed in certain writing modes in certain grade levels, that's the limit. They won't be writing full-length essays, and they won't be doing it on the assessment. And so when they get to the following year, they will not have written a full-length essay prior to that, like in the previous year, correct? And so that's kind of the key concern, but the concern is also with vertical progression. So in the proposed revisions, students are taught how to teach writing in K through 5 in one way, and a different way in 6 through 8. And then when we get to 9 through 12, we revert back to K5. So there's a lot of like, well, K5, we're teaching all 3 modes of writing in shorter and lengthier pieces. When we get to 6-8, we start staggering and setting limits on certain writing modes. And then when we get to 9 through 12, we're back to full on, you need to run a marathon.
That's under the proposals that we received.
That's right.
Yes, okay.
And so we're concerned about the preparedness of students for high school when students get there, and then high school and beyond, of course. And so our ability to provide support to teachers would become substantially more complicated when you see what is being proposed in grades 6 through 8 across the board. Our communication around those expectations, our explanations for why these changes were made, because they're very clearly being made to change the TCAP exam. And that's just a reverse order of the way that we approach instruction. We've never approached instruction in the sense of we lower the level of rigor in order to potentially, and I'm not at all convinced that it would do so, but to potentially increase test scores at the end. Now, I want to go back to my original statement that I want to fully acknowledge that there are a lot of concerns expressed around the pressures of TCAP, and I want to honor that. That is something outside of my purview because I'm not on the assessment team, and as Brianna expressed, that there are avenues for which we can voice concerns, or if you have questions around that, we can certainly bring those people in. Thankfully, very thankfully, am not in charge of assessment. I would not be in this job if I was, to be quite frank. It's just not my passion. Instruction is my passion. And so I think that when I spoke to my team, and I am representing the early literacy, the middle grades, and the upper grades from the department, it is very universal in the sense of deep concerns about lowering the rigor of those writing standards.
Thank you for a very complete report on those items that we know we're going to have to address. We appreciate you going over and beyond and getting the input from the department too. Mm-hmm. correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't one of the big questions that they had from the middle school, we don't know which of the three they're going to be testing each year on the TCAP. We could have been emphasizing this all year long or doing it in our test preparation, and all of a sudden they pull up argumentative. Is that a concern at the middle school?
I think it probably is a concern, I would say, for every teacher, because you do have limited time, and we do kind of have these, I guess, precedents where I think ninth and eighth has been pretty much forever. I don't think there's been a year since I've been teaching that it hasn't been an essay. But I would say that is, I think, an anxiety and a pressure that I say most teachers feel. I would definitely not say all, but I think I feel it to a certain degree, maybe less so than some other teachers that I've heard from. But I also kind of write my kids to death. They kind of hate me for it, but I feel better about it, I think, than the average teacher. But I definitely do feel like that probably is your anxiety.
So you're trying to, all the time in preparation, trying to outguess the TCAP.
Well, I think it's a bit complicated because I myself I see both sides. I do sometimes feel like there are certain types of writing that get ignored because of the precedent of TCAP, where I hear like, well, we don't really do literary analysis because that's rarely tested, or we don't really do argumentative in ninth grade because that's rarely tested, or they don't give the so I feel like that's kind of already happening to a certain degree just with test history, and I could, I'm speaking for things that I've heard in my personal. I can't speak for all teachers, of course, but I could see in art. So when I was in AP Lit and AP Lang, I remember thinking this is the way it should be done. We should do one subject a year, or one kind of aspect a year, and get really good at it because I felt like that was beneficial for me. And I remember thinking at the time, if I could control this, I would change it. But now, as a teacher, to me, it's not as black and white, and that is also AP Lit and AP Lang, and we were students who had already mastered these other types. So I think a deep dive makes sense. But I can see maybe, to me, perhaps an emphasis on one where, like, we do a multitude of types of writing, like you talked about. We usually start with a nice extended paragraph, and then we work up to a kind of a standard 5-paragraph essay. And then we do more complex essays, and then usually at the end of the year I have one nice meaty one. Like my 9 honors does a 5 to 8 argumentative research paper, and my 9 CP does usually like a 3 to 5 argumentative research paper, or informational. I kind of go back and forth 9 CP. So I could see maybe like having some suggestions of, hey, we want to emphasize this type of writing in this year, and maybe work if you're going to do a lengthier writing, doing it there. But I don't know.
Okay. Well, thank
I don't
you.
know if that answers your question or
I
not.
see you doing considerable thinking about that. And what you're saying is it would diminish the rigor of TCAP if we ask them to target a particular form of writing at each of the grade levels.
The rigor of instruction, not TCAP.
Okay.
Right. So we're saying that we recognize the problem is still there. Even, you're talking about the guessing game of what's on TCAP. We acknowledge that teachers have expressed that concern. I think what we differ on is the solution to that. Is the solution to change the level of rigor of instruction, or is it to address it in different ways? Right. And probably those other ways are outside of my expertise and so forth. But I do know that the solution for sure I would suggest would not be to change the level of what we expect from our students in the classroom, right? So there's a system challenge there. and not an instructional problem. Does that
But
make
it
sense?
wouldn't be beyond our purview to ask the assessment folks to address these concerns.
Thank you for your question, Chair Carnegas. So you have your wish list of anything you'd like to share with the committee. For example, your predecessors had questions about the rubric, and we're excited that the Department of Education is open to discussing the rubric. Just know that the State Board of Education and the department are separate agencies, so everything is a request, but as you can tell, they're engaged partners in this work and have committed to spending their weeks with you, as they have with your predecessors. The other piece I'll re-refer to is what I spoke to Ms. Singletary in the committee about. As you know, there is another group that specifically answers these types of questions that any of these members could apply for that opportunity for, and I'd be happy to connect you all directly.
Thank you. Catherine?
I'm glad we're being thoughtful about this, because I know whatever way we decide, there will be a big group who is not happy with the decision. So I'm glad we're being careful and thoughtful about it. I question the use of the word rigor, as if a deep dive is not rigorous. And I think about how we organize other subjects. So I have, I guess, the perspective of teaching both English. I've taught English ELA, and I've also taught history. And I have friends who teach math. We do deep dives in other subjects. We decide that there is going to be a year that focuses on U.S. history. There's going to be a year that focuses on world history. There's going to be a year that focuses on Tennessee history. We decide there's going to be a class just for geometry. There's going to be a class just for algebra 2. And I don't think we would tell those teachers that they are being less rigorous because they are taking a deep dive into one aspect of the subject. And so now I question, why aren't we segmenting English and writing in the same way that at some point we start to do for other subjects? That's just a question. I don't have the answer to the question, but it's a thought.
Thank you. Are there any other comments in general? Okay. That being done, I think we're ready to dive in.
A deep dive, if you will.
What do you say, dear?
I said a deep dive, if you will.
A deep dive.
To quote Dr. Stout.
Yes.
Shades of me.
Hold your nose. Here we go.
Utilize intensity, please.
Co-Chair Hilliard, will you get us started, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Just a few things logistically. I think it's going to be especially important that we look at the TDOE feedback for these particular sets of standards, since
Absolutely.
This is going to be a particularly contentious discussion, probably. And I would also say that the numbering, I also would recommend we pull up old standards, since if certain decisions are made, then we're going to make large changes to K through 5 and 9 through 12, probably in response. And if other changes are made, we might be making decisions to alter 6 through 8 correspondingly. So I think access to the old standards will be useful. Also, I don't know, and I would be curious to hear from EAT chairs on this. The order in which the types of writing are presented as standards has changed. So now what was number 1 argument is now, I believe, number 3. And informative writing, which was number 2, has been moved up to 1. So if you're looking at the old standards, if you just go in the order that they are presented in the old standards, you are going to get muddled. So just to be aware of that. Could we briefly have an explanation for why that choice was made?
While she does that, can we jump to the genre literature and add the presentation and regional studies?
Did you give me the ability to?
Oh, I totally forgot. I will do that right now.
And
I
I
think
can
Nicole
read
might be
out-
ready.
Remember, we ended the conversation yesterday looking at the mythology literature. We thought that there were some good standards in there that we could add to genre literature if we just took some of the mythology elements out. This is what I've written. I know he's not typing yet, so I'll slow it down, but just for you guys to think about. So genre literature would be under electives. I think it's blocks 118 is where it starts.
Correct.
I'm proposing for standard 3, develop presentations or projects about specific elements of the genre, text, or media studied. And then for standard 6, study and explain the relationship of geography and culture in the development of a specific genre.
I think my only thought, and I might defer this to Mr. Hilliard, but about geography, I don't know if geography applies to every, like I'm thinking about like mystery. I could see a setting applies there, but I don't know so much geography.
So geography, would you like to add the word setting?
Maybe setting or geography.
Vice Chair Hilliard, thank you for reminding me. It should be updated, but let me know.
I am able to make that. So just 1 second as I update these fields.
So let me read
It-
what,
it- 1 moment, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, I'm just
sorry,
for them to
sorry,
hear,
yes,
yeah.
yes. And this would be new standard 3.
I'm just reading the new standard 6 with Ms. Dockery's suggestion.
Yes.
Study and explain the relationship of setting, geography, and culture in the development of a specific genre. Does that works? Okay.
Would you mind reiterating
Sure.
the new proposed standard 3?
The new proposed standard 3 is develop presentations or projects, projects, about specific elements of the genre, text, or media studied.
Develop presentations or projects,
About specific elements
specific elements
of the genre,
genre,
text,
text,
or media
text, or
studied.
studied.
And I added the word media to include video game theory was my thought. Okay. And 6 would be,
Second,
No problem.
Because it takes just a second to. Okay, I am ready.
6 would be study and explain the relationship of geography, culture, or setting in the development of a specific genre. Study and explain the relationship of geography, culture, or setting in the development of a specific genre. I like the use of setting. I think you're right. Yeah.
Well, those are the 2.
That's it.
Fantastic.
Any,
No, I just wanted to clarify, going back to the question that she was answering for me earlier, projects versus presentations. I specifically had that question pertaining to the writing research standard, not any of these standards. So when we get there, that was my question.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think projects or presentation leaves it open. Okay. That's it. I just wanted to clean that up before we
Fantastic,
dived in.
Those are added. The spreadsheet's a little wonky at the
In
moment.
other
but
words,
I'll-
you could see them developing a diorama instead of presenting it. Okay.
That's the power of elective classes. There's more freedom in what they look like.
It's all about student choice.
Sure. Okay, let's talk about writing.
I think your EAT chairs may have a response. Ready?
I can tell you what our thought process was. I'm looking right now for the actual rationale we wrote for why we switched the writing standards. Informational and informative, explanatory, whatever word you want to put on it. It's probably one of the easier ones for the kids to get a grasp of. And if you can't do that, you're not ready for argumentative. And a lot of times textbooks, from what we were told, put the order of the writing assignments in the order that the standards are written. So we wanted them to get informational first. We wanted them to at least have a passing acquaintance with it before they moved into the harder argumentative. And even when I structure my class, I start with informational and then move into argumentative. So if we could, from teachers I've spoken with in other areas, in other buildings, where they are forced to teach the textbook the way it's laid out, it would be better for them if they could do informational first. That was the logic we went. And we tried to find one term, and feel free to change it. With the informational standard, we tried as a group, as a whole group, to find one term that might be consistent all the way through. So, does that answer your question of why we moved informational first?
Yes, that is.
I just want to say, I highly agree with the progression of the standards. And this speaks to something I kind of touched on yesterday, but information, that is we have to grasp that. We have to understand what the information is. Your narrative writing, we have to have creativity in how we express our ideas. And then argument to me is the culmination in the combination of the two. We have to have that creative thinking process while communicating the argument behind the information that we've discussed. So in AP Lang, in our higher level English classes as well, we see those elements reproduced constantly in our writing and in our research. And so I like the progression. I think it makes a lot of sense.
I just want to say I am convinced by the argument that's been made for the change. Are we content to stick with that at least convention of informative first, then creative, and then argumentative? Okay, so that's a decision we've made. So that's good. I'm open to some feedback on this, but I think honestly, we could get into the kindergarten first, second, third grade standards for one, and we could probably knock them out pretty quickly because I don't think they're too divisive. But I could also see the value in just putting our cards on the table immediately and just getting into the conversation before we even get to the broader conversations. Just doing it right away, and rather than before we even get into the specific language of the standards. And I do think for this particular conversation, which I mean is divisive, we've got members, we've got stakeholders in the room that feel very differently about this particular decision we're making. I think it might be useful for us to just go around the table and everyone just kind of say where they're at on this particular decision. And I think it's sufficient to say, like, I think also it might be useful to kind of express how strongly you feel that. So like, for instance, I think my instinct is that I am reluctant to make decisions on standards with the hope of directing the creation of testing. That is a particular view I hold. So I think I'm a little reluctant about the specificity of 6 through 8 because I'm reluctant about making decisions. I don't know if that's really what standards are meant to do. I think we're kind of working backwards there instead of in the intentional progression. However, I also want to state that that is not a strongly held belief, and I'm very persuadable on that particular belief. So that's kind of just, I wanted to get a sense of how everybody in the room generally felt about this decision, but then also the degree of fervor someone is feeling those feelings with.
Co-Chair Hilliard, I like your suggestion. I would suggest, though, that we get some traction. We go in a positive way. I'd like to address exactly what you're talking about, but do it at the level where we're going to encounter the difficulty.
Okay,
If we can go through the elementary standards and get some traction.
Okay. That will be relatively short traction, though. We only have a small.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm wondering though, I feel like our decision might have a ripple effect in the other
was my
grades.
understanding, yes. If we're going to change 6 through 8, I mean, this is a relative sea change we're proposing in 6 through 8. So if we're going to make those changes in 6 through 8, it might be necessary to make corresponding changes to K through 5.
Okay, I hear that. Let's talk it out first,
okay,
and then go back to the K standards.
Okay, I think the best thing to do would just be to go around the table.
All right, why don't you start?
Okay, I think I largely did.
Okay.
I generally think I am in more alignment with the TDOE's perspective on this particular issue, but I completely understand the objectives of the EAT chairs, and I respect and honor the work that they did. I just wonder if there are perhaps other venues, whether it be assessment or other venues within state education that we can perhaps make these changes, because I completely understand the argument of focusing on, I mean, I teach a tested subject. I teach 10th grade English, which is, it would be wonderful to know what exact type of writing my students would be assessed on. So I understand that impulse. On the other hand, I just worry that this is an issue that we are trying to fix using the means that we currently have as a collective of people, rather than the means that they would be best accomplished through. And so I worry about, I think there's a value in resting power, however you can rest it, but at the same time, I worry a little bit about overstepping the bounds of what this committee is truly tasked with doing. But as I said earlier, I understand that other people probably feel more strongly than I do on this, and I am very open to being persuaded. And I'm also going to follow the will of the committee. So I want to do what people
Thank you,
here wanna do.
Co-Chair Hilliard.
Mr.
Brittany,
Secretary, do you want-
could you tell us how you think and feel?
Um, there are a few things. I'm okay with a multi-paragraph. For the most part, my students, can do, 4 to 5 paragraphs. I'm okay with that. My biggest thing was that, and for the ones that can't, then I scaffold for them to try to get at least a good 2 to 3 paragraphs. But my thing was, as a teacher, I sometimes I would feel frustrated if I'm pushing to get 5 paragraphs and then next year they're only having to do 2. And I understand the deeper dive. I do understand that part. But then at the same time, then once they get to middle school, they're going to have to be expected to do a 5-paragraph essay or more. So my biggest thing was in middle school, why are we going down and then going back, we're up, we're building from 1 paragraph to a multi-paragraph essay, going down to a 2 to 3, and then going back up. That was just, and I have heard more. That was just coming into it. That was my biggest, I guess, thing that I just couldn't understand, couldn't wrap my mind around it. Why would we go down and then to go back up?
Okay, thank you. Rosemary, in special education, recognizing that IDEA has required all special education students to be held to the same standard, changing methodology and timing.
Well, as far as the special education department, K through 5th and 6th through 8th, I can't speak on high school because I haven't taught high school. But as far as K through 5th, I utilize the scaffolding in my instruction to help those students, to give them the format of how to write the 5-paragraph, giving them examples. But I want to strongly look at the alignment of the Tennessee Department of Education as well as the EAT proposals, and we just want to do a deeper dive and look at what we're going to come up with today. But as far as special education, I'm okay with what we decide today, but within my own scope of special education, I will help those teachers and mentor those teachers that need the extra help in scaffolding and differentiating instruction on how to write a multi-paragraph as well as a 5-paragraph.
Thank you. Dr. Stout.
So I've always been aware since I walked in the room that Ms. Barrett and I have name cards that look a little bit different because they don't have a school system on it. You guys know by now that I've taught for the classroom several years, but I'm not in the classroom now. And the reason why you have people who are not in the classroom now on the committee is because we are supposed to bring a perspective of outside the classroom, post-secondary, the work world. So as someone who works as a writer full-time, coaches writers, who's mentored writers, I have to think about what I am expecting of a writer that I might hire. If I give a writer that I might hire a project, of course I'm going to include a word count. It's just standard in the profession. It's standard in the industry, or a paragraph count, or page count. This is just what we do in the writing world. And then I also think about the issue of specialization, taking a deep dive versus taking a opposite dive, a broad view. So as someone who has taught English and who has taught history, I don't feel like I was a less rigorous teacher when I focused on U.S. history versus when I taught 9th grade English. I don't think that I was less rigorous because I focused on one element of it. And maybe sometimes we don't as a community at large, this is not a Tennessee thing, but as a community at large, the actual kind of specification and intricacies that happen within a specific mode. And what would it look like to actually have the freedom, understand the specifications and the intricacies and the nuance that happens with a specific mode writing. I hire a writer. I do care if they have written narrative versus tech versus informational. I want to know that they have chops in that background, where our students kind of learning to do that on a deep level. If it's not middle, is it high school? Why do we segment math, not segmenting English? Why do we segment history, not segmenting? So I'm wrestling with those thoughts. And then my final thought is always trust teachers. I've said it all my life. I said it of the teachers I manage. I said it of I interview. Trust teachers. And so if teachers are telling me something is not working, I'm going to trust teachers that something is not working.
Thank you, Dr. Stott. I'm going to defer and bat cleanup on this item. Tell us what you think.
I already did a little bit, but I guess I'll just go over a few things. So I definitely hear the EAT committee, but then also looking at the public feedback, it seems like it's publicly kind of an unpopular choice, at least for round 2. And I think primarily my concern is with that the number of pieces of evidence, the number of paragraphs. I think if we made the language go back to the right informative and explanatory texts, that can be interpreted in a variety of ways by teachers. And if I have, like I said before, we already kind of have this shift that happens where, okay, well, we've been doing informative writing on the TCAP forever in 9th grade. So we're letting research go, or we're not doing very much research, or we're not really doing much literary analysis. I'm afraid that it might emphasize that even more to where we're not. Teachers are even more likely, I do think, like she said, teachers are always trying to do their best, but there is a lot of anxiety about test scores. And so I think there might be more of a trend to let things go even further if we put the current limitations on. That being said, I don't think I'm opposed to saying, hey, in this grade, we want you to we're going to still write essays for everything, but we want you to take a deeper dive into this particular type of writing. I don't know that there's a problem with that, or perhaps these 2 types of writing. But I also have a little bit concerned, like you're talking about the subject aspect. At the high school level, when you do block scheduling, there's always a conversation about making sure kids don't have math in the fall this year and then math in the spring the following year, because then you have this lack of practice within the math and that happened to me, and I can tell you it wasn't too good for me. But I'm just worried about if we do put this into place, that teachers might be more willing to let other aspects go for the sake, not because they're trying to let their kids down or they don't care about their kids, but just because of test anxiety. One thing I think might be beneficial, instead of doing like length limitations, looking at, okay, what kind of writing stamina do kids need for college? What do they need to be, what kind of length do they need to be writing? Maybe not paragraphs, maybe page numbers in the 12th grade, and then work backwards and say, okay, we need to be somewhere in this range for building some writing stamina. Like I said before, like I really want to build my kids' writing stamina, so I have kind of at the end of the year a nice lengthy text that we work through to build that writing stamina. And then maybe that emphasis could come there, like, hey, you are going to write a lengthy essay in this particular form, but does that begin to get into curriculum? But I also feel like maybe the current paragraph numbers are getting into curriculum. And I don't know if that's maybe not best housed in a standard, but maybe is better housed if we're going to do something like a suggested length requirement for each grade, not a minimum, but a reach length to prepare them for college. Then maybe that goes in the appendices or introductory materials somewhere for that. But yeah, I guess I'm okay with maybe an emphasis, but I don't think that I'm necessarily on board with the current language.
Thank you. And I see you nodding your head a lot, Lacey. Can you tell us what you're thinking about this?
A nodder. Okay. All right. First of all, I want to say that I appreciate the struggle here. I've taught writing at one grade level or another now for over a decade. I appreciate all viewpoints on this subject. I hear the struggle that educators face. I hear the struggle that students face. I hear that when I've heard for years now, teachers say, just tell me what I need to teach. Just tell me what I need to teach, especially in the subject of writing, and especially because it is so broad and it is so open to interpretation. And so I think these revisions were made in response to that, to just add some clarity for educators so that they can help students be successful in the classroom and beyond in the workforce. Because at the end of the day, that's what we all want, right? We want our students to be successful, engaged, capable, committed community members. So I do see the value in adding some of the specificity that was put into place into the revised standards. How we do that, I don't necessarily think it has to be one or all. I think we can revisit the language of the original standards, because I do agree, for instance, in the 6th grade standard, for writing informative text, which, by the way, I like dropping in the explanatory from that. Just it gets really burdensome in the classroom saying informative, explanatory all the time. But I like adding substandard B, substandard C in the original standard, where it had developed the topic with relevant facts, definitions, concrete details, quotations, or other information or examples. Whereas in the new proposed standard, it says explain the relevance of each piece of evidence. I like defining, I like the specificity about what evidence is, what evidence can include. But I also, in the new revised standard, I see, structuring at least, not only, but at least a 2-paragraph response. And I think that's in response to teachers feeling like, okay, what do I need to teach? Tell me what I need to teach. In the lower grades, you're trying to build not only fluency in reading, but fluency in writing. You're trying to build stamina. You're trying to build understanding of what's expected in those lower grades, right? Those, and sometimes that manifests itself in, okay, write me a 5-paragraph essay, because that's what students understand. They need that structure. And we can release that scaffolding as we get into the upper grades. We can help them understand that we're now not focusing just on amount of words or production, but content and depth of knowledge. So again, I think these conversations are good. I think we can marry the two. I do see that the rigor embedded in the high quality instructional materials and the standard expectations helps to propel the decisions that we're making now, helps to propel the assessments that are made thereafter. I think that as far as, if from the high school level, once we get there, it's like I tell my students all the time, when students ask, well, how many paragraphs am I supposed to write? How many sentences am I supposed to write? At that level, I say, well, the question is not how many do I have to, or how many can I, but how many should you? What are the choices that you need to make? So that's where I think we're scaffolding to. And I think that we can have a good conversation that can perhaps bridge, that can help marry some of these perspectives. And I think we can also leave some of this to assessment decisions later on
And I'm glad I'm not the only one making those decisions, because that's a whole other bear. But I think the rigor of the standards, I think that needs to remain rigorous, and how we approach that can be handled in some form or fashion at a later date.
Patty?
Yeah. I would tell you that from my perspective, writing and writing to express your point, I won't even say well necessarily, although that's really important, is so critical. And I do feel the sense that, oh, why are we doing less versus more, and more in progression all the way through? I can tell you that in the workforce, by and large, if you write well, you will go far. If you don't write well, you will be stuck. And I don't know how, and sadly, I can always look at an individual and tell what their foundational basis was as they went through school, and how much they wrote and how their writing was judged. And so all of this, I mean, I get it, and I emotionally, I don't know how to feel about quote testing, which we're not not looking at per se, but I really think that the rigor and helping and creating standards that really help teachers solidify exactly what they're doing, and that they are progressing those students forward, whether it's 5 paragraphs or 20 or a major paper or not, or whatever, just that progressive nature of writing, and writing more. I don't care if you do 2 paragraphs, as long as you're doing 2 paragraphs every day, it's that kind of thing. Moving forward, I think is probably the most important thing I personally can see. If you write well, you will. Don't. And I've got really smart people that I work with, and they can't write darn. And I would never promote them. And it doesn't matter how well you speak it, if you can't write it, it's just not there. So.
Thank you, Patty. I am personally glad that we started our session on Monday with the exciting sponge to get everybody to show us that you could convince us of your position. And you all have. You've laid it out for us and quite eloquently. Appreciate that. I personally I've been conflicted on this ever since I started looking into it. When we were presented with this material, initially I said, well, we have to scaffold these things at every grade level. You can't leave these things out at certain grade levels. And then we had feedback from the teachers so eloquently and passionately presenting their positions. They made sense. And then we get a report from the TDOE that the top 10% in the nation don't do this. So do we want to be top 10%? I'd say yes. It's about what we're going to do for 1 million kids in the next 7 years in Tennessee to get them to be excellent writers. The proposals, I think, look good in the short view for that small area. It makes sense in terms of the workload and getting the depth. But in the long run, over the K-12 progression, it loses something because they don't have that constant review of that material through the scaffolding. So that's where I'm at with this right now.
Chair Cornegas, would it be appropriate to share an update?
Please do.
I've been running around, not going to the bathroom, but to hopefully track down Dr. David Laird, the Assistant Commissioner of Assessment and Accountability, and he is putting on a suit and joining us as soon as he can to answer his questions as best as he can with, the underlying notion that I ask you to make these decisions based on what's best for Tennessee students and their learning. But
Thank you.
they are committed to answering your questions as best as they can and with the limited information that we have. So as
That
soon
would be
as Dr.
excellent.
Laird is here, I will send him up.
All right, now let's dig in.
I add one more piece of information.
Just one more.
Just one more. Okay, this is about writing length, not modes of writing. It was deja vu as I was listening to the conversation about writing length because I actually went through this same conversation as a department chair. And so we did research on it. This is from 2021. So I'm not saying that this is updated, but we wanted to see what should be the page count for our high school students at that time. In 2021, the IB program had a 16-page independent research paper for their IB program. AP Capstone does 16 to 20 pages for their 11th and 12th grade capstone, and Concord Review set the average college essay, and this is years of college, is about 22 pages. This is not what freshmen are coming in writing, but this is a combination of all four. There was also something called the William Fitzhugh model, which recommended page count sources increase and coincide with the grade level. So 9 pages and 9 sources for 9th graders, 10 pages and 10 sources for 10th graders. This is this specific model. It is called the William Fitzhugh model. But anyway, just to give us some numbers of what other expectations are in other programs. IB program in 2021 was 16 pages. AP Capstone was 16 to 20. Concord Review says the average college essay, once again, this is older research, was about 22 pages for all 4 years of college, not specifically freshmen.
Well, thank you. I think we've been equipped with a lot of information to help make our decision about these standards. Let's start.
Okay. I suppose we will start with cell G3. That is the kindergarten writing of informational texts. There are, I believe, let me confirm, there are no TDOE notes on this particular standard. So this is one of our rare non-divisive standards. All right, so I'll read it aloud. It's relatively short. With prompting and support, use a combination of drawing, dictating, and or writing to compose informational texts. Does anyone have feedback on that particular standard?
Nope.
Okay.
Keep it.
Keep it then. Okay. Which, we have changed that elsewhere. We have not changed that here. Do we want to change that here? Not here.
I think that's a type of scaffold, like where they're coming in at. So some are going to come to you able to do more of the writing. Some are just going to be at the drawing stage. So to me, that would be more of a scaffold there.
Okay, that makes sense to me. So if we want to progress with that. Okay, first grade. With prompting and support, write informational texts. A, name a topic. B, supply facts about the topic. C, provide a concluding statement. D, apply language standards addressed in the foundational literacy standards.
Sounds great.
Okay, then are we good to keep it?
Keep it.
Okay. Second grade, this is the first time we get an instance of a specific number being provided. Write 1 paragraph informational texts. A, introduce a topic. B, use facts and definitions to provide information. C, link ideas within categories of information using transitional words. D, provide a concluding statement or section. E, apply language standards addressed in the foundational literacy standards. Thoughts on this particular standard?
Any question about that?
Should 1 and paragraph be hyphenated? Yeah, that was. So are we good to hyphenate 1 paragraph?
Okay. The original standard said write informative explanatory texts. This is write one paragraph, informational text. So I don't disagree with the clarity, but I'm also concerned with the language.
What modification would you make, Ms. Lau?
I like that the standard itself originally said write informational texts. What do we think about going ahead and introducing the language at least one paragraph in one of the substandards? Because again, I don't disagree with trying to provide teachers some clarity as to what's expected at
In
that
other
grade
words,
level.
Not keeping them from going to a paragraph if they
Right,
want to.
not limiting them, with the qualifier.
I like that.
Well, I was going to say, I know like in this third grade, I know we're not there yet, but it says multi-paragraph. And then for third grade, the other two modes in narrative and in opinion, it gives them 1 to 3.
Okay.
Not in this one, and I was going to suggest that change to make it uniform. But on that one, we could say at least, or we could give them 1 to 2. If we're going to, and like I said, we haven't gotten there, and y'all might not like that. But I know the other two modes for third grade say 1, 2, 3. So I would suggest giving them a range. So.
In question, so at the elementary level, what is standard practice for a paragraph? What is, and I hate to be limiting again, but if you tell a student, write one paragraph, what does that mean? What does that look like in the second grade?
So typically, if you look at their standards, they are, for example, standard 1, they're naming a topic, they're supplying facts about the topic, and they're doing a concluding statement. That is integrated within the high quality instructional materials. So they typically have instruction around gathering information, as we talked about yesterday with the graphic organizers, the note taking throughout the lessons, and then how to use those to write their pieces.
I think that I am maybe in a similar, I think similar to you, as far as, well, I guess maybe either, but I definitely think that just saying 1 is a little bit too limiting, because you might have kids, I remember writing full stories at that grade level. So you don't want to limit students.
I will say we did not put definite in there amounts for that main reason, because of the differentiation for the teacher. Classrooms have a variety of needs for the students, and we didn't want our higher achieving students to limit what their capabilities are, and we didn't want students to become frustrated and feel they had to reach a certain amount. So we wanted to leave, that's why we use the word multiple in some of our standards. Oh, this is just 1? Okay, so no, we didn't.
I think it would just be safe to say at least. And that's not giving them a number, that's meaning you're lower, try to get the 1, but then if you have those higher achieving, then they can get more. So I think that would be safe.
So is our decision to add at least prior to 1 paragraph?
Well, do we want that in the main standard, or do we want that incorporated in the sub? Well,
I think it would have to be
They're
in
in
that
all the
main.
main standards
Yeah.
currently revised. I would hate for someone to read it and go, okay, I only have to write one paragraph, but yeah, okay, at least.
And then I will also say, I double checked our other standards to see if we've been hyphenating one noun, and then when that's functioning as an adjective, if we've hyphenated it, and we've been hyphenating one phoneme, one sentence, response, we have been hyphenating there. So if that's all right with everyone, I'm good with that.
Absolutely. I'm glad you're diligently working on that. Okay, if that's acceptable, let's move on.
Do we have anything else for that particular standard? Okay, then yes, we can move on. So give me 1 second to write this out. I'm going to try to be, I know they're going to be edits to wording for these standards, so I'm just going to be a little more precise about making sure I get my notes down.
You do your edits while we preview the next part.
Okay.
And we'll be ready to make comments.
Okay. All right, standard 3. I won't read this one aloud in its entirety since it's a little long, but take a look at that one and tell me what your thoughts are.
This is the one where, and if you want to keep it multi-paragraph, I would just suggest that we do multi-paragraph in the other two, but the other two do specifically say write 1 to 3 in the narrative and in the opinion for 3rd grade.
Ms. Singletary, you're saying that they say 1 to 3 in the other.
In the other, the narrative and in the opinion.
Thank you.
In the original
welcome.
standards, the original, like, current in use, Ms. Singletary?
No, like the new, so in cell G17, that is for narrative. It says write a 1 to 3
Got it.
paragraph narrative. And then in cell G28, dealing with the opinion, it says write 1 to 3 paragraph opinion piece. So I just think that it needs to be uniform
Thank you
for the
the
teacher and
clarification.
student.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Important flag there. Do we have thoughts on whether we prefer the language of 1 to 3 or the language of multi-paragraph?
I like multi-paragraph.
For 3rd grade, I just think that that's a big jump. And you may think that it is limiting them, but remember no, we're not talking about tests, but it is a very important year. And so it might be more guiding to those teachers and the students if we give them more, but I'm up for whatever. If we leave it multi-paragraph, I think we need to change it in the other two.
Anybody else for numbers or multi-paragraph?
My instinct, and obviously Ms. Singletary has much more of a perspective on this than me, so I want to defer there largely. But I do think we intentionally include language about at least 1 paragraph in the previous standard to allow for the possibility of a higher end. I worry that putting 1 to 3 does put a hard bottom end.
So could we say at least 1 to 3, or is that too much? No?
A little hard with a range of numbers like that to include at least.
Okay, we can leave it multi-paragraph. I'm okay with that. I just think that when we come to those other two, we need to change it.
And you have differences in classes. Okay, you know from year to year what your class is capable of doing. So 1 year you may be doing 2. Next year you can stretch them to 3, depending upon the population that you've got in there.
So with this conversation, I guess I'm still kind of going back to my previous idea because, one might make sense at the beginning of the year, but then one might not make sense at the end of the year. So I'm still going back to the idea, are we interested in looking at kind of a progression in giving guidance to what students should be shooting for each grade level. Again, not like a minimum, but like what is our goal? Where should we be getting them by the end of the year? I mean, we know that there's some students who are probably not going to be able to reach that necessarily, but what we're trying to get them to. Is that something we're interested in? Because I think that's, if we did something like that, it might kind of help inform multi-paragraph. Like in second grade, they might start out at 1, but we want to get them up to 3, or we want to get them up to 4. I don't have any research in front of me, so I don't know what that might be. But I'm just wondering, is that something we want to do as a committee, or to ask TDOE to do, perhaps? I don't know if that's in their domain.
Chair Cornegus, if I may. Is that okay? Can I jump in?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Banks, defer to you, but my understanding of the standards is, however it's written, it's the expectation at the end of the year. Is that accurate?
That is 100% accurate.
So.
And then I've always seen these as like, this is the bar, but we're never stopping students from going higher. Like, that's how I've been interpreting the whole conversation. Like, we would like for you to know 4 prepositions, but there is no punishment for knowing 20 prepositions. That's how I've kind of been working through the conversation.
I think that's a correct assumption.
I would just say, but if when referencing TCAP, it does set a ceiling for TCAP, that although teachers may move beyond, it does set a ceiling for what they can do, because the assessment itself cannot go beyond the expectations of what is set in the standard itself. Does that make sense?
So then what are the implications? And I know we're not assessments, but what are the implications for the word multi-paragraph on an assessment?
Ms. Now, I think if we can, I know the timing's not great. I assure you, Dr. David Laird is scooting from Sylvan Park as quickly as he can. If we could table, I think it's a great question. If we could table the question for the expert, that would be my recommendation.
And just one last thought. Yes, one last one.
Go ahead.
I just want to remind us of like the global charge that teachers have asked us for more specificity. I feel like that came through really loud, like that they want more specificity.
This is a brand new phrasing, so I completely understand if we don't like it. Could we perhaps say write at least 2 paragraph informational texts? That would keep the multi-paragraph. I mean, what is multi, but just at least 2. And then that would also maintain the number specificity that 1 to 3 contains. It would also kind of be consistent with the previous standard.
Possibly.
Aye. That good with you?
That is good with me. And I was going to say, I know like you're talking about when they're graded, it is graded as a rough draft, and really they're not they're not docked if it's not even indented into paragraph format at this age. So
Okay.
I think that would be fine.
All right. I like your suggestion, Lucas.
Okay.
Let's do that.
I can write that in there now when the gentleman, I can't remember his name.
All right. So now we're going to
Laird.
go, we're going to go on to,
I do have one more thing on the 3 standard before we
Sure.
move on. Does anyone else, and this is just, it could be me reading incorrectly, find the end of C, substandard C on the 3 standard, G6, a little confusing, where it says develop the topic with facts, definition, and details citing textual evidence? Is that just detail citing textual evidence, or should that be a comma there to indicate that all facts, definitions, or details could be provided through citing textual evidence?
I think it's missing a comma.
I defer to the grammar
That
people.
was my understanding, but I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, the original substandard B included the language, including illustrations when needed, which seems a little strange to me because the last time we referenced any type of drawing was kindergarten. So is that the reason it was removed, because it's not appropriate at that level?
I would say so,
Agreed.
because they're not going to be drawing it. They're going to be writing it.
Right. Okay. And the standard says right, so that's what I'm
Correct.
saying. Okay.
But the important thing to note is second grade is when we're getting them to cite textual evidence for the first time.
Okay. Are we good on standard 3 then?
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll move to standard 4. I'll give everyone a second to look at that, and if you have thoughts, please share them.
I'm thinking maybe we got to stretch it to 3 paragraphs, at least 3 paragraphs,
I was going to say the
instead
same
of
thing, stretch it to 3.
multi-paragraph.
Mhm.
If you want numbers.
Does anyone have thoughts on that? Singletary, we are getting somewhat close to your domain here. Do you?
Right.
As a teacher, I would like specifics. I do feel like at that, when they get to the 4th grade level, I think 3 would be plenty. 3 to 4.
What year are they doing the 5-paragraph essay?
We start that, I teach that in 5th grade.
Lining up, right, too.
Yeah.
So if we said at least 3.
3.
Everybody go with at least 3?
Yes.
All right, there's your numbers.
Ms. Now, did you have anything to say?
I'm going to reserve my final judgment on that part of our terminology until I hear later.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can always go back.
Yeah, for now, I will document that. I think it's it's pretty easy if this is a holistic decision we're making, and so we can make
Right.
that change pretty easily if we decide otherwise. Other thoughts on this standard? I know there were several substandards, so I don't know if anyone had the chance to. Well, I do see domain specific.
I was going to say that,
So-
yes.
Would we like to make the edits we have made elsewhere for domain specific?
Please.
Just a flag also for when you look at the spreadsheet, at times the syntax around our revisions to domain specific can be a little difficult when I'm editing. So if you would like to look at those particular standards and ensure that those, certainly not right now, but in your leisure, I said that in a really weird way, in your leisure, have a chance to kind of look at that and see if you agree with what I did.
So we're looking at 4th grade right now, right?
Yes, we are looking at G7.
Okay. I am not seeing anything about citing in the 4th grade, but we cite in the 3rd grade.
Textual evidence you're talking about?
Substandard C is the evidence.
I think it's stated examples from the text, so we may just need to make that the same language as C in 3rd grade.
Yeah, so at the 3rd grade level, are you asking them? You're not asking them to create citations in 3rd grade.
No. So
it
what
just
they,
means-
but they do have to find the evidence and then like use the text-based evidence term. So for example, or based on what I read in the text or according to the text the author stated, that's the push.
Okay, I was reading that through a 8-9 lens.
Yes,
and I
no.
shouldn't have been.
But I like what you said about adopting the 3rd grade language here.
It's still
into
the same
4th.
language, how we use the citing the text evidence. It probably, instead of saying,
How would you say
examples
that
from the
then?
text.
Can you say that entire substandard out loud so we could take a consensus vote on it?
Develop the topic with facts, definitions, concrete details, quotations, or other information and examples
I think we would delete from the text and
from the
replace it.
text and using citing textual evidence.
That would be consistent with the.
That's what I was going to say. And then just,
Do you need examples?
no. I think at that point it's understood by the teacher.
So it would be other information citing,
We're just instead of saying examples from, I would say what you're saying, the word examples.
right?
Yes, so other information, citing textual evidence, that comma, citing textual evidence. Is that where we're at?
It's, yeah. Whether,
So
whether or
taking-
not, I think the question is. do we
taking
need
out
to s- do we need to
examples
say
from the
information
text?
And examples, or is information sufficient on its own?
I think, okay, yeah, I think information is fine. And then we would do the comma,
Citing textual.
yes.
Is that good with everyone except Miss Now? Oh, that's the first part you were, that's what you were holding, reserving your judgment for.
Yes.
Is this okay with this one?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I was looking at the original substandard C, including the formatting features, illustrations, and multimedia when needed to provide clarity to the reader. I mean, I agree taking it out of this standard. Can we maybe sort of just table this for later? Maybe consider putting that language or some type of that language or some element of that language in the production and writing standard.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and I agree. I think that would be a good. Would you like to repeat that language?
So, okay. The original substandard was include formatting, features, illustrations, and multimedia when needed to provide clarity to the reader. Well, the production of writing standard, which I think is currently K or writing or W6, is that correct? Yeah, okay. Is all about develop and strengthen writing is needed by planning, revising, editing, rewriting, or trying a new approach. And that is where that might be an appropriate place to include some of those multimedia elements.
So we're parking lock on that until we come to there?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Or do we feel good about standard for fourth grade?
Yes, as recommended.
Okay, yes. And I have documented those edits.
Okay, moving on to grade 5.
I'll give everyone a second to look at grade 5. When you see something, just shout it out. Obviously, we'll need to have a conversation about this language of multi-paragraph.
Yes, numbers, multi-paragraph.
I believe you said, Ms. Singletary, that this is kind of is standard practice to introduce the 5-paragraph essay at this.
At least 4 to 5 paragraphs.
Yes, I'm good with that. And then I think we need to, on C, we would need to adopt that same, instead of examples from the text, taking that out and changing it, making it consistent with the 3rd and 4th grade.
I will make that edit, and then I'll also carry over our domain-specific edit. So we have a reference to domain-specific.
Okay, so numbers, we heard 4 to 5. Is that what you said, or?
Said earlier we didn't want to say at least and then multiple numbers. So
we would have to say
4?
at least 4.
Do we want to take the step to say and understand the 5-paragraph essay structure? I feel like that is a very specific kind of piece of writing.
Does that could be housed within a substandard?
I think so.
But just before I make the edit, are we in agreement that for the moment, until we hear further feedback, we're wanting to move forward with at least 4 paragraph?
Well, if we are going to examine the
Okay, the 5 paragraph.
the elements of the 5-paragraph essay, then we need to make it 5.
Okay. Then do we want to say at least 5 then?
I think so.
Are we, and I just want to clarify that everyone is, are we okay with the jump from 1, 2, 3, 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's time.
Okay.
Well, I think at that time, if they have a clear, in 4th grade, a clear like introduction, and then that 3rd paragraph or 2nd paragraph, they're kind of proving their point, citing the evidence, getting used to that idea, and then having a conclusion, then building on those middle paragraphs wouldn't be as hard for the 5th grade teacher.
Exactly. Yes.
Do we want to add the substandard then related to 5
Maybe
paragraph?
that's assumed. I don't know. Is it assumed?
I think if we are going to teach the 5-paragraph essay, then yes, I would think that would be assumed. I think that was coming in more of if we were just going to put at least 4. Or maybe not. I'm okay with it putting in there.
I think we should just put it in there because
Okay.
I just think it's a very specific writing format. You can write 5 paragraphs without the 5-paragraph essay structure.
Is that something, though, that can be put into the standards guide? The elements of the 5-paragraph essay?
Yes.
Okay, maybe it would be better there. as long as it's there, so they have that.
Did the EAT discuss 5 paragraphs at any point?
We had a lot of talk about writing, as you can imagine. And yes, we talked about naming the specific numbers. We talked about doing what middle school was doing. We talked about all kinds of things. So yes, but we landed on multi-paragraph. So yeah, it was a lot of conversation around that.
I know our discussion with, I mean, either direction is fine with me, but when you say 1 to 2 paragraphs or 3 to 4 or 4 to 5, if my student writes 4 paragraphs effectively, are they going to make the same, and I'm not just talking about TCAPs, are they going to make the same grade as someone who did 5 paragraphs effectively? And that's kind of my question with that. And I know we all do it differently, but if the standard says you can write 4 or 5, then if I write 4 effective paragraphs, then I should make the same score essentially or grade as someone who writes 5. And I think, you know, if we know 5 paragraphs, then everybody's kind of on the same playing field. If I know 1 to 3, then clearly my kids that need to be able to write 1, but are they really going to make the same, like they're meeting the standard, it says 1 to 3, but are we really going to hold them to the same standard as someone who writes 3 paragraphs? I don't know. So
I can't speak to TCAP, but I can tell you in AP world, yes, absolutely. I've had kids who wrote really long essays and bombed. I've had kids who wrote very short and got great. So in that world, it is the quality of the writing. As long as you pass the bar, it is the quality of the writing once you pass the bar.
I was going to say, I was looking at some of the, in the live binder that's given by the department last night, looking at some excerpts and how they were graded, and then some of them that like it looked really well, but the focus and the organization wasn't there, and so some students who did less work, but it was but the thought was there, actually scored higher. So I think it's not, you're pushing them there, but you're also focusing on the focus, the organization, and all the components. So I agree.
I'm sure the 6th grade teachers are going to be very happy to see that the 5th grade teachers are preparing them with a 5-paragraph essay. Ms.
So
Mao.
my biggest concern at this level is that we're making that transition properly into the middle grade band when, you know, as we discussed before, they need to be producing writing in copious amounts. But they also need to be developing the content. And so there's that struggle between that balance of enough words, quote unquote, and content. And what's the appropriate terminology to get them there, to scaffold them, to bridge that gap from 5th to 6th, because I've seen that a lot in public feedback as well. There is a perceived misalignment there between 5th and 6th. I don't know if I can ask this question, but has the TDOE looked at specific terminology at any point for the 5-paragraph essay classic structure versus content in this grade level, or?
I can't speak toward conversations at this grade level, just I'm primarily in the upper grades.
Right.
My colleague might be able to when she gets here, but I know that this is always a conversation because I know that a lot of high school teachers express frustration about that students come to them and only know how to write a 5-paragraph essay instead of writing something that's more robust and that's not constrained by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you know, because it becomes formulaic in the upper grade. And I know I'm speaking to the choir here for you upper grade level folks, but that is often expressed. And so that there may be, I'm just theorizing, but there may be some reticence in that regard to specify for that reason. And because it goes to that quality versus quantity conversation and not wanting to put a formulaic structure on it. So hopefully that's helpful.
I think it also speaks to stamina, writing stamina. We're going to start to develop it at this level so that they can extend it And as they develop, the rigor is going to increase with the difficulty of the subjects that they're going to be studying at that time.
And at some point, we have to do what's developmentally appropriate, of course, but at some point we have to merge the two. We have to merge the amount of writing with the appropriate content so that then they develop writing, a lot about a lot of things, at those upper high school grade levels and into college and in the workforce, right?
Precisely.
So that's where that's philosophically and realistically, that's where my struggle is. Where is the appropriate place to start doing some of these things and merging those ideals at the appropriate level to get to where we need to be?
I say sooner than later, if we want to get the top 10%. Okay, are we good? We're going to do a 5-paragraph essay. That's number.
Now, on section C, do we want to change the same language as in 4th grade? Okay.
I'm fine with the suggestion of 5-paragraph structure in the.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you, Carol.
I also want to put this out there. I'm sorry. Again, just considering when we get to argument, it's difficult concept for them, especially starting into the 6th grade level when we start introducing that terminology of counter arguments. So 5 paragraphs is a lot. And again, just considering the type of content that they're expected to produce at that level. So we may want to consider, when we get to 6th grade level, our language there.
We're just about there. Is it okay with you, the 5-paragraph essay?
For 5th?
At the 5th grade. You're going to enjoy that. You're going to reap the benefit of that. Okay.
So, onward, okay with that? Okay, 6th grade, we're there.
Were there any other changes within that 5th grade?
Just the consistent edits with.
Okay, great. Thank you. 6th grade, here we are. The grade we've been waiting for.
Formatting decisions.
Do we need to take a break?
No breaks necessary.
No, okay, good.
We don't deserve a break, so we get through
All right, I'm with that, Catherine.
And on this one, I know you're just reading it, but on the 6th grade, it says informative response, 7th grade, informative essay, and then 8th grade goes back to informative response. And I know there was a lot of, in that.
My understanding was that was a way of signaling 7th grade
Just that particular, okay.
So did we ever come to an actual decision about what we're going to do?
I think now is the time.
Get a break.
I do think there's a lot to say for Ms. Now's proposal of trying to meld the two streams. That's a mixing metaphors there, but when of trying to incorporate ideas proposed by both EAT and TDOE when considering this, kind of finding a nice middle path, I think could perhaps be a good path forward.
Can I speak one last time? There's nobody in here at this point.
Did you say you wanted to speak for the last time?
I mean, probably not the last time, but
This is your final shot.
our intentions were to be clear for teachers, yes. Our intentions were not to make it easier for teachers. There are, I'm speaking, I mean, I've taught other grades, but as a 6th grade teacher, again, it's not about the TCAP, but we change from handwriting to typing on the computer. There are so many things that I teach my students that are not standards. I have to teach them how to indent. I have to teach them how to bold, how to do everything that is not a standard of mine. But because we've moved our testing to the computer, that takes so much more time away from what I'm supposed to be teaching. So I just want you to keep that in mind. And what you said about argumentative, you are exactly right. I mean, they go from opinion writing, 5 paragraphs, to now they have to make a counterclaim and use text evidence in a counterclaim. guys, they don't even know what the word counterclaim means in 6th grade, and I don't think it's appropriate. I mean, we teach it, yes, because I need one sentence. I just need you to acknowledge the other side in one sentence. Just say, they may be right, but or something. So just kind of keep that in mind. Our intention was not to make it easier at all.
Okay,
It was
thank
to
you.
make it better for high school. So.
Where are they specifically learning counterclaim? Is that a standard at some point?
It's when we get to the opinion.
We're
Opinion
gonna
slash
make it.
argument
So the
writing.
argumentative,
What grade is that?
in 6th grade. So up until that time, from kindergarten until 5th grade, it's opinion writing, and then it switches in 6th grade. And that is a big switch, having my personal kids.
This is perhaps not the biggest decision we're going to make when it comes to 6-8 standards, but I do think currently the formatting of the substandards is substantially different from the formatting we've used for substandards anywhere else. It's not even that I don't like this idea of kind of having subtitles for the substandards. I just worry that if we do it here and don't do it anywhere else, that is quite an inconsistency. So we're kind of left with the option of making an enormous number of substandards titles for other substandards, or removing those kind of subtitles to the substandards in this, where it says like introduce the topic, clearly state a topic sentence, develop the topic, used. That is something we have not done elsewhere. And it's done throughout the 6-8 writing standards, but I haven't seen it.
So I do have a question with the 6th grade where it states structure at least a 2-paragraph. So can we identify that since we've been doing numbers when we get to 6th grade, 2 paragraphs?
Yes, I mean, I personally feel like that is an odd progression as currently written.
Again,
Okay.
I think I see the intent, but having everybody on the same page about the intent is really, is what we're struggling with here. I mean,
What-
I see the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry.
No. I see the value of not making it so numerically specific there and going to multi-paragraph, which, I mean, if we were going to, if we included 5-paragraph in the 5th grade level, might be perceived as a step back. But again, we have to consider the content, and we need to keep that, to me, we need to keep that the same, regardless of the length needs to be the same for informative, narrative, and argumentative, for clarity for teachers. So I could see multi-paragraph here, but again, I do want to address any and see what the committee thinks about any perceived, steps back, but also keeping in mind the rigor of the content that's expected.
I like argumentative. Then I think we need to tackle and say, write argumentative, informational,
Oh, no,
narrative,
that's,
and
that's an entirely different standard. So we certainly don't need to do that. That would be, we're really opening up a can of worms if we do that.
I guess I'm struggling to understand what type of rigor are you looking for specifically in this 2 paragraphs? Like, are these 2 supporting paragraphs? Are these 2 counterclaims? Can we actually address, this is the aspect of these 2 paragraphs that we are trying to go deeper in? That's the gap for me. Like, we really want to develop their sophistication counterclaims. We really want to develop their sophistication in text evidence. We really want to develop their sophistication in integrating quotations.
Yeah, so counterclaim will be when we get to argumentative, but for this response, we know that they're all text-based responses essentially. And that's kind of what we were going for. You're going to come up with a thesis, a topic sentence, whatever you want to call it, in your classroom, and then provide 2 pieces of evidence, and then be able to conclude that all into paragraphs essentially. So we're taking away the introduction paragraph in the conclusion paragraph because like we said, it just becomes a formula. We want them to think deeper about the question, not do I have a hook? Do I have this? Do I have this? Which is just filler at some point because the kids have been doing it forever. So I think essentially, can you write 2 paragraphs effectively without the fluff and 5 paragraphs essentially? Like we don't need all these other or sentences that you're adding just to make it 5 paragraphs long. We want to know, can you write 2 effective paragraphs with this content in it? I mean, that's essentially.
So
I don't know if that answered your question.
if that's the case, then like if we're doing 5 paragraphs in 5th grade, we're going to focus on those 3 body paragraphs with 2 pieces of evidence per paragraph. So would it make more sense instead of doing the 2 paragraph to do a 3 paragraph to continue, with that? And so still taking away the introduction and the conclusion, but still doing 3 paragraph, those like the 3 body paragraphs that they're used to doing in 5th grade. And I don't know, I'm just kind of.
I would like to say, I thought Ms. Now's proposal of using multi-paragraph here might be best, just because while we are in the room and we can understand this purpose, I worry that people outside the room are just going to look at numbers and go 1, 2, 3, 5, 2. And just be kind of confused if like the public feedback we received often said that, or it's just like, why is it going down in number now? And yes, I totally understand. And if you look at the language, if you're really specific, I mean, it talks about writing versus structuring. And that's what's pushing towards like Ms. Now's proposals of not just writing for length, but writing for quality and structure. But I think.
I like the multi-paragraph. I'm just saying maybe not do the 2. Yes, my was saying just to not do the 2, so.
I like multi-paragraph. Are everybody good with multi-paragraph?
So are we still saying that they're not writing a full essay here?
We say both. Can we say a well-structured 2-paragraph response and a complete essay?
So an aspect of that is we have, what is it, one of these standards talks about a variety of lengths of writing. So that's kind of implied through that standard. I just don't know that I'm sold on, like I mentioned before, I think I'm okay with emphasizing a particular type, but I don't know if I'm okay with saying this is just going to be a response and not a full essay. Now, teachers can the way it's written before, write informative texts, that is kind of open to interpretation. Like sometimes, so for example, this year I went on maternity leave. I just did timed writings for narratives because I wanted to get through the hard stuff before I left. And so as a teacher, you have years where you have to prioritize certain things over others, and maternity leave was an example of that for me. So I think the way it's written currently lends itself to being open to interpretation to a certain extent, to where if a teacher feels like they don't. So for example, I also do not focus a lot on informational, even though it's what's tested in 9th. I don't focus a lot on, I do a lot more argumentative because I feel like it's going to serve them better for their future. I still do it, but it's just not my focus. Whereas in 8th grade, I focus on it. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't know that I'm okay with making it just a response.
So multi-paragraph essay.
Not necessarily essay, but texts, the way it was before.
Okay.
And then a teacher could potentially say, like sometimes I say, you're not going to write an intro, you're just going to give me a thesis this time. And they have some options there, in my opinion.
Well, and to that, so one struggle I know that can be faced, especially moving from 5th grade to 6th grade, is understanding what a thesis statement is. And my fear, the way it's currently worded, is they'll see clearly stated topic sentence, and then that will further muddy the waters. It's made clear to me. I mean, I know what it is, but the original wording of the original standard was write informative explanatory text to examine a topic and convey ideas, concepts, and information through the selection, organization, and analysis of relevant content. So could we merge the two? Could we say write informative texts
write multi-paragraph informative texts that to examine a topic and convey ideas, concepts, and information, to basically keep the same language there, so that it's not just writing to address a prompt, but writing for the purpose of information, but still giving that guidance in multi-paragraphs.
Are you limiting the 6th grade to informational versus informational narrative and argumentative?
Those are different standards. Yeah, we'll get to narrative. We'll get to the narrative standard in a bit. We'll get to the argumentative standard in a bit.
So there is a narrative.
Right.
This is just the first standard. So narrative is the second standard, and the third standard is argumentative opinion.
Where are they at?
Like you have to,
Standards 2.
it's just the strands. So we're just in the first strand, which is information.
Okay, so
Oh,
I actually think both skills are important. And I think both skills are important in 6th grade. I actually think writing to respond to a prompt is important. It's just what you do. You have to do this in life. You have to do this on college essays, on customer feedback surveys. I also think writing an essay is important. And so I guess I'm saying, like, why are we?
When they write the essay, it will be to a prompt. Correct. I mean, it always is for 5th
I
grade.
think saying our kids not know how to write concisely to respond to a specific, for example, if I go to the World College Essays, it's like 300 word count. Like, it is really short, those little prompts that they have to respond to these days, right? So I understand, actually, can you write very sophisticated and tight, but also can you write an essay that develops a thought throughout the whole essay? And so I guess I'm saying, like, are we saying that they're only going to do one and not the other? Because this is how this feels, and I'm asking.
It's always to a prompt
can
for
they not
us.
do
I mean, I can't speak for 6th grade, but 5th grade, it's always to
And I'm going
a
to be honest
prompt.
with you. I think the reason why we said address the prompt is because that is what we do in the classroom. And again,
That's
I
how
know
it's
this is a
tested.
standard, but the kids never get to write. They do not
What they
write personal
want.
narratives. They do not. When I give them free writing, I mean, they will write for hours, and then I'm like, okay, now read this and respond to this prompt. They're like, no, you know. So I mean, I get the reason why we put that is because that is what we are doing.
They never
But-
get to choose their topic and write on it.
Ever. I mean, it is a
I
standard.
know that bums you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Speaks to a little bit of what, I know Miss Barrett is not in the room, but I think it speaks to a little bit of what Miss Barrett said. You know, like, we can tell that they haven't written full length. Yeah,
We do not allow them to do free writing. That is not.
I understand the pressure and constraints you're weighing.
Yeah.
I get it.
The man of the hour, Dr. David Laird. No, he's very good at what
Welcome.
he does. It's not too high. Okay. Ms. Now, it could be helpful to restate your question so that Dr. Laird has a moment or two to respond. Also, actually, can we pause one moment? Committee members, would you mind introducing yourself, just your name, your title, and your organization, so he knows sort of how to tailor his responses? Would that be helpful, Dr. Laird?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Vice Chair Hilliard.
I'm Lucas Hilliard. I'm a high school English teacher at White House High School in Sumner County.
Brittany Singletary. I'm a 5th grade teacher at 5th Consolidated from Dyer County.
Rosemary Winters, Memphis Shelby County Schools, instructional resource teacher, K through 8th grade.
Catherine Stout, Stout Consultings. I'm charged with merging these with post-secondary and career and workplace.
I'm Larry Kernegas, committee chair from the Education Department at MTSU.
I'm Annie Dockery. I teach 8th and 9th grade at Maryville Junior High School.
Hi, I'm Lacey Now. I'm with Rutherford County Schools, and I teach high school.
And Ms. Patty Baird is in a meeting, but she is a consultant, I believe, in the IT space and has significant work in contracts and state government. And Dr. Laird, thank you for coming, first of all, on very short notice. And second of all, just so you know, this is a committee charged with taking the work that's been thus far that you're a little bit more familiar with, and they've been appointed by the governor, the lieutenant governor, and the speaker, to continue looking at the standards, and ultimately their proposal goes to the state board for a vote on 2 readings. But if you have other questions, let me know.
Good morning, all. David Laird, Assistant Commissioner for Assessment, Accountability, and Research at the department. Been in the department about 5 years. Prior to that, I spent almost a decade on the faculty over at Vanderbilt. But prior to that, I worked for districts and started as a high school teacher here in Maplewood and Nashville a very long time ago. But it's wonderful. I appreciate the opportunity to come and be as helpful as I can. But I'll be honest, I'm a little nervous.
You should be, because they're tough.
I'm a little, well, and I'll say that, and I want to be very upfront about that. We are always super interested in the work that you do, but it's very important to the department that we generally stay away from the work that y'all do, right? Like there's a very clearly delineated sequence that's supposed to exist, that y'all figure out what kids know and do, and I know you've talked about that a ton. And then as a secondary step, we figure out how to assess that.
Right.
And we at the department take that very, very seriously. So I was excited for the chance to come and to try to be helpful, but I'm also like, want to tread very carefully in this space because everyone wants to think that the department is monkeying around with the test, right? Like there's always the assumption that we're doing something weird with it. We're trying to inflate scores or depress scores and that kind of stuff. And no, like our job is to assess whatever is in the standard as accurately and as lightly as possible to produce a high stakes, highly reliable, valid result, because that's what the test is used for, right? When it's used for high stakes purposes, we have to rise to meet that standard. So that does shape what we do, but our job is to reflect y'all's work to the best extent possible. And whatever I can clarify, I'm happy to try to help.
Thank you, Mr. Laird, for coming today. We've been discussing the writing standards, and we have been discussing, of course, weighing the merits and the implications of changing some of the terminology in the currently revised standards. The old standards did not contain limitations or any sort of specifications on paragraph lengths or content types. I shouldn't say content types, but in the wording. But in the current revised standards, we have phrasing such as 1 paragraph or 2 paragraph or multi-paragraph. So some of our current proposed revisions state at least 1 paragraph or at least 2 paragraphs. And we've also included the word multi-paragraph. So as of right now, we are wondering, again, we understand that we're not going backwards. We understand that we are not necessarily asking about the text. We want to hold our students to a high standard, but we are wondering about the full weight and the implications of those words on the changes that we're about to propose.
And I appreciate the opportunity to talk this through because it really matters, right? Like assessment is an incredibly heavy weight that every educator experiences all across the state. And everyone on my team that works on developing TCAP tests was a teacher in Tennessee. Like all of us feel the responsibility of trying to make this as accurate and transparent as we can because it matters. So to your question, whatever you put in the standard has the potential to impact the assessment. There are specific details that are in the standard. Our job is to assess that. So what I want to express to you is it will matter, right? Like however you're changing the standards, if it's meaningful and it changes what kids are expected to, how they express what they've learned, it should show up in the assessment, right? So like that's our default setting for this. But this continues to be difficult is if we get this right, the first thing it's going to change is how kids spend their entire year working with the teacher. And then it's going to show up in the assessment. So like we have to keep that sequence right? We can change the definition of the standard. is going to change how they spend that entire year in ways, some of them for the better, and we also know that assessment also changes some people's behaviors for the worse as well. But there's a mountain of educational research that says it definitely changes behavior. Get what you measure, like people respond to it. But as you're thinking about it, I would encourage you to not forget that intermediate step, right? If we write it this way, it's going to change how people interact with that teacher the entire year. And if it's them doing better things that year, then we will figure out how to capture that assessment, as long as you're comfortable with how that is likely to change how they've spent that year.
Thank you. We have one additional item that we've been talking about, the possibility of providing emphasis in the middle school grades in informational, argumentative, and descriptive writing. And if we have such, that we would do informational at the 6th grade, would the 6th grade test, the writing test, be different than the 7th grade test? And would it emphasize informational writing?
So I would use your math colleagues as an example of this. When they organize their standards, they specify what they call the major work of the grade and the supporting work of the grade. That is absolutely something that we consider, because our job is to reflect the proportional standards. So, and I know I'm oversimplifying this, but if you were to say that for 6th grade, 75% of the standards are informational and 25% of the standards are argumentative, it is our job to reflect that in the design of the assessment. Like, the proportional weight of the standards should matter. The assessment should reflect that. I'm not going to get into what that might mean in terms of test design, because that's a separate step in the process. But our job is to produce an assessment that proportionally represents the standards. Right? The job of the TCAP test, first and foremost, is to summarize a kid's performance across the entire grade level set of expectations. So yeah, we would care, and we would want the assessment to reflect the relative weighting of that. How that would actually break out in the assessment, I'm not entirely sure, because there are so many moving pieces. I wouldn't want to hazard a guess, but it would definitely impact the design of the assessment.
How much time does it take for design and implementation? These are going into effect to what, 2026? 20. How much time do you need once we put it into effect to create the test that addresses those changes?
So that can vary in a couple of ways. Even without a change to standards, it takes 12 to 14 gap tests. Biggest constraint for us is if there is entirely new content that's never been previously assessed. No item can show up on a TCAP test without having tested. So if we have standards that are brand new, we don't have any items in our bank for those standards, which means we have to start developing those items and field testing them way in advance, because it's really loath to have an item count unless it's had a couple thousand kids experience that item and we know it's performing certain constraints. So it takes us a long time. But I know this wasn't exactly the question, but I'd like to talk a little bit about everything that happens after your work as it relates to setting up that next test, because teachers' input is in a variety of places as we move to making a test that's essentially considered. So every time a standards revision committee, sometimes they minimally change the standard. Math was a really interesting example. The high school math test changed. The K-8 math test standards didn't very much. So we didn't have to produce new tests, K-8 math, K-8 math. We had to produce new tests, high school math. There's a whole bunch of new content that was added, stuff was shifted around. And so whenever we have to create a new test, and it sounds like, just based on preliminary indications, that the revisions that you're considering would be significant enough that we would no longer be able to use scoring expectations for the old new content, if it's being reorganized, test. And that triggers a bunch of follow-up work first year of implementation. Immediately after the standards revised, or very soon after the standard, there's a committee of teachers that has helped the department set the scoring expectations for that. Now, they don't have complete flexibility for that. The definition of what it means to meet expectations or to exceed expectations is set by the state as a matter of policy, not flexible for the department to change that in any given. So the definition of a child meeting expectations in Tennessee, since it was set by a policy committee in 1617, has been that a child has a understanding of the standards identified. That's what meeting expectations means, and the department has no flexibility to change that. In fact, our job is to maintain the exact same standard. But after your work, we will then draft what we call performance descriptors, which are basically statements grounded in the standards that you've created, or essentially groupings of standards. We don't, but thorough and comprehensive for this standards mean what that is expressed in terms of the content of the course. We draft those, the department will draft those PLDs, teachers, and generally speaking, we want the teachers who are part of the standards revision process help us and finalize the PLD. But again, we're working back from those definitions set as a matter of policy. There's no changing the fact that meeting jurisdiction to adjust that, unless the legislature charters a number. But translating that into the standard now described, that's a second step that should immediately follow what you're doing with teacher input. We then take that scoring of, can't set the scoring until collected the data. So we'll have written the policy piece. We will then administer the test and then do what we call a standard setting committee the summer after the test has been administered. And it is another group of teachers together. There's a couple different ways to do it. The way that we frequently is we have them take those level descriptors grounded in the standards, and they basically go through the entire test and they say, would a kid at this level get this item right? They go through the entire test, and then they discuss how they assign points to students at different levels. And then we have them do it again, make some changes, and they calibrate, and then we have them do it again, and they make some changes, and calibrate. And that is how we actually set the scoring, working back from the definitions established in policy. So there's a teacher committee that helps us write the PLD. There's a teacher committee that ultimately standard setting. And once that's done, you can score the test every year to those expectations. And it's the job of the department to keep the bar exactly where that, interpret the scores from you. So your work is the first step in that process, but there's at least two critically follow-on conversations. Teachers are pulled in, form that lead to actually scoring the test. And that doesn't even get to the item review. So when we're actually creating items for the test, there is an entirely separate process where we teachers together to review every item that we're considering using. Sometimes they edit them, sometimes they just out. So there's a round of teacher review for every item before field tested. Confirm that the item is specification. So I know I just dumped a whole bunch of stuff out there, probably clear. But I just feel like there's so much weight on your shoulders right now to make these decisions because you know the consequences that I just want to reassure you that number of steps in this process, we need the folks come back and help us figure out. So all don't have to out now, but focus on how kids are going to spend the year, and then we will pull back together to figure out.
Am I understanding correctly that in our first year of implementation of the standards, you will test at the end of that with your new test, but the expectations won't be reviewed until the end. So if there needs to be changes in those expectations, they won't be there until the following year.
Well, so, and again, I appreciate the chance to clarify that. High-level expectations are set as a matter of policy, and we don't have the flexibility to change that. Meeting expectations is comprehensive and thorough, and all of our work has to flow back from that. We then, before the test is even implemented, we'll write those policy, or what we call the range PLDs. So we'll translate that definition of comprehensive and thorough into the standards that you've revised. What does it mean to be comprehensive and thorough for this standard and this standard and this standard, as opposed to extensive knowledge of the standard? That is all done before the test is implemented. But we won't know where the cut score needs to be until after we've collected the data. We actually want to see how kids perform on the test and use that to help guide where that cut score should be, working backward from those range PLDs. So you're right, I couldn't tell you where the cut score is going to be until we've actually administered the test the first time. We do that work in the summer, immediately following the administration of the test. And so ELA results will be delayed in that first year of implementation, just like they were for high school math 2 years ago. High school math results came out.
Okay, so those ELA scores then will reflect your committee's review of the data. Okay, so that they will be set correct. Okay, thank you. I feel so much more comfortable now proceeding after hearing from you. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. Does anybody have any further questions? No.
Sorry. Okay, so I think one of our anxieties is about, I guess, putting in rigor, but being kind of nervous about the way that rigor might be reflected in the test. So example, if we say 5-paragraph essay in 5th grade, does that mean on the test, even though it's timed, they're going to have to write a 5-paragraph essay? Is that?
Our job is to assess the standard. So if there are specific specifications that you put in the standard, then you have to assume that's the important thing that kid needs to be able to express. So if you want them to spend a lot of the year writing 5 paragraphs and you think that is an important thing for them to be able to demonstrate at that point in time, like that is what we want kids to be able to do because they need to be able to do it at that grade level, then it's our job to figure out how to assess that. And if you say it, most important thing kids can do at this grade is write a 3-paragraph essay, that is obviously going to be a very specific thing that we are likely to have to contend.
How would you interpret, we've looked at the language of multi-paragraph? Does that just mean 2 paragraphs to you, or like how would you decide
Multi is
that?
more than one,
Okay.
right? Like that, and the other, and again, no one's ever going to feel sorry for the department for everything, but our job is to sample the entire blueprint, again, in as light a way as possible. No one wants tests to be longer, right? Our job is to make the shortest test possible that meets the high expectation for what the test is used for. And we could make it really short, but when you put scholarships on the line and promotion and teachers' jobs and all of those other things, like you can't make the test too short and have it still do what laws require it to do. So we're always trying to make the shortest test possible. And so there's a balancing act because we have to sample the entire blue standards in a given year. So there are some trade-offs that we have to make. We're producing an estimate. We don't assess every standard with Because if we assessed every standard with rigor, the test would have to be 3 times longer and more expensive, and nobody wants any of that. So I don't want to state exactly what our response would be, because that is one consideration amongst a bunch of considerations. And sometimes the pieces influence each other to create the lightest version that still does what we. But yes, if you put details in there, we will read those details and we will take them seriously.
Thank you. Carolyn?
Can I
Catherine.
ask, when you are doing time writing, is there a formula that you use to kind of estimate, here is the amount of time this specific length should take?
Generally speaking, we don't want the test to be what they call speeded, right? Like, we don't want time to be a major constraint in the design of the test, right? Like, having kids write fast is not, unless you were to put that in the standard, that matters. That is not a constraint that we want to impact it, unless, again, the standards dictate that that is. So yeah, when we think about that, we're trying to set expectations as we're designing subparts, that time is not going to be an issue. We don't want the writing portions of the tests to be speeded.
I'm sorry.
No,
I have so many
please.
questions. So the other thing I'm wondering about, so it sounds like if a number is in the standard, that's going to be taken pretty seriously. What about if we, trying to increase rigor, we put something about suggested links in by grade level in like the appendices or the introductory materials? Would that be given the same weight? Like if we said you should work towards writing a 2 to 3 page paper in the 9th grade, are you going to be taking that?
If it's not in the standards itself.
That's a little bit in the prudent thing for me to say is that it is not in the standard itself. It may not be given the same weight. And that is probably the right answer for me to give. We're not going to not read that. And we're very focused on trying to improve what's communicated to the field around the assessments themselves. Like test, well, because it is high stakes and expensive, we can't provide everything that people would want. We can't give you all the items every year because we'd have to develop so many items. Expensive. More expensive than anybody. But we want there to be more transparency around that. And we've made a bunch of improvements in other subject areas of standards, revisions, the math instructional focus documents, for example. There's a lot more information about those performance descriptors in those math documents. And we would want to get to the same place with English language arts, where more of that is provided to the field. So there's more transparency around that. But I think the judicious answer in that is that we will emphasize what is in the standard as opposed to introductory or ancillary material.
Thank you. Anyone? We thank you for taking out so much time from your day, and we hope you have a great rest of your day.
Y'all do such important work. Like, you are the start of the entire process. Everything we should flow back from accomplishing, and I know that can feel. So I here with you. We feel that weight farther down the line, but thank you, and I'm happy that.
Thank you. All right, it is now 5 minutes. It almost doesn't seem to be. Well, you need to take a break before lunch? What time's lunch due? At 12. You want to plow through to lunch? Can you do that?
I would like that.
Let's plow through to lunch, and then we'll take extra time at lunch. Yeah, if anybody needs to, just get
Obviously,
up
if
and
anyone
go.
needs to run to the restroom.
Absolutely. Don't even need to raise your hand. All
Yes,
right.
we can make lunch as long as you'd like.
I think it just gave me a breath of fresh air. I feel so much more confident in what we're doing. There's going to be no surprises here. All right, so we're at the sixth grade informational.
I do think we probably need to revisit that language around at least 1, at least 2, at least 3, and at least 5. Now that we've had some input provided there. Ms. Now, would you like to speak to your thoughts currently there?
I'm most hesitant at this point still about the 5th grade level, about the 5 paragraph. That's for a lot of reasons. I think in knowing how we and knowing just within the classroom how we assess student performance. I'm not talking about the formalized assessment, just knowing how we assess what students need to know now, need to know in the future. I feel more comfortable with the terminology multi-paragraph, knowing that really in essence it was always multi-paragraph. It just didn't state it. So I'm more comfortable with that language when developmentally appropriate than I am saying you absolutely have to write 5 paragraphs at this level for a lot of reasons.
My question would be, is it desirable for students to learn how to compose a 5-paragraph essay? And if it is, when do we want it done? And if not at the 5th grade, we got a whole bunch of other things to talk about in the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So I think it needs to be at the 5th grade.
I will just speak to, and Ms. Now could have obviously spoken to this as well, like the AP world a little bit here, like an end outcome of what time testing often looks like. I will say I'm an AP reader, so I know behind the scenes of how I score AP exams. So I know what that process looks like. There has been a strong emphasis within those worlds of getting away from the 5-paragraph essay, and it's a strong emphasis that we are drilled when we go to that reading. Do not reward length. Or do not reward number of paragraphs. A student can earn every possible point no matter what format they adopt. And it's about the content and the quality of the content, not about the following of a particular structure. And that is a strong point of emphasis in the AP world. And if that's generally kind of the upper end of rigor that our students are going to be pushing towards in the K through 12 trajectory, I do think that's worth considering because that's been an emphasis for AP for a while, but it's an increasing emphasis, and I think it's one that's going to continue to become more prominent. That there was a belief among College Board, and again, College Board is a company, they are different from us, but there's a strong emphasis on getting away from those traditional formulas. The 5-paragraph essays become something of a bad word in those worlds.
Okay.
I don't disagree with that. I guess my question is, are we teaching a 2-paragraph prompt or are we teaching an essay? And there are a variety of ways to write an essay. A 5-paragraph essay is a type of essay. It is usually the foundation for learning, but you should be going beyond that by the time you get to high school. Absolutely agree. But I guess my question is, whatever you call it, are we teaching an essay or are we teaching 2 paragraphs? Because those feel like 2 different skill sets to me.
I would agree. I personally, and this is just, again, an opinion that I could be easily persuaded on. I think I kind of like the language of texts that's used in K through 5 because that seems to encompass both the essay and also shorter responses. So I think there's a freedom involved in that. And I think I worry, just as just a philosophical thing for me, these are huge standards. I mean, we've talked about a lot of standards, but these are probably the most weighty standards we've talked about so far of the entire time we've done this. And so I worry the more confines we put on that, then we are having an enormous impact on instruction in the classroom. Whereas, I'm not saying that language 5 doesn't have an enormous impact, but I know how these standards manifest in the classroom, and decisions that are made on these next 3 standards, 1, 2, and 3, are going to have perhaps the heaviest weight on classroom instruction of any particular standard.
Thank you, Lucas. Annie?
I would say I agree. I like text, and I like that it does provide some teacher flexibility. You can interpret that in a variety of ways based on the needs of your students. I don't know that I'm super. I think I dislike the idea of saying 2 paragraphs for the 6th grade or middle grade levels. Like I said before, I think I'm fine with emphasis if that's something that we want to consider, but I don't think I'm okay with the current language. Although there are a lot of things I do like that I think are major improvements that I was kind of like cheering when I saw. But I think that's one aspect that I think I like write texts.
I was going to say, I do like text too, because sometimes, like within, with our reading, a lot of times that's how the lesson is wrapped up, that they have to write, they have a question and they have to answer that question in 1 to 2 paragraphs. So it's not that they're always writing, 5 paragraphs. When they get to writing, that is the push to write 5 paragraphs. But I think after hearing him, I think if the push, for the most part, 5th grade teachers are teaching 5 paragraphs, but it might be safer to have that multi-paragraph. So if you have that student who's not performing, because we do, and to me, if you have a lower performing student, 5 paragraphs is way overwhelming. And so if that student is able or capable to do 2 paragraphs, it gives more flexibility for your students. So I think after hearing him, I think I would be more comfortable to have multi-paragraph for the student sake than 5 paragraph. But I think that if we do multi-paragraph in 5th grade, then I think that it needs to be multi-paragraph also in the middle school band as well.
Anybody else? All right, so then let me ask one more time. Is there a consensus among our group that it is no longer desirable for the students in Tennessee to be able to produce a 5-paragraph essay per se?
I think the per se is important. I think it's worth noting, I mean, if we look at the standard as currently written, it doesn't have any reference to the 5-paragraph essay, and yet it's happening.
It's still
across the
understood
state.
pretty much that
So-
because of the exemplars that the state has provided, it's still common practice to push them to do the 5-paragraph essay because that's sort of what is expected.
I feel like this is
Okay,
almost
can I stop? She said that's what's expected. That's what we're doing. We're writing down what we expect. He says they test what we expect.
But at the same time, there were some students who didn't write a 5-paragraph essay that maybe just wrote 3 paragraphs, but it still had, on the rubric, it still, had the information chosen was good and the way that they organized it was good and their focus was good. And so they still got a higher score. Does that make sense? So I think as a teacher, I think that coming into this, I wanted to know specifically, but I think it's safer for the students, and I don't think that it's holding anybody down to do multi-paragraph, because I think the push is, and we want to have high expectations for all students, but at the same time, not all students can perform at that level. And so I think that it is more encompassing of all students if we just go with the multi-paragraph.
I stopped you.
It's fine. I know I talk a lot. I think, I mean, I have students who write 4-paragraph essays on the AP exam and get 5s on the AP exam, which is the highest possible score on the AP exam. I don't think there's some magic in the exact length of 5 paragraphs. I think there's importance in crafting a type of essay in which one begins with some sort of introduction and then composes a certain kind of middle portion wherein the meat of the essay is being composed and then concludes with some sort of concluding section. But that can look, and historically that has looked like the 5-paragraph essay in education across most classrooms and I think most of the United States. But because I think there's an emphasis on kind of shifting away from that, and also I don't want students to only write, because if we change the language as currently composed, the 5th grade standard would simply read, write at least 5-paragraph informational texts. And so that is excluding other links of essay with texts.
And I'd like to add to the cornerstone says write informational text to examine and convey complex ideas and information clearly and accurately through the effective selection, organization, analysis of content. And the bulk of the standard is devoted to the actual content. You know, it's not necessarily the length. There are ways in the classroom when we can develop stamina and fluency, and we can build those writing skills that are necessary to accomplish other goals, you know, through other classroom practices rather than just focusing on the tested content. So I think, you know, multi-paragraph is safer, yes, but I also think it also allows us to accomplish the real goal, which is the content and the analysis of the information.
That's what I was going to say. When they're graded, it's not really on the length. Like it's divided into 4 sections: focus and organization, development, language, conventions. So that's really what they're graded on, not necessarily the length. I think just coming into it as a teacher, I just wanted a clear, like when I would see the new proposal, like 6th grade, I just thought, here I am, I'm trying, you know, like I am working my students to death to try to get 4 to 5 paragraphs out of them, but then the next year they're only going to be expected to get 2. I think just coming in. So now that I've kind of heard everything that I've heard, I feel like that it is better for the Tennessee student in 5th grade to do multi-paragraph. Because like I said, that's going to be still in the push. I mean, even with that wording, that's still going to be the push. I'm still going to try to get, I'm still trying to get them to get 5 paragraphs, but there are going to be some students that are not, they're just not going to be able to do that. And so that doesn't mean that I'm not pushing them. You know, I'm going to still push them to try to get as much as they can, but at the end of the day, they're just not going to be able to produce that 5 paragraphs with good focus, good organization, good development, you know, language and conventions. It's just a lot.
Okay, well said. Now, Annie, you had rung in.
I think one thing I just want to point out is that I think obviously we talk about how important this is, but I think we keep looking at it through the lens of basically timed writing. So I think that's just something to consider. Is the writing outside the classroom, or sorry, outside of testing, whether that's AP testing or the state test, or even your own timed writing in class. And also, you know, if I do 5-paragraph essays sometimes with my 8th and 9th graders too. It depends. But what I'm asking them to do in that paragraph is going to be different than probably what a 5th grader is doing. And what my kids are doing going to be different from what somebody in the AP classroom is going to be doing, what those paragraphs look like. So I think there is an element of number of paragraphs or length that can get a little convoluted when we're thinking about as we grow in complexity and whether we're doing timed writing or working on a research essay for a couple weeks.
Thank you. Carolyn? Catherine?
That's fine. Once again, I just want to focus us to the fact that there are many types of essay. There's a compare and contrast essay. There's the problem solution essay. There's the narrative essay. There's the Aristotle essay. There's the Cicero essay. There are actually many types of essays, right? My question is not the 5-paragraph essay, although I do think it's a good foundational base. My question is, at what point do we think that it is a worthwhile skill for Tennessee students to write an essay? And if 5th grade is not that point, then I trust teachers. But my question is, where does that work of writing an essay start?
Okay. My question then remains, is, do we ask the fifth grade, at what level do we ask the students to establish that writing stamina? The fifth 5-paragraph essay did that at the fifth grade level. It asked them to say more, not just say baseball, no game, rain. We want them to be able to say and learn how to recall information, how to research information to put into their writings. If we don't want that at the fifth grade level, then fine. But where are we going to, is it appropriate to assign that to a particular grade level? What is new happening in the fifth grade that's not happening in the fourth grade?
I do want to just really quickly clarify, and this is just point of clarification. We are not suggesting to remove any language at all about the 5-paragraph essay from the existing standard. There's nothing there currently about this. So if we're having a conversation not about removing language about the 5-paragraph essay, but instead of whether or not to include that language that has not pre-existed. So I just wanted to clarify that.
I think it's just giving clarity to expectations because like I said, but for then there's no limit on any of these standards. It doesn't give the teacher or the student, this just kind of gives them more direction of where they're going. And I think at this level, it's not more is better at the fifth grade. It's trying to get the right content, not just writing more.
Okay.
And they are having to go back because when they are, when they're assessed on this and even, in the classroom for the most part, when we're doing the practicing, they read 2 texts on a topic and then they were given a prompt. And so it's not so much that they're doing research, it's having to go back into the text, pull out the evidence that gives aid to the question for their answer to that prompt question.
Okay. So if it's not in the standards, would it be in the standards guide? Do we need to give teachers that background information on a typical construction of a 5-paragraph essay? Yes?
We're happy to help in any way in terms of that, if that's.
Okay, so can we recommend that it be included in the standards guide and an emphasis at the fifth grade level that they begin to expand their writing stamina and increase the amount of.
And I think that would be helpful because like I said, most of your fifth grade teachers, that's what they're pushing their students for.
Okay.
So if it's not in the standard, it would be in the guide and that would kind of help those teachers.
Okay, so do we need to make a specific statement about that or request to you or?
That would be great, just as a matter of record to have that. That would be outstanding.
Yeah,
Wish
that's what our
list.
wish list is for.
Okay. Who's Okay, great. Thank you.
So I suppose then we're going to add something to the wish list. Ms. Now, do you mind handling
Yes.
the wish list? So it's on the spreadsheet of adding, I don't want to make sure I get this right, the kind of models or information about models of essay writing for
Yes.
the fifth grade level in particular,
Yeah.
and maybe as
And
additional
also,
as we advance.
also notice to the teachers that our expectations of them are to increase writing stamina. Okay. The length of writing beyond what the students have done to the fourth grade so that they're prepared for the sixth grade.
Okay, so that would, okay. I just want to see where we're at as far as the decisions, because we still have the language about at least 1, at least 2, at least 3, at least 5 currently written in the suggested changes. I sense that there's been a shift in opinions on that, so I just want to gauge where we are currently.
I think those are more open than a specific number. You said at least.
I know, but I know we had, but I'm talking about also including 5, the grade 5 and the expectation of at least 5. We have not, I know there was some feeling in the room that we should revert to multi-paragraph.
Yeah, Lacey said multi-paragraph.
Yes, and I concur.
And I think we're all in agreement at 5th grade where we're at right now,
Okay.
that it be multi-paragraph.
Do we feel there's a need to revisit at least 2 or at least 3, or do we feel content?
No,
I don't think
those
so.
are,
Okay, fantastic.
That's open enough.
Fantastic. All right, then I guess we can return to 6, because we have not finished 6. We really hadn't made any specific edits on 6 yet. We had just talked about, there had been some discussion of maybe normalizing the language with 5th grade, where instead of saying, write an informative response that addresses a prompt, we say something more along the lines of, write multi-paragraph informational texts to better align with the 5th grade standard. But I would want to ensure that that is something that is shared.
As we address middle school, I just want you to remember what they talked about, or what was our friend from the Department of Assessment talked about proportional level of testing. In other words, if we decide to mention that either in the standards or in the standards guide, that grade levels may be emphasizing one type of writing over the other, not to the exclusion of the others, but emphasizing. I think it's going to be accommodated in testing, so that's not going to be a problem. That's all I had to say.
Okay. So just on a more granular level, let's just collectively look at the parent standard before we even move down to the substandards here. What do we wish the parent standard, this is G9, to read as? Ms. Now had proposed a kind of a draft of a standard. I didn't get the entirety of it, but it was something along the lines of, I got write multi-paragraph informative text, to examine a topic, and then it continued from there, but I didn't.
Mostly it continued with the original language.
Okay.
To examine a topic and convey ideas, concepts, and information through the selection, organization, and analysis of relevant content.
Second.
Agree.
Yeah, well said.
So
Thank you.
Reverting back to with the addition of multi-paragraph and the shift from informative to / explanatory to just informative, essentially reverting back to the current existing standard. Is that okay?
Right.
I'm going to write that down. So okay, let me do that and continue to have the conversation. Then I'll jump back in once I've written this.
So we're committing to informative at this point. Haven't talked about narrative or argumentative at this level yet. Okay. That's another story.
Yes.
Okay.
A story that hopefully we will get to. So that would that be the entire, do we believe that would be the entirety of I put it into the spreadsheet now if you wish to look at it, that would be the entirety of the parent standard. So we would eliminate those 2 sentences in the parent standard and replace them with this old language from the.
Yes. Okay. Consensus is there. Now, are we going to have the sub-standards?
Yes, and I think those are going to be important to discuss.
Just while you're typing for time's sake, I personally like a lot of the language in the old standard, but again, I propose that we could still incorporate some of the new. So we can discuss substandard A, what originally said, introduce a topic clearly, using the introduction to prepare the reader for what is to follow. The new revised substandard A says clearly state a topic sentence. My hesitancy with that is that students may confuse thesis statement and topic sentence. I hear you about the typical uselessness of the rest of the introduction, before that, because students have been used to writing an introductory paragraph, but the old substandard also does not say introductory paragraph. It simply says introduction. So I'm inclined to say I'm okay with the original language as is, but the rest of the committee, of course.
Just a point of clarification, the original language as in the language
The
of the currently
substandard A.
of the currently existing standard or
The original
the original.
substandard A, which was introduce the topic clearly using the introduction to prepare the reader for what is to follow.
Okay.
Something that I think could be useful, but people have taught sixth grade, let me know if it's not. The new language later on in the upper grades says something like including a relevant thesis. And I personally think that could be a good addition, but if that's not appropriate for sixth grade, I'm open.
I taught thesis statements in sixth grade. I have no problem with that. But I still like some of the language of the original substandard A. What if we said introduce a topic clearly using the thesis statement to prepare the reader for what is to follow?
I personally would prefer if it was added to the end, including a relevant thesis or a thesis statement, depending on how we want to scaffold that. Because I don't know if we want to totally ignore the art of introducing the topic with more than just one sentence. I don't know if we want to lose that. I mean, I do that sometimes with my kids, but I feel like they do need to know how to write an full introduction.
I feel like they need to understand when that's appropriate in an essay and when it might not be in a 300-word response. So I think I'd like to somehow incorporate teaching them how to differentiate when it's appropriate to this task and it's not appropriate to that task.
I feel like for what is to follow maybe qualifies that. Just because depending on the length or the topic, you're going to need more or less introduction and maybe more or less sophistication in the introduction.
Are you proposing a change in wording then in subtopic A?
Yeah, I guess basically combining what she said, use the introduction to prepare the reader for what is to follow, but then comma, including a relevant thesis.
Lacey, you good with that?
Okay.
Did you get that?
What is exactly the verbiage we want to use?
Say it again, please.
Use the introduction to prepare the reader for what is to follow, comma, including a relevant thesis. Or perhaps, as she suggested, semicolon, include a thesis. I don't really care either way.
I personally think I prefer the semicolon, if we feel okay about that.
You're the man on the colons, yeah.
I'm just the scribe. We're all doing this.
But you got the colons and semicolons.
Okay. I think it would make sense to kind of move substandard by substandard here because what we do in
Yes.
6 is likely going to have a huge downstream impact. We changed the A as proposed here pretty substantially. So do we want to move through the substandards in the original standard here on paper and then kind of compare that with what's in the currently proposed standards?
B.
The original B for this standard reads, organize ideas, concepts, and information using effective strategies to create cohesion and aid in comprehension. Do we feel as though that language is necessary?
I would say the organization is definitely important. I think I'm open to rewording or revising, but I think we do need organization.
I agree. It's in the parent standard, in the language.
what I'll do is I'll copy, I think this will be a precedent I kind of set, and you guys can tell me if you disagree. I'm going to copy over the language of the original standard and just paste it into the suggested change box. And then we can kind of work from there to see if that's the language we want to move forward with. So I've done that now. So if you all look at cell I9, you can see the language for B there, and I'm open to feedback on revisions there.
Trying to see if my changes are happening.
The changes to the parent standard, yes, they're documented in suggestion.
While he's typing, sometimes it doesn't show up, but once he presses enter, which it looks like he has for the 6th grade, it does.
I have to
But I'm happy to
exit-
troubleshoot.
I have to exit the cell before it appears. So
Okay.
when I'm typing in the cell, it doesn't appear, but
Right.
as soon as I click out, it appears.
So then, the subtopic B would say, organize ideas, concepts, and information using effective strategies to create cohesion and aid in comprehension.
Correct.
Is that acceptable to everybody?
Yes.
All right, let's go to the next.
Okay, then let me copy over the language of substandard C, and we will do the same process.
Okay, so substandard C, while he's doing that, I agree with the original language. The new language that would correspond with that says develop the topic, use 2 pieces of relevant evidence to develop the topic and address the prompt. And I think I understand the reasoning behind that because of the struggle that teachers have faced with getting students to understand when there is sufficient and relevant evidence and how much and what that looks like. So I'm open to suggestions about if we like the 2 pieces. I hate to limit it to just 2. I would say if we're going to do that, we would say at least 2 again. But again, I'd love to hear what other people think about that.
And where would you insert that, at least 2?
Develop the topic with at least 2 pieces of evidence. Well, and we can play with wording. With relevant facts, definitions, concrete details, questions, or other information and examples.
I would think multiple, as we've done with other things, kind of leaves it open to the teacher if they want to
I like
specify.
multiple.
Yeah, I would think maybe develop the topic with multiple pieces of evidence, e.g. relevant facts, definitions, concrete details, quotations, or other information.
Okay, does everybody agree with what Co-Chair Hilliard said?
And this is the one, this was the C in the previous, like the 5th grade and 4th grade and 3rd grade. And we changed examples from the text to citing textual evidence. I don't know if that, I just know that that's how we did it in the past. I don't know if we want to stay with that or if that's not relevant here.
Well, the other elements are also textual evidence.
Yes, because the other one, we set it off with a comma, insinuating that all of them are the textual evidence.
Yeah.
On C, and it's the same, the
Yeah,
same
this language about
substandard.
citing textual evidence, develop the topic with multiple pieces of evidence.
The citing, because it seems like that language dropped somewhere.
Yes, I believe so. I do think it would make some sense to include some language in reference to citing.
What about just cite instead of use? Cite relevant facts, definitions, concrete details, quotations, yada yada.
Yes, I like that better. Cite multiple pieces of.
Okay, so instead of develop the topic with cite multiple.
By citing? Sorry, I was reading the way.
Yeah, I've got the current draft over on I9 if you guys.
But you're looking for the word citing?
Well, we added it to this same substandard in I think, yes,
Yeah.
I
3rd
think it
through
would make
5th.
sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think it should.
Can you change that for us?
I'm just asking how we wish to include that.
Develop the topic by citing multiple pieces.
Of evidence.
Good about that?
Yes.
Okay. Works for me. Okay, otherwise, do we like C? Okay, then I will
Yes.
copy and paste over D. We can repeat the process.
Chair Kernigis,
Yes.
I hate to interrupt the flow because y'all are flowing as far as I can tell. But the lunch is a little early today. It is totally up to y'all when you would like to eat lunch, but know that it's available.
Can we finish the 6th grade?
Yeah, let's
And then
please
we'll
at
be
least
ready to
finish
go.
the grade. Yes.
I see one of our guests.
Talk about students being behind. I mean, we are the most behind students in the state right now.
If you teach AP students, they will do exactly
One of
what
our
we're doing
guests,
right now, so.
Nathan James from the State Board of Education is here. And he looks hungry, so always on time for lunch.
It's early in y'all's defense. I just wanted to make sure, hot food or finish or either, both, neither, no wrong answers here.
Thank you.
I think finishing 6 and then going to lunch would be a good
Okay,
compromise.
let's roll. So here's D.
I have pasted over D, so eager to hear feedback on that wording.
I like that.
We're not there yet. It goes all the way through J on the original standards, so we're going to be here a minute.
Yeah.
We're working through.
The only, I think, major thing we lose that the EAT committee added for that substandard would be explain the relevance. Do we think that that is something we should maintain that they added, or is it explained well enough in the original standard?
So we could just add, explain the relevance.
It's going to go
And elaborate. I think that's a good idea. You just add that. Explain the relevance and elaborate on the evidence.
My one request is if we do that, we might, for the sake of verbiage, just eliminate thoroughly and accurately. Though I think that language is nice. If we say thoroughly and accurately explain the relevance and elaborate on the evidence provided, that's a little bit of.
I think elaborate would kind of be thoroughly and accurately, like that's kind of, yeah,
Right.
I'm good with you taking that
I
out.
agree. So it would begin with explain and
Explain the relevance and elaborate on the evidence provided.
are you okay with that, Annie?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody okay with that one?
I think it seems as if Ms. Now has a comment.
Miss Now, did you have it? No, she's holding.
Sorry. Okay. The other substandards have, basically qualifying words. Introduce the topic clearly, organize ideas effectively,
Yeah. You're right.
develop the topic with relevant facts. So I hate to remove that.
Maybe add it after the elaborate, like, can you?
So it would read, explain the relevance and elaborate on the evidence provided thoroughly and accurately.
Yes, I go with that.
Does that feel like
Acceptable? Okay. All right, on to E.
So grab that and move it over. This one's a short one. Good news. They're coming.
They're in the, okay,
Yeah.
let me pull up the original. Okay, all right.
E reads craft an effective and relevant conclusion.
Yes? There's your conclusion. Okay. Everybody good with that? All right, next.
All right. F over. Okay, reads include formatting, graphics, and multimedia when appropriate.
I agree with taking that out. We did out of the other standards. We talked about putting that into writing 6 later.
Okay.
I agree.
I feel like there are
agree.
other standards that cover
Take it out.
that concept. Okay, so I will remove that and move what was G, which will now be our F. We so choose to keep it. Okay, that is transitions, so I have moved that over.
Just in the sequence, it seems like transitions should come before conclusions, just. in the
That makes
logical
sense to me. Yeah, I'd switch those.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Is everybody good with that? Yeah.
I agree.
Right. Don't want to get to the end yet.
And it's like that on the other ones.
We have also elsewhere pretty consistently said use appropriate transition words and phrases. So my request would be that we say transition words and phrases rather than transitions for the sake of consistency.
So I did like the specificity that the EAT committee added. Do we think we lose anything by putting in clauses? They added in clauses.
It's in the 5th grade as well, using transitional words, phrases, and clauses.
Okay.
So we could keep that same
Did they say transitional?
transitional.
Okay.
Words, phrases, and clauses.
Okay. So use transitional words, phrases.
And clauses.
And clauses.
And that's the E, not the F.
Yes. To create cohesion and clarify the relationship among ideas and concepts.
All right. Are we good to go? All right. Let's move on.
Okay. This will be formerly H, but would be our G. This is one that I think we could make an argument for deleting, but I am open to feedback. Use precise language and domain-specific vocabulary. I feel like we have addressed that elsewhere. I think we spend a lot of time.
I think so.
So I feel like for the sake of writing a rubric.
That is true. That's a
But
good
I
point.
do like, besides because I like transition having its own standard personally, because it's something I emphasize a ton, and I think 8th and 9th graders need a lot of help with. So I like it being a separate standard. But the way the EAT committee has used precise, edited, use precise language, varied sentence structure, and a formal style to enhance meaning and clarity. So we have a nice rubric item. We also have our separate transition substandard.
Okay, state that again, then, how you would change G.
Tell me and I will type it as you talk.
Okay. Use precise language, comma, varied sentence structure.
Slow down just.
Sorry.
Thank you. Okay.
Varied sentence structure,
Got that.
comma, and a formal style. Should we change that to academic? Or, no, I'm just wondering, for consistency, we've said academic English.
We have said academic
Should
language.
it just be appropriate style? I mean, if you're writing an informational text about a comic book.
That does seem in keeping with our work on
Yeah.
this standard. I mean, trying to be inclusive of different forms of informational text.
Appropriate
I think
style.
appropriate style seems
Yes.
right to me.
Is style the right word there, though? I don't know if I read that, if I know what that meant. Appropriate. You think it is? Okay. Okay.
I believe so.
And it's in the out standard, the word style. The formal style, I think that's probably where they got that from. Yeah.
Okay, so
I've got use precise language, varied sentence structure, and an appropriate style.
to enhance meaning and clarity.
And there's no mention of the level of vocabulary or the kind of vocabulary that they're using.
Precise.
Okay.
Okay, so that should be visible to all of you, the new G. Do we feel okay about that?
Just always going to say the conclusion should be the last letter.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'll just start putting them ahead of conclusion then.
I like that change.
All right, next.
1 second, I got to move things around.
Well, the I and the J have been covered now because the G kind of took, I was the varied sentence structure and J was the style.
Okay, so are we content with what I have currently being the new 6th grade informative writing standard?
One more thing, sorry. Just.
No need to apologize anymore, Annie.
I just want to make sure we agree with all the changes. We do lose reader interest in the language of the EAT and what I just read out loud. I don't know if that's something we want to include or not to include. I'm not arguing for or against. I just noticed that we lose that and wanted to make sure we are okay with that.
Where is that? Oh, okay.
I think clarity is a
Clarity
more
is included
objective
there.
word than interest, so I like clarity.
Clarity's an F.
Is there a place to talk about reader interest in the intro? So letter A, introduce a topic clearly using the introduction to engage and prepare the reader for what is to follow.
I think that language is in 9 through 12, right? Am I remembering that correctly?
So that would just be adding the word engage. To me, that speaks to reader interest.
Okay, so I changed that verbiage. Does that look better to folks?
Yes,
Okay.
it is in the high school, you're right. It is engage is the wordage.
Should it say to engage and prepare? I think they had prepare, or are we fine with just engage, or?
I think engage and prepare is better. Yeah. Can you add and prepare? Co-chair here.
Should it read engage the reader and prepare the reader for what is to follow? Okay.
Yeah, engage and prepare the reader. Save the words.
Do we need to include the for what is to follow?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
All right. Okay, this is a sum and substance of everything that we want to have all of the sixth graders to learn in informational writing
Correct.
for the next 7 years in Tennessee. They said it couldn't be done, and we just did it. I think that we reward ourselves with lunch. Let's take an extra 10 minutes. So I would say it's time to adjourn this meeting, and I'm thinking that would put us back in here around 20 after 12, so 12:20. That sound good?
I think 30 minutes is enough. I just feel like we're running
I'm
behind.
giving you 38. Last time you guys were tardy getting back in here, so.
Okay, if we do 30 minutes, will everybody be on time?
Absolutely.
All right,
That's
then
honor.
we're going to be back in here at 12:15, boys and girls.
Okay, thank you.
So we're, the standard as it's currently composed is G10. I think we're working a decent amount from the original standard, the standards that currently set. So recommend having that available. I think we should do what we did last time, start with the parent standard and reach a consensus on the parent standard, and then we can work to the substandards.
Okay.
So the current parent standard reads, write an informative essay to examine a topic and convey ideas, concepts, and information. If we wanted to align with the edited version of the parent standard that we used for sixth grade, it would read something more along the lines of write multi-paragraph informative texts to examine a topic and convey ideas, concepts, and information through the selection, organization, and analysis of relevant content.
Okay, is that okay with you that we eliminate the word essay from this at this point?
Do I love it? No. But
Okay.
When I look at A through G, does that feel like an essay to me? Yes. So
Okay.
I can live with it.
Thank you, dear.
So am I hearing that we want to take the exact language from the sixth grade standard and move it down to the seventh grade?
Yes,
standard?
please.
Okay, then I will copy that over.
And this was the desire of the EAT also to emphasize informative essays at the seventh grade level? No. At the seventh grade level.
I think.
So yeah, I am a little bit confused because I think there were two, maybe three big decisions. I think one was about length and writing stamina. I think the other big decision was about, are we specializing a mode of writing in each grade? I would like to say that we kind of went the opposite direction with what they wanted from writing length. I'd like to hear, or at least like split the middle, like nobody gets everything, but everybody gets something. Is this where we're talking about specializing a mode of writing in each grade?
So I think when I taught fifth grade, and I know it's the same way, but I mean math, when I taught fifth grade math, there were focus standards, and so you had your set of standards, but you knew that the biggest bulk of the test would be over fractions in fifth grade. And so would it be where we could, and get y'all's feedback of that, like setting a focus standard in writing. Is that what in?
But in 6th grade, in order for us to get informational writing to be more rigorous, I guess we included things like cause and effect, problem solution, and all of that. Like that was a requirement that we teach those text structures. We do not have to teach those now. That is not part of the standards. Is it something that we probably should? Yes, but again, that is not something that we have to teach. So we put that in 6th grade to make it more rigorous. Hey, now not just sort of the basis of informational text, you're having to cause and effect and a problem solution and all of those things. You're exactly right though. I mean,
So
we
to set a
wanted to
focus standard.
emphasize that in 7th grade, this is where you need to be more elaborate. Again, I don't want to say you have to create all 3 essays in all like in 6th grade, I'm now having to teach all 3 essays, but plus I'm going to have to go above and beyond in narrative because now I feel like I'm requiring 6th grade teachers to do more work. That's kind of the problem. It's not that we're afraid to do the work. It's just, it's a very like broad work. You understand? So yes, an emphasis on one is what we're trying to get.
So I know when our guest spoke, he spoke of focus standards in math. And he almost held that up as an exemplar and said something specifically like, we would like to get English and language closer to that. I don't know if I know the mechanics of how to differentiate this is the focus standard.
So I think that's just something that's kind of set. I mean, like there, that is, the standards are still there. Like we're still teaching place value and we're still teaching all the other things. Nothing is different about the standard. I just don't know how, like, I don't know, I guess, who set the focus standards? Like, is that do we set the focus standard? Because it's kind of like we got a different document that shared, these are the focus standards. And so you had these. So like, my question is like, is that us? Do we decide what the focus standard is or?
I do think this is a question of that's probably a
So
Brianna question.
I wrote down his words just for reference. He said the test should reflect proportionally represent the standard. So whatever's proportionally higher will be more emphasis on the test. And he said any details in the standards will be tested.
Right, but how do we give weight in terms of emphasis as we
Like,
state?
yeah, who sets the focus? Because like, even in reading, like we are given a sheet or, the Department of Ed gives us a sheet every year. And so we usually have the standards and we know how many questions are going to come from that standard. And so like in math, they're all tested, but your focus standards, there's going to be more questions on those focus standards at that. Brianna. So the question is, sorry. So like in math, you have your set of standards, but there's also per grade level, there are what you call focus standards. So our question was, can we have the 3 different modes of writing in middle school and have a focus standard? Is that within our like, do we set what the focus standards are? Is that something that another board does? I guess
how is that done
Good question.
mechanically?
Banks, can you speak to this? I'm less familiar. I know that there are focus standards, but I do not believe we haven't done that so far in these committees.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that the previous committees have discussed, whether there was a need for that, and because the ELA is very kind of different than math in terms of having priority standards or focus standards or what have you, and they decided not to go that direction. for this, for the fact, because it takes away from the integration piece of all of the different, the standards integrating. And once you prioritize some of those, then it begins to really interfere with that integration.
So are you saying there's no such thing as a focus standard anymore?
In ELA specifically, no, definitely in other subject areas, yes.
I'm happy to reach out to the math lead at the Department of Education because I can do that in coordination and sort of see what that process would look like if that's of interest to the committee. Would that be helpful?
Yes, please.
Happy to do that.
I could imagine a world in which the ability to set a focus standard would be a way of marrying the desires of multiple groups of people here by maintaining a clear progression through the standards and not having those kind of the wording shifts, but also allowing us to kind of emphasize specific types of writing.
It would emphasize, but not to the deletion of all of the other types of writing included in that curriculum for that year. They would all be taught. So there will be scaffolding going on in each of those areas of writing, but there will be emphasis in one area.
So by the time the progression's made from 6 to 8, that they would have had a deeper dive into each.
Yes. Now, I want to remind you what our TDOE research said early this morning. The top 10 states in writing, in the top 10 states scored in writing, in those states, none of them limited the scope of the standards in terms of the writing for different purposes at each of the levels. None of them limited it like we're talking about doing it now.
No, it's still, that all three would still be taught.
Right.
There would be just a focus on one.
Okay.
And that's just, that would be like Lucas said, here we are, so we're not diminishing, we're still writing multiple paragraphs. We're not just doing a 2-paragraph response. So that's kind of, like he said, marrying the idea of what we're trying to accomplish while still going with what the EAT was trying to accomplish. That's
Right.
like setting a focus. So I think that was why we were bringing that up.
I understand. Your hand is on that button. What would you like to say, Annie?
I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but I was kind of wondering, would it be appropriate for us to hear from TDOE about that thought at this point, or is that not something?
I'm open to that.
About what thought?
About the thought of implementing a focus standard while still maintaining that they're writing full essays in each of the 3 areas. If that's what I'm understanding.
Well, well, I think he said the only thing is that would cut out the integration of all 3.
Yeah, I didn't have the context behind where I thought you were talking about all standards trans, but it sounds like you're just talking about writing modes as like a. Yeah,
yes.
Sorry, I didn't have that context. So functionally speaking, I believe it would still be the same because the department would have to craft communication around what does focus mean, and it would mean prioritizing it above the other writing modes. And so practically speaking, that would very much be heard and would on the ground, in the classrooms, that there would be an effect of that. And so I think it would have the same result as the current proposal from the EAT for grades 6 through 8. I don't think there would be any difference, even though like in our minds, there would be, the messaging would be the same. The other piece that Michael, that I discussed with him earlier is that, one of the things that when we set the standards in a certain way, once it comes time for materials adoption, we send the criteria for those vendors to propose materials that meet those criteria, and one of those is to obviously meet the standards. If Tennessee is unique among all the states that any of those vendors represent, they would have to create a separate curriculum specifically for Tennessee. Some vendors might be reticent to do that. So we might have less available high-quality instructional materials to choose from because they would have to invest money in creating a specific curriculum, because this would be very unprecedented as far as approaching writing. So
Okay, thank you. How textbook dependent are you in teaching the different forms of writing? Yes, I'm asking you.
I personally do not think the last two textbooks that I've had in two different places that I've worked are not effective in writing, essentially. I think they're reading heavy. I usually do not go in the direction of the textbook. I hope if my admin is listening.
So that could be a non-issue
No,
then.
they know. So that was a joke. But but I totally understand where you're coming from as far as that comment goes.
It's just that the primary push for the last few years in terms of ELA has been with high quality materials adoption. So it's to ensure that teachers are not sourcing their own materials because that's just an incredible amount of work for them.
Okay.
And it creates equity in terms of making sure that all students have access to high quality texts and tasks and so forth. So that's the purpose by mentioning the adoption.
Thank you.
I actually have to echo that as someone who taught writing in another state. Writing textbook providers, you can do better. I think a lot of times ELA books focus on reading and reading analysis, and the focus on writing is just really, really slim. So I don't think that is unique to Tennessee. I can tell you I saw that in another region as well. I also think that the way that textbooks and the speed at which textbooks and materials can be customized in 2030 is going to be a lot different. You know, this is where AI might be helpful. I think that speed is going to be much faster than it can be done in 2025.
And your progression that you're talking about at the seventh grade, your emphasis would be narrative? No? Informational. Where's the narrative at? Sixth grade. We didn't even talk about that. Okay. Okay. Well, we're on seventh grade right now. So how would we add a sub or a focus objective or a focus standard? And this is the information. This is where the focus needs to be at the seventh grade.
If we were keeping with the EAT's proposal, which seemed to emphasize seventh grade as the grade at which informative writing would be the focus, then yes, this would be the grade at which we would apply that focus standard. Now, I do think there's some dispute about the use of a focus standard. It seems like it would be breaking new ground.
How would we craft a focus standard?
I think you would just simply designate something a focus standard.
It's still the same standard. It's just set as the focus. So that's.
Okay, here she comes.
Friends, I have a call out to the Department of Education, and they know it's urgent, so they're going to try and get back with us as quickly as possible as what the process would be and what the impact of that would be. Any other questions that I missed?
So we could just move on and then kind of revisit the focus part.
Okay. All right. Let's do that.
A thought how we could unofficially create a focus standard.
Go ahead.
If we have A through G, this is hypothetical, this is not actual, and A through E talk about a specific mode of writing, and F through G talks about and review the 5 basic elements of X and review the 5 basic elements of Y. We have actually created the weight and the distribution within the standards.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that, well, this is only, the way this is organized right now is by informative, narrative, and argumentative. So how do you state that during the informative section that you're going to visit the other areas? I don't know that you can do that.
Can I?
Yes.
So it's my understanding that the way that the middle grade band revisions were crafted, that the weight given to the focus standard is there in the wording, correct? Already, that's the way you worded them. So
Yeah, essentially, like your A, B, C, and D, some of them are more rigorous than
Right.
others. Yes.
So that's my understanding that was, those were intentional choices, of
Yes.
course. Right. So I'm not
saying I necessarily agree with a focus standard at this point, but I just wanted to clarify that was my understanding of the revisions as they are. So if we are wanting to do that, then we're going to have to revisit at least the 6th grade level, to my knowledge. Okay. But because the way we are tracking right now, we are equally weighting them. Now, I still wonder if there are ways that we could do that, as we heard this morning, that there are ways that we could address some of those things in other ways besides just what our work, within the purview of our work right now. But since we have that call out, I wonder if we could maybe proceed with the way that we were going, at least on the 7th grade standard, until we get some answers, because it seems like we're kind of,
We'll be
we're
spinning our wheels
backtracking.
if we don't, yes. Let's proceed then. I agree with, is that okay? Yeah, let's go to the 7th grade.
So is the proposal to operate as with the 7th grade substandards in a way analogous to how we did the 6th grade
Yes.
substandards?
Yes.
Okay. I have pasted the substandards that were in the original 7th grade standard into the suggested change box. I think as far as I can tell, they seem to be identical to the 6th grade. Now we have made edits to the 6th grade. Would we want to just move those substandards over to 7th grade?
You mean the changes?
The edits we made to the substandards for 6th grade, we would like to carry all of those over to the 7th grade as well.
Yes, I think they're all relevant.
I think so. Are we going to add like increasing rigor? Is that a plan or no?
Is there an increase? I mean, I don't believe there was one previously in the standards as they were written, but obviously that is within our purview to do that if we so choose.
So I just want to, I'm a slight bit confused. I understand we just copy and paste it. That's fine. Is the change requested? We're not making that change. We're waiting for an answer.
That's correct.
But if we did make the change, would the change requested then be for block 10, which is 7th grade, changing the word informative text to narrative text, essentially?
No,
No.
because she said informative is where they want to go.
This is just the informatives.
So that would
progression.
happen then for,
Narrative is standard 2, and then opinion argumentative is standard 3.
but what grades do those align to?
Same grades.
All of them. But they're saying a focus
Strands,
for
we got it.
narrative, standard 2 would be in 6th grade. The focus for standard 1 would be in 7th grade, and then this focus for standard 3 would be in 8th grade.
I got that. So if we're going to then have the focus, then the 7th grade information, I would think informative would have less substandards, less A, B, C, D, because we want more focus in another area. So it would seem like 7th grade narrative might go from A to G, but 7th grade informative might go from A to C. This is just a thought, is what I'm asking.
I think that is what they were talking about. So just wait and then proceed like all of them are going to be equal. And then if we get, is that, am I speaking correctly? And then if we get to where we can set the focus or whatever, then we would go back and just edit those grade bands where the focus was.
I think the one difference in rigor I'm saying for what the EAT recommended was including in the conclusion a restated thesis. If we want to include that or not.
That's an additional?
That the EAT recommended that I am pretty positive is not in the original. Okay.
Can you state your recommendation again, or their recommendation?
They have written craft an effective and relevant conclusion that restates the thesis statement.
So we're adding to that. You see,
So
that-
just adding to G after the
Yes.
relevant conclusion.
Do we want to make that addition?
They had
I
also
think
said
so.
well-organized introduction.
So crap. So do we just want to take that language from the EAT's substandard and just simply move it over to be our new G
Yes.
here? Okay. Okay, I have done so. Any other thoughts on 7?
Are we good with that?
Did you include the well-organized introduction? Am I looking at that wrong?
Did that somehow get eliminated from the
I don't know.
6th grade?
Maybe I'm on a different one.
No, it's the first substandard. Introduce the topic clearly, using the introduction to engage and prepare the reader for what is to follow. Include a relevant thesis.
Okay, yeah, the original.
Right, we had adopted the old language from the. Okay, okay, so, okay.
So the words well organized are the increased rigor.
Talk without my microphone the whole
Thank
time.
you.
Yes, right, yeah.
I'm simply adding the word well organized.
Yes. We good with that?
Yeah.
That's a shot at more rigor.
Okay, sounds great to me. Any other notes for the 7th grade standard?
Hearing none, let's move on.
Okay. I would assume that we will operate from the same bones for the 8th grade standard. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste what we had for 7 over into 8, and then we can work at adding additional rigor as we see fit. Here's some conversation of format. The substandard D on NG11 has a reference to various types of text structure, from compare, contrast, problem, solution, descriptive, sequential, cause, effect. Unless I'm missing something, I don't believe we have language like that. So would we want to add language like that?
I personally like it.
Okay.
I think it's a good application of that information.
What substandard do we think that would best? Where should we add that into the sequence?
I put it, I did like kind of rewriting, or I was trying to marry the two. But I put it in under organization.
B?
B.
Okay. Could you kind of tell me a wording there if you've got one?
Can
or
you
we can-
craft that
Yeah,
sub?
it might just be exactly, we'll see. I'm not trying to take credit for anybody's work. This might be a marrying, or it might be exactly what you all wrote. Organize ideas, concepts, and information using effective strategies, including knowledge of the various types of text structure, IE, but we're not using IE, right? Compare/contrast, sorry, comma, problem/solution, comma, descriptive, comma, sequential,
Is
comma.
that exhaustive?
cause/effect, create cohesion and aid in comprehension.
Okay. And no, I don't believe that would be an exhaustive list, so I think it would be an EG situation.
Okay. I think that's excellent. That's the increase in rigor at that level. Are we all good with that? Yes, I hear yes.
I just want to point out the original 8th grade standard uses the word synthesize. And I'm looking at I'm looking at the progression, and the progression does not use the word synthesize in the upper grade levels. I don't believe, which can be a very important distinction.
By the upper levels, you mean 9, 10, 11, 12?
Which, I mean, I would argue that using text structures is a form of synthesis, right? But do we want to use the word synthesize?
You just say maybe organize and synthesize, would that work?
Synthesize and yes, because that's.
We could also develop the topic by synthesizing multiple pieces of evidence.
I like that.
Rather than citing. It's a step advancing
Yeah,
from
I like
citing.
that.
Rather than just simply, here is one piece of evidence, here is the other, instead of kind of melding them. Do we, is compare contrast, would that be hyphenated or would that be the slash? What would be the appropriate slash? Okay. And same with cause effect. Okay, great. Then that is the draft of 8th grade as I currently have it.
I have a suggestion. So the ACT asks for, let me get, okay. Determine the need for transition words or phrases to establish subtle logical relationships within and between paragraphs. So I thought that was something we should work towards for the upper grades. So I don't see that type of language. And that's a personal pet peeve of mine as well, as when they don't transition between paragraphs. So I suggested, just to kind of scaffold that, maybe putting in our transitions, adding phrases, clauses, and sentences to create cohesion. So full transition sentences, depending on how you all feel about that. I thought that might be a step towards, yeah.
I'm happy to include that if other people are. So we would change the list from transitional words, phrases, and clauses to transitional words, phrases, clauses, and sentences.
Do you all feel like other people who've taught middle school, if that is developmentally appropriate? I know I kind of have a high achieving group, so I don't want to maybe put too much on 8th graders. Maybe that's more appropriate for high school if other people have taught middle school have ideas.
Anyone?
So I don't know if this answers your question, but even like with the part where you said compare and contrast, problem solving, descriptive, and cause and effect writing, I just looked in the reading standards and that's not actually even taught, and somebody else can go look this up at all, like till 9th and 10th grade. So the problem with putting this in for the 8th grade standard is now the 8th grade teachers are going to have to teach each one of these also, like including. So I mean, that's not in their reading. That's not in any other standard as far as whenever I just searched it.
I was actually going to suggest that we put it in a reading standard because I feel like it actually comes up and I have to kind of, even though it's not a standard, I end up teaching around it and getting to it anyway. Yeah, so.
We just need to keep that in, or you
yeah,
guys need to keep that in mind. That
we're
it's
not making a
not
decision about
taught.
that now, but.
Yeah.
Keep that in the back of our minds then. And we may need to revisit it. But I see no problem with adding rigor.
I want to balance adding additional standards, and I have added some additional standards, so I am a culprit as well, with just the limitations of time. And so I do feel like, if you ever listen to the budget conversations, they're always like, well, how are we going to pay for it? If we buy this, what are we not going to do? Where are we going to get the money from? And that's kind of how I feel about, with the exception of the genre studies, which only had 7 standards. That's kind of how I feel about some of these conversations. Like, have we done anything to make the load easier and give back time if we're doing things that are adding time?
I have just a possibility that might kind of meet in the middle a little bit. Instead of having this, just asking that include knowledge of all of the various types of text structure, which is quite big, we could maybe change it to including knowledge of major types of text structure and do a specifically list rather than an EG list with maybe just 2 types of text structure, as a way of kind of slowly introducing text structure as a concept rather than jumping straight into a list of, I see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different text structures as currently provided.
I think that's good. And also just to clarify my previous comment, I can't remember where it was now, but there was a spot where it would have been within an existing standard, just adding some more detail.
And even like some of the, that the state has released, even in informative writing in fifth grade, a lot of times you have to compare and contrast in the informative. So I always teach, that's like the very first week, that's what we do, that's what I teach in fifth grade is text structure, even though it's not a standard. I feel like they kind of have to have an understanding of the text structures to be able to comprehend a lot of the text to be able to answer the question. So
So which text structures do you want to emphasize at the eighth grade level?
I mean, the classic two are comparison and contrast and cause and effect.
Okay. There you go. That's an exhaustive list.
Change the EG to specific.
Somebody can answer this question. So if we put that in there, then you are saying that the state is going to give us a prompt for sure on compare and contrast, or the first one you said, or cause and effect. Like it's not going to be continue the story or just write informational about. Yeah. Right. Those would be the two prompts that my student is going to receive, correct?
I think the way this is written, the way I would interpret it, it says,
Substandard B.
thank you, to use these to create cohesion and aid in comprehension. So then gets asking them more to utilize like transition words and such that would, yeah, rather than asking them to write a compare and contrast essay. I don't know if that's how other people would interpret it. But also, I'm not against taking it out. I just saw that addition and thought it was nice.
I personally think the additional rigor is good at that level. And the ninth grade teachers will be happy about that.
Any thoughts there?
We didn't overdo it. We pulled back the two major areas. And yes, they will be included on the test, but I don't know that there will be specific focus though. I think the scores will be based upon whether or not they use those different elements in their writing. But I don't know that the prompt will address that specifically. We'd wait till our assessors take care of that.
So I heard you, Ms. Singletary. The question is, does it need to be in the parent standard and not just a substandard to make it, to say that this is our focus?
We're adding it to organize. So to me, that would mean, I mean, we can't worry about the assessment necessarily, but that would mean that they would get a prompt asking them to organize into cause and effect, problem solution, or whatever.
If we say write a multi-paragraph informative text, either cause or an effect, and the other one compare and contrast to examine blank, blank, blank. Like, do we need to put in the parent standard to emphasize that this is the focus instead of in the substandards?
Worry just a bit that maybe we're letting an attempt to include a little extra language in a substandard to have a pretty paradigm shifting impact on
That's
what
what
our goals
I
were
think
for
my
these.
point was that I don't, like, she was just asking, like, are they going to provide that? But I don't know that that would be the focus if it's not in the parent. Like, if it's not in the parent, I think your point, Annie, was that it was more of a shift in transitions and that type of thing, not necessarily the focus of the standard, the parent standard, right?
We don't know how they will interpret it.
No.
I think, and this is, we don't. I think it's fair to say that if the eighth grade writing assessment was informative writing, I think including this language would significantly increase the odds that the writing prompt would be one that would invite comparison and contrast and cause and effect. But that's kind of outside of our purview here.
Well, once again, let's go back to our expectations. What do we want them to learn at this level so that they're ready for the next level? Is this asking too much of the 8th graders to learn at this level? I'm not asking about, is it too much to ask the teachers? Is it too much to ask the kids?
So thinking about this, I'm wondering if maybe this like where I was really happy to see this language, but now that we're talking about it through like a testing framework and everything, I'm wondering if maybe we take out this language in the writing standard, and if we feel like this is important background knowledge, which I personally think it is important background knowledge, maybe it goes better in a reading standard. And then that way, because I do think this, I've never tried it. I think it would take some more scaffolding and probably a lot more intentionality from the teacher to get them to do this. So maybe that's putting too much attention on a specificity that is not necessarily the most important aspect of writing.
Personally, I think y'all are backing off too fast. I think you had it right to begin.
We could also meet in the middle here, and we could eliminate the specifically list and just say including knowledge of the major types of text structure, which would less of a...
I like specificity. I think the teachers have asked for specificity. And when I think about this issue of can we focus, and I'm not going to even say focus on a mode of writing, but can we focus? Because there's so many different types, right? There are different types of informative writing. There are different types of narrative essays. Are you doing a coming of age? Are you doing, like I could name 5 different types of narrative essays. I could name 5 different types of argumentative essays. So there is value, I think, in saying these are the 2 informative essays that we want, or informative multi-paragraph texts that we want as the baseline. If you go over and above that, great. These are the 2 multi-paragraph texts that we want as the baseline for argumentative. If you go over and above that, great. And the same thing with narrative. These are the 2. Because within each of those modes of writing, there are vast numbers of ways to do it. And if our teachers are asking for specificity, then I'd like to try to provide it.
Thank you, Dr. Stout. Yes, I see that finger going to the button again.
I'm just talking a lot today. I'm wondering, to me, when I hear that, I kind of feel limited as a teacher, because a lot of times the subtypes within the types of writing that you want to do can oftentimes be based on a text and depend on curriculum. I don't know that teachers are asking for, I want the specificity of you need to write a coming of age narrative. I think it's, I don't know, probably more around general writing expectations, and there's definitely a call for having more specificity and length from the surveys, but I don't know if that, I like different other teachers, but I don't know if that's getting more into curriculum and limiting teachers rather than giving the specificity that they're asking for.
Okay, so I think it's time to go and decide if we've got consensus on substandard B for this level, which would at this point includes specifically compare, contrast, cause, and effect. If you are in agreement with that, say aye. If you are not in agreement, say I want to talk some more to it.
Abstain here. I think both are acceptable decisions. They're different decisions, but I think they're acceptable. So I'm going to follow the lead of other people.
I'm wondering about the original intent of the standard, because it was to synthesize and organize ideas. And so I understand by introducing various text structures, because the revision said format response, use knowledge of the various types of text structure to organize the response. So to me, they are somewhat synonymous, synthesizing ideas. So meaning you're synthesizing potentially more than one, you're understanding of more than one text, correct? Is that how I'm at that grade level? I'm having to reach back here a second. 8th grade. Right, okay. So you may end up having to compare and contrast in your structure of your essay, correct? And you may have to end up showing how a cause impacts an effect. So I think I'm okay with that, but in the suggested change, I'm slightly leery of the specifically wording and the fact that we don't have the word synthesize in our current substandard B revision. We put it in there with synthesizing multiple pieces of evidence, which, okay, but it's really our understanding, right, that we're synthesizing in our organization of our text.
Yes.
So that's my hang up.
Two things there. We could say instead of organize ideas, concepts, and information, we could say synthesize ideas, concepts, and information for substandard B. We could also, if we're worried about the specifically language being confining, we could also change it to an EG, which would suggest that there are other types of text structure that could be.
Okay, so we have two suggestions. One is to synthesize instead of organize. To begin that, go ahead and put that on there as a. I like we'll use that to vote on. Let's put synthesize in there and then use the EG for compare, contrast, cause, and effect. And we'll see where people stand with that. We understand. We're all here. This is a
Do you have
a think
personal beliefs,
tank.
or are you still abstaining?
Well, I mean, I think EG freeze. I'm just of two minds, honestly. I think the specificity has its benefits. I can imagine that being freeing for some 8th grade teachers to kind of know, okay, if I get an informative style of writing, this is kind of what it's going to look like. That provides some framework for what I'm doing. On the other hand, we have made a principle of ours trying to be a little inclusive with these standards and not try to be prescriptive with what the writing looks like. And by including the language of specifically, we're creating a degree of prescription there. So I don't know. I'm hoping that someone else can make an argument.
And at the same time, we're adding additional rigor. Okay, we're making a progression. We're developing writers. And this is the next step in developing a writer. Okay, we're going to take a vote. We haven't taken a vote yet.
To clarify, if we're going to take a vote, we have to have a precise wording and we have to vote up, down on it.
Okay, I vote that we accept the substandard B as presented right now. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right.
I have a separate update if that would be helpful, Vice Chair Hilliard. I have a separate update if that would be helpful, Vice Chair Hilliard. My understanding of the question was, does this committee have the authority to make focus standards and what would be the impact of it? And, we're working off of historical trajectory. Our understanding after talking with the math experts at the Department of Education is that the math standards previously had focus standards and they were removed in the last math cycle because they felt, and this is just the interpretation from the department, I'm happy to confirm, they did remove them in that last cycle. So there are no active focus standards in the current math standards.
In any standards, math, social studies, English.
I just asked about math, but I'm happy to
I
follow up
think
about
to my
science and social
knowledge that,
studies.
well, I just, for
Go for it.
K-5, we only ever had them in math.
I've never heard of them in any other subjects, but I'm more than happy to confirm that. But
Okay.
they have been since removed.
That answers
I
the
did-
question.
I
All right,
did
there's a,
just-
but there's a
Just a quick
motion on the
clarification
floor.
on that. I
Go
did
ahead.
confirm that the reason why they did remove them is because the Standards Revision Committee felt that teachers were prioritizing the focus standards over the other standards to their detriment. So.
Okay, that pretty well says it. All right, we're voting on the motion. Would you call the roll, please?
I will call roll. So just to clarify, we're voting on, so look at I-11 on the document. We're looking specifically at substandard B, which currently reads synthesize ideas, concepts, and information using effective strategies, including knowledge of the major types of text structure, e.g. compare, contrast, cause, effect, to create cohesion and aid in comprehension. So we're voting on if we should move forward with that language. I indicates yes, no indicates no. You also have the option of abstaining if you so choose. All right. Ms. Baird is not here. So, absent. Ms. Dockery.
I'm going to start us off on a bad foot, but no.
Mr. Hilliard, no. Ms. Now.
No.
Ms. Singletary.
No.
Dr. Stout.
Abstain.
Ms. Winters.
No.
Chair Kernagis.
No.
Chairman Kernagis, the motion fails.
Okay. We got off the dime. That's what my purpose was. Let's.
Okay, so it's
let's-
not this. We know
Let's
that
try
much.
it again.
So what are we, changing EG, the entire parentheses, just remove the parentheses?
Your proposal is to remove the entire parentheses.
That is what Dr. Stout said. Do we agree with that?
Yes?
Okay.
Is that acceptable now and that without taking a vote? Yes?
No.
Okay. So we have one dissension. Tell us what your problem is.
Okay, so I think I don't like the deletion. I think synthesize is great, but I don't like the deletion of organize. I think if we're going to say synthesize there as well as what is the elaboration or development standard, I think we should say organize and synthesize, and TDOE did specifically mention an organize. My second thing, I guess I'm still interested in more discussion, which we're taking forever. But I think here I am the one who proposed keeping this change from the EAT, and now I'm backing off from it, which is probably really annoying for all of you all. But I think my excitement about it came from, kids aren't really formally learning this, and I would love for kids to formally learn these text structures, because I think text structure is important. But I'm wondering, is this the best place for it, or would that be better in our reading structure standard instead of here? I don't know that I'm totally against it being in here, but thinking about it now through the lens of them writing something independently on a timed essay and using these text structures and being evaluated on that stresses me out a little bit.
And can I just respond to that? To keep in mind, we added these things strictly because we wanted it to be more of a shorter response. So we wanted to keep the rigor, by saying you're not writing an essay, but we want you to include these things. And you'll see that in narrative when we talk about backstory and foreshadowing. Those things might not be a requirement if you're still requiring them to write a full essay, because you're not going to have time to do those. So it wasn't like we were really like, we need these text structures in here. It was like, if we're shortening this to a shorter response, we want to now include deeper thoughts than just what we're doing currently, which is just touching the surface.
Okay, thank you. All right. He has added organize and synthesize to substandard B. Is substandard B acceptable to everyone?
It seemed Ms. Dockery was suggesting we eliminate the language about including knowledge of the major types of text structure.
I think here, I like it being somewhere in the standard, but I feel like it might be a little bit much in this.
Are we in agreement there?
I'm not. I think it needs to be there. This is, again, for the rigor in the development of writing. I think this is the time to include it.
Can we say including knowledge of one of the, like, can we just name, I guess that's what we did not want to do. Can we say including knowledge of compare and contrast text structure, or like can we name a text structure? Is there an issue of naming a single text structure?
In their writing, they will notice. I mean, they're in their reading, they are comparing and contrasting. They are looking at how an author, uses cause and effect. So they'll talk about it in their writing. To me, we're just talking about whether they actually structure their response in that way. So to me, structuring the response should be saved for the 9-10 level, because it is definitely something that we do at the 11th, 12th grade level. But 8th grade seems awfully early to me for structuring writing in that way.
And I think maybe, like if Mr. Carnegas really wants this language in here, perhaps it could be better served for transition words. Use transition words that correspond to common text structures, perhaps? No?
I feel like that implies that they need to know the text structures themselves, so I think those would kind of go hand in hand. I am curious if we're not thinking in terms of text structure, what is B indicating? When it says organize and synthesize ideas, concepts, and information using effective strategies to create cohesion and aid in comprehension, are the text structures not what is being used to do that? What is being, because I don't think it's transitional language, because we have a separate substandard for transitional language. What is implied by this substandard?
That's a great question.
I think in general it would be like topically, you have your topics and it's A, B, C. Okay. I think that's how.
That makes sense. Where are we on this?
We're going to vote on
So we're going to do another.
Yes, we're going to do another vote, and we're going to do it as recommended by our middle school expert here. We're going to take out including knowledge of major types of text structures.
Give me a moment.
And the accompanying commas.
Okay, give me a second to remove that. And
So are we going to say organize topically and synthesize ideas?
I didn't hear that. Organize and synthesize ideas, concepts, and information using effective strategies to create cohesion and aid in comprehension. Whatever those strategies are, we don't know. But they got to be effective. Okay, are we ready to take a vote?
we're going to take a vote on it.
Please
as
do.
It currently is
Yes,
proposed.
as you have it on the screen.
Then we'll do another vote. I will call roll. Same goes as last time. If you are voting in favor, say aye. If you're voting opposed, say no. If you are abstaining, say I abstain. Ms. Baird is absent. Ms. Dockery?
Aye.
Mr. Hilliard, aye. Ms. Now?
Aye.
Ms. Singletary?
Aye.
Dr. Stout?
Abstain.
Ms. Winters?
Aye.
And Chair Carnegas?
Aye.
Chair Carnegas, the motion succeeds, or passes, or whatever the language is.
All right, let's move on to C. We knew it was going to happen sometime.
We have a substandard B now. Are we otherwise content with this standard? We did, in fact. Hey, we added organize and synthesize. We got there. And I actually think that's an improvement. I think that's good. Because it maintains that organized from the previous years, but also provides progression. Okay. Are we good on that one?
Yes.
Then let's, okay. High school.
So in standard C, we have by synthesizing multiple pieces of evidence. Do we still need the word synthesize there? If we do, it's fine. I'm just asking because we did add it to B.
I think yes.
Yes.
I think then that could be where the rigor comes in 8th grade, is the idea of synthesizing pieces of information rather than just simply citing them. I think that could be an actionable progression.
Thank you.
Okay. I suppose I'm trying to figure out what to do, because the high school standards are different, but they from the old standards proposed, but they are not as different as the middle school was. So I don't know how we want to go about this. Do we want to start from the standard proposed by the EAT, or do we want to start from the standard that is currently existing, like we did for the middle grades?
Let's do like we did for the middle grades.
Okay.
And include EAT as is necessary.
Okay. Well, then if we're going to do that, then what I've been doing is simply taking the language of the pre-existing standard and copying and pasting it over to the suggested change field, and then we worked from there. Is everyone content with me doing that? Okay. Dropping it in there, it did lose the letters. I will add those, the substandard letters.
We have 2 high school content experts here. We would hope to hear a lot from them. And we also have the TDOE.
Let me wrap it so it doesn't bleed off into the distance. We obviously want to change to informative texts rather than informative and explanatory to keep consistent with what we've done elsewhere. I think we're all in agreement there. It seems as though the parent standard is pretty comparable to the middle grades. Would we want to keep the language from the middle grades that we used and move the language of the parent standard over to the high grades?
Is there anything that we need to add to increase rigor?
Previously, we've been adding rigor through the substandards.
Okay,
So I think we could keep the parent standard and then add rigor.
that
through
sounds
the
good.
substandards.
If you would transfer the other one over there, that'd be good.
It has been done. Or do we want to stick with multi-paragraph? Okay. We'll stick
Yes.
there. Okay. Another question, for the sake of progression, do we want to take the substandards from the middle grades and do what we did with middle grades and slowly progress just from the language of the substandards? So instead of using the old substandards, I just simply take the 8th grade substandards, move them down, and then we work to make them increasingly rigorous from there. Does that seem? Something could theoretically be lost if there is a new substandard in the high school, but.
Mm-hmm. Can you move the D down to the end again for the concluding statement?
I'm happy to, but I want to first figure out, do we want to work from the old substandards or do we want to work from the substandards at the middle grades?
I like a lot of the EAT suggestions for this for E1 and E2 because they're not that far off from the original standards. There is just some differing language. So in this case, it might be easier to copy and paste over
Sounds great. I will
the
do
new
that.
revision.
Okay, I have copied over the EAT's recommended substandards, and we can work from there.
I don't see a conclusion. Well, there it is, D. Okay.
I
Can
assume we
we-
would want to move D to the end. and
Yeah,
continue
I
with
would
what we've
think
done
so.
elsewhere with conclusions coming at the end.
Right, Dr. Stout? Well, conclusions always at the end.
Substandard A in the revision says it's attempts to engage the audience instead of effectively engages the audience.
So we would want to change that language to effectively, I believe.
I like effectively.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want them to just attempt to do something. I want them to do it well.
I still prefer having a separate substandard for transitions, and like the original document had. And then I would like it to still be considered what the ACT is asking students to do in writing and getting them there with their transition specifically.
So can you put that in words in the form of a substandard, which would be a C?
Am I wrong to say that would simply just be copying, pasting the 8th grade substandard over, or?
It would depend on how y'all want to scaffold it, but the ACT asks for them to use transition words or phrases to establish subtle logical relationships within and between paragraphs. So I feel like we just need that within and between somewhere. I don't have a preference whether we do that in 9-10 or 11-12, but I feel like we need to get them there.
I moved the substandard from middle grades that we have on transitional words, phrases, clauses, and sentences over to 9-10. It's now substandard D if you want to take a look at that and give feedback on the language.
But it's not its own separate substandard.
It is D. D is entirely on transitional language.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say B.
This sounds
Okay.
So in the for the original E, it said select and use precise language and domain-specific vocabulary to support reader understanding of the topic and manage the complexity of the topic. I kind of like the language, manage complexity of the topic. And if we're talking about transition words, I agree with your language that, among and between whatever the phrasing was is helpful, but also to up the rigor that manage the complexity should be there a bit. So I think you do have it currently, but is there a way that we could also use some of that language to differentiate in the rigor among the grade levels and the transition wording? What was your phrasing?
This is ACT, so I don't forget like copyright issues.
I'm not saying copy them. I'm just
Yeah.
for inspiration purposes.
Within and between paragraphs.
Within and between.
That is kind of encapsulated by, well, not necessarily. You could say to create cohesion and clarify the relationships among ideas and concepts within and between paragraphs. We could just simply add that
I like that.
at the end.
Yes.
If we don't
That
have
adds
any
rigor.
copyright issues, that's not my range of expertise.
What
Surely the
happened?
ACT doesn't own within and between paragraphs.
What happened to comparison and contrast we took out of the 8th grade? We said we were going to put it in the 9th grade.
So also going back to B, that would be the same one he's speaking on. We had organize and synthesize.
Mhm.
So we want to add that
I'll
word.
add the synthesize.
I don't think we've gotten there yet.
I also don't like create/clarify. We used different language here. And there's also including but not limited to use of appropriate and varied transitions. I assume we want to delete that language since we have a new standard specifically for transitions.
So we could probably just copy and paste B and add it here and then discuss it, because B was where we had it in the text structure.
Structures.
Okay,
You
so if
didn't
I
put
move
it in
B
yet.
Right.
over,
Or is that? Yeah.
okay, I moved our version of B over. Is this the moment where we're able to add text structures?
I'm still,
Okay with, go ahead.
oh, I'm still fine with keeping it as a reading standard.
I think it needs to be applied to writing. Question is where? We knew it wasn't going to be at the 8th grade level.
EAT. What was the reasoning behind including it in the 8th grade level? And I understand the efforts at the focus standard. What was the reasoning behind including it in the 8th grade level and not behind the 9-10?
In our thought process, that was just a strategy to use. So when we use the word strategy, we thought that was all encompassing. So we didn't delineate further than that because it may be comparison contrast. It may be sequential. It might be cause and effect.
We could also add some language, including major types of text structure as necessary to create cohesion and aid in comprehension. That way it becomes not just a necessity that we always use compare and contrast and cause effect or whatever, but just we use them as necessary to advance. I mean, I think about, like, I introduce my students to methods of development in AP Lang, obviously, which is, you know, comparison and contrast and cause and effect are examples of such. But generally, my students know what comparison and contrast and cause and effect are. I mean, we're getting to more advanced methods of development when we get to the AP Lang level. So I do think I don't feel like it's too advanced for a ninth or 10th grader to be able to.
No, nor do I. So your proposal is to, you have a question, comment?
I was just going to say, we were afraid that if we listed things specifically, that is all the teacher would teach. And if we did strategies, then they had to add more. So if we just say comparison contrast, somewhere in the state, you're going to have a teacher, and that is the only thing they will teach.
Right.
But you can say text structures.
Right.
Yes.
Right. I don't think, to be fully clear, I don't think we should specify comparison, contrast, and cause and effect. I think we would just include the language, organize and synthesize ideas, concepts, and information using effective strategies, including major types of text structure, comma, to create cohesion and aid in comprehension.
And we can ask that the major types of text structures be addressed in the standards guide. There we go. Solution found. All right, if you can read what you have crafted now for B.
For B, okay. It currently reads, organize and synthesize ideas, concepts, and information using effective strategies, comma, including the major types of text structure, comma, to create cohesion and aid in comprehension.
Is that acceptable to everybody? All right.
Okay. I assume we're doing this, but we have a domain specific, and that's our enemy. This is one I think we would change to, we wouldn't need to do the convoluted wording because domain specific is just pertaining to vocabulary. So I think we would say discipline and subject specific vocabulary.
Yes, and we got plenty of discipline and subjects there.
Could we similarly combine those various language standards into one like they did in 8th grade? I thought that was nice. It's like the appropriate was ENF. The precise language and formal style and objective tone.
That works for me if it works for everyone else.
Okay, can you put that in writing so
We'll be
we
happy
can
to.
take a look at it? Thank you.
I assume we want to say a formal style and objective tone as necessary because we've shied away from just saying always an objective style and formal tone. Yeah, as appropriate. Okay. Okay, and then I'll delete F, make our former G into F, and there it is. What got lost? Why do we have one fewer standard for high high school than we did for middle grades. We do.
It's there at F. I think we consolidated them.
I think it's the explain the relevance and elaborate. D, that
Oh,
was,
No, I think that should be there. We definitely want commentary. I'll move the D substandard over, and then we can see if we want to advance that in its rigor. Now reads, explain the relevance and elaborate on the evidence provided thoroughly and accurately, demonstrating a clear understanding of the topic and the source material. Seems sufficient to me.
yeah, I think it's going to get harder because your source material is going to
Yeah,
get
I
harder.
think the rigor comes from the source material.
Okay. Are we good with that one?
Okay.
Okay. That was a good catch, by the way. One number less.
I try to see the small stuff.
Okay, so we're all done with 910?
Yes. So
Let's go to 1112 now.
I went ahead and moved our 910 standard entirely down to 1112, and I think it would be smart for us to just build off of that and find rigor where we can.
I agree.
There.
Is this? At some point, I think it was all the way back to like 7th grade, we deleted a standard that said like provide multimedia and illustrations. This,
I think it's going to get to one of the other writing standards that we get to, and that's where we were going to plug that in. Or
so we don't think that's.
I don't think
It's
so.
a later writing standard that's almost directly.
Just to that, yeah.
Okay, how do we add any additional rigor? Or is it done through their content?
Also say, since we've talked a lot about tests today, we have now exited the testing realm. 11th and 12th grade are not tested. So, just yet, I guess, I suppose.
And once again, these are applicable to all students and not just to those in AP English.
I do notice that our C has a typo that I'm going to correct across both, where it says concrete examples details. Definitely want to correct that. And then we've also not used and or anywhere else, so I think we should probably not use and or here. So I think it would be, or to be and or to be or.
Oh.
Because I don't think we're expecting them to always use definitions, examples, details, quotations in every single, so I think it would be or.
Or.
And we've also, elsewhere, we've eliminated the word examples and just said information. So I'm going to make that change for consistency if everyone's okay with that.
Any other suggestions on changes for English at the 11th and 12th grade level?
Just want to point out the original standard included language about precise language, domain-specific vocabulary, and techniques such as metaphor, simile, and analogy to manage the complexity of the topic. That was not originally there in the 910 standard.
That was housed within the standard about language and vocabulary.
Mhm.
So 2.
You want to make that change?
Okay, so how would that look? That would be our current standard F. It would say select and use precise language, discipline, and subject-specific vocabulary and techniques such as metaphor, simile, and analogy to support reader understanding of the topic and manage the complexity of the topic, establishing and maintaining a formal style and objective tone as appropriate.
We haven't gotten that specific, though. We took comparison, contrast, and now we're going in a simile and metaphor.
Yeah, I would recommend if we're.
I'm not convinced that we need to add anything. I think it's mastering these, and so maybe the rigor comes in saying the level that we want them to be doing this at, rather than just adding a new standard, just for the sake of saying can we say switch from explain to use effectively or something like that.
I can see some validity. I'm not necessarily for or against this right now. I'm just talking through it. I can see some validity to adding that language, because by then you are trying to marry the modes. And those are, that would be showing mastery of content if you can effectively use those, what are, traditionally literary devices in your informative writing.
Would we just say select and use precise language, discipline, and subject-specific vocabulary and literary techniques, e.g. metaphor, simile, analogy, to support reading?
I'm open.
Literary devices?
F, yeah.
I don't want to confuse people because it is informative, but I can see some validity to maintaining that language.
Yeah. The word literary is, that's a little, is there a word we could use other than literary?
They just had techniques. I mean, we could just put in parentheses, say e.g.
And techniques, e.g. metaphor, simile, and rhetorical techniques. I don't know if those would typically be housed. I mean, they can be used as rhetorical techniques, but I don't know if that's what they would typically be called.
And I worry, not that it necessarily has to mean argument. We know that, but I do worry that would be
right.
The perception,
right.
Because it is used
So
as.
I think what we're talking about is style, right?
Stylistic techniques?
Well, I was going to say in F, we talk about formal style and objective tone as appropriate. I think what we're saying is formal and authentic. Like, I actually want to see your voice, your flavor coming through with this writing. And I'm wondering, because we are talking now about elements of style, how can we, and authentic elements of style or something like that. I don't know what's the best way to say it, but I think that's actually what we're talking about.
I like the direction you're going in. I'd like to craft something here.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be something along the lines of establishing and maintaining a formal or authentic. I don't know if I want to draw a hard line between formal and authentic.
But when we're talking about style, it's something that you own, so it would be authentic. Formal is probably not part of it, but it's
establishing
personal.
and making effective stylistic choices as appropriate.
I would say like stylistic choices that distinguishes the writer's unique voice.
I like that.
Where would that fit within the standard, like grammatically?
Mm-hmm.
Would that be in lieu of techniques such as metaphor, simile, and analogy?
Yeah, because that is one way to do it, but I don't think that's the only way to do it.
Style.
And if we're saying don't sound like AI.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? Like.
Stylistic choices. How did you finish that phrase?
I said something similar to, I'm not sure.
Sure.
Stylistic choices that distinguish the writer's voice.
We probably don't want to lose the objective tone, though, because that's been important to maintain throughout. So
distinguish a writer's authentic voice. Was that the phrasing or?
I'm fine with the word authentic other people.
I
Yes.
was just trying to replicate what was said. Yeah.
Well, how we typically
I'm not disagreeing.
Maybe we just say writer's voice.
Yeah, I think writer's voice
Okay.
Yeah.
says it, yeah.
Okay.
But
So
to your question, how would we do that?
But it's got to be
How-
internally
yeah.
consistent.
Yeah.
okay.
I
So
actually established a baseline with all students from day one to see like what they write, like handwritten. And this is something special that you did that nobody else did. And I don't want you to ever lose that. I want to carry that through as I teach you all of these other things. Remember that special thing. So yeah, it is on a one-on-one basis, but it can be done. It's important, I think, by the time you get to 12th grade.
I'm just going to read F because it's been a lot of moving parts here, and I just want to make sure we got what we want on the screen. Select and use precise language, discipline, and subject-specific vocabulary and stylistic choices that distinguish a writer's voice to support reader understanding of the topic and manage the complexity of the topic, establishing and maintaining a formal style and objective tone as appropriate.
Wonderful. That's meat right there.
Well, I'm a
Yes.
vegetarian.
Oh, goodness.
I'm here literally all week. Okay. Do we have anything else, or have we finished one
I
writing
think we're
standard?
done with that part. One strand.
One strand.
Oh, well, having gone through these exercises, I think it's going to make the next ones go easier.
I agree. I mean, I think we've made some pretty large scale choices. I think we've made some choices that will be, and we kind of have set a routine. So let's do it again. We're going to the world of narrative.
All right. So once again, I go back to my question. We're going to stack the standards in all of these, and then we're going to go back and decide if we want 7th grade to learn all of those stacked standards for narrative, informative, and argumentative. If we want 8th grade to learn all of those stacked standards for narrative, informative, and argumentative, and if we want 9th grade is not the, I skipped it, 6th grade to learn all of the stacked standards for narrative, argumentative, and informative. That's what we're doing. We're just writing them all down first, and then we're going to go back to see if we need to refine to
I
create
think
a
so.
focus.
I think so.
That's our working style. Got it.
Yeah, because we know we can't create focus objectives any longer. That was one alternative that we thought we might use to accomplish that, but is no longer available to us. Does anybody need some coffee? All right.
Okay, let's go back to kindergarten.
Pulling on the standards.
Back to kindergarten.
So this would correspond to the old standard 3. Let's see. So it reads, with prompting and support, use a combination of drawing, dictating, and/or writing to narrate a single event. We have a very similar kindergarten standard for informative writing, and we kept it.
Did,
And we came to the consensus that and/or was useful there. Okay, one down.
Yay.
I'm sure we'll keep that same pace. 1st grade, with prompting and support, write narratives recounting an event, and then we've got substandards there. They seem to be pretty analogous to what we did above, though we do need to use periods at the ends of substandards, not the wide range that is currently being used.
Any changes recommended?
Would time order be hyphenated? I would think so. We don't want people to think time and order were. Are we okay with the word some? Include some details to describe actions, thoughts, and feelings? Rather than just, my proposal would maybe just to say include details. I think the word some and is implied. Oh,
Second
okay.
grade standard says include details.
Okay. Does some clearly differentiate a progression there?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we'll do it. Okay. Second grade, write a one-paragraph narrative recounting the essential elements in chronological order in an event or short sequence of events. And then we got substandards below there. We maintained one paragraph above, but we just said write one paragraph informational texts, so it was a little less specific.
Using the terminology at least before.
At least.
Oh, that's right.
Needs
We
to
did make
carry
that edit.
over.
Yes, correct. I forgot about that. We also were plural above. We said narratives, so I think it would be better to say instead of write a, it would say write at least one paragraph narratives, plural.
Now, why are we providing a sense of closure at that level and the earlier level, the concluding statement? Shouldn't it be reversed? I get
I
the
think
sense
it's just because
first.
it's narrative. So you're like the ending of the story versus a conclusion sentence.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I mean,
is it the kindergarten that says concluding statement?
It's first. First grade says concluding statement. I mean, this is certainly not my level, but I'm envisioning maybe for a first grader that would be like, and that's the story. The end. Whereas like for a second grader,
Like
it might be.
It would be more of an ending,
Yeah,
like
and it would be like reaching more of like an actual culmination,
Right.
starting to gesture towards that. It's probably going to be the aliens abducted.
More-
But
Okay, so that doesn't bother anybody. Okay.
so. So the edit I made to the parent standard is write at least one paragraph narratives recounting the essential elements in chronological order in an event or short sequence of events. Any other notes?
Is there a difference between the B in first and the B in second, other than just different phrasing? Is there a clear distinction there?
I think they just actually, instead of calling them time order words, they've actually introduced the term transition.
Okay, so it's like for the kids knowing that vocabulary.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And also, so we wrote on the first grade, it was, and you said it, write narratives, like plural, and this one says write a one paragraph narrative, like,
I changed that from write a one paragraph narrative to write at least one paragraph narratives.
oh, okay, yes, I was looking at the change. Gotcha. Okay.
I know it's confusing because I did it differently above, but I'll have
I
to go back
gotcha.
in tonight.
I see
will
it.
Go back in and alter how we did.
Okay. I knew you said it, I just didn't see it. Okay.
Okay, rest of the
I have
wording?
nothing else for second
Good.
grade.
All right, nothing? All right, we're ready to rock.
Okay, now's where we're going to need to be pretty intentional about normalizing with what we did above. So I would recommend we are scrolling back to see what we did for informative when it comes to.
No, we said at least.
Yeah, we changed. No, I actually
Like
meant
third,
above,
informative.
just so we can. Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
Sounds great. We did say write at least 2 paragraph narratives. So I assume we'd want to do the same here.
Yes.
Yes.
Relearn.
I'm at block G, block 6.
How do you establish a situation?
A long time ago, there was a boy named Jim.
Okay.
They're going to have a text to go by. So generally it is, I know from past, it has been either here's the beginning of the story and it's introduced and then the student has to finish the story. And then I know as they progress, I know 4th and 5th grade, a lot of times it's, they give the whole entire story and then you have to retell the story from another character's point of view or perspective.
Is situation the word that's commonly used there?
Okay, so it's not like they're actually just coming up with their own characters. It's kind of, they have to go with what they are given.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Elsewhere, when we haven't used such as, so in the parent standard, would it be all right with everyone if we said effective technique, e.g. descriptive details, comma, clear event sequences? Okay.
And we changed in the 3rd grade, multi-paragraph to 2-paragraph already, yes. And in substandard C, you need a comma after detail. I'm reading from informational. Oh.
I don't think that language is in this one, but
So what did we say with the transition? Because I know in one of them it was phrases and clauses.
It says in substandard D for informational, link ideas within categories of information using transitional words and phrases.
Okay, so I guess we didn't add the
That
clauses until
level.
later.
Yeah, the phrases came in at the 3rd grade level.
Gotcha.
That's 3rd grade. I'm reading 3rd grade. Let me see what you said for second. What are we second?
No, this is 3rd grade. I just didn't know. I know we eventually added clauses. I just didn't know what. I just wanted to keep them.
Right.
should it say use dialogue and descriptions of actions, thoughts, and feelings? I think generally we would want, if we're going to introduce the concept of dialogue and description, they probably should be using both. Am I wrong there? You do want them?
They're going to be describing their characters, but they're also, they want them to include the dialogue.
Would we change and or to and?
They would do both. Is that, I mean, do you agree?
Is that consistent with what we did in the informational?
It's going to be different because they didn't have dialogue.
Many of these things are going to be different. There will be some similarities. It'll be more similar when we get to argument, I would think, but a lot of these similarities are still going to persist. I don't think that comma after events needs to be there in substandard B. To show the response of characters to situations is not an independent clause, so I don't think what would be needed with the coordinating conjunction.
Are we ready to approve the 3rd grade standards as revised? I see head nods. We have consensus. Let's move on to the 4th grade.
Okay.
4th grade, in informational, we changed multi-paragraph to at least 3 paragraphs.
Okay.
Or at least 3 paragraphs. There is also some language about domain specific that was changed. I don't know if that's in the other mode of writing. And we also change in informational for fourth grade and examples from the text to citing textual evidence, but I don't think that is in this one either.
No.
So I made the edit of I changed write multi-paragraph to write at least 3 paragraph narratives. I think the parent standard is a little confusing. Write at least 3 paragraph narratives to develop real or imagined experiences or events, or based on a text using an effective technique such as descriptive details and clear event sequences. That second half kind of loses me a little bit.
Does that mean writing stories independently with no text and narratives based on a text? Are they going to do both in the fourth grade? Or are they always going to do it to a text? I don't know.
It implies that they're going to do their own,
Right.
but it's not ever practiced that way.
Do we need the or based on a text? Is that,
I don't.
that seems to just be Chicago, what do you say?
I am so sorry. Later. Good.
So just delete or based on a text. I get the intent, but it is kind of muddying things.
Substandard C needs a comma after description.
Yes.
Or or change it to EG and just put it in
Yeah, I
parentheses.
think it's an EG situation. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there are a bunch of periods missing here. Do we feel like A is an example of an and/or we do need to use? Orient the reader by establishing a situation using a narrator, or wouldn't you typically be doing all 3? Like establishing a situation using a narrator and introducing characters? And I guess there could theoretically be a narrative that doesn't include all 3, but that's probably pretty rare.
Also, don't love and I'm on informational, so I'm only going by what you said. I don't love the language of characters for narrative, characters or figures, because narratives don't have to be fictional.
Real or imagined. But I'm curious about the phrase. In the fourth grade, do the texts always say create a real, a narrative based on a real experience with characters? Does it always use the word characters in the materials for that grade level, or
No,
would that be?
the narrative's always going to be, like I said, they already give the story. Sometimes the story, usually it is a fictional story. It could be, it's usually a fictional story. And then, like I said, I think that's kind of why it's based on a text, because I noticed in 5th grade it's the same way, which I don't know why it's just in those 2, because that's kind of how it's tested throughout. But they are given a text, and they have to use those same characters. Trying to think of a time that it hasn't been.
Like I'm thinking I know some of the younger grades teach like Ruby Bridges' story. She's not a fictional person,
but
so I wouldn't call her a character.
I see what you're saying.
MLK, you know, short book, I would not call MLK a character. Like, I just think maybe just broadening the language to character or figure or character individual.
Yes, I think, I'm just thinking on the times that we have given, it's usually a fictional text and they have to either finish the text. And that's why I think that's why it's not a real life story, because the real life story has a specific ending. They have to come up with their own ending to that story. The only time that I could think that it would fit is if they gave this story, for instance, of Ruby Bridges, and then we had, if they, in the story, they talked about her best friend, then they would have to rewrite that same story, but from the friend's perspective. So in that case, it would be, like you said, a figure, not a character per se.
And am I right to say that?
But I think that's why they have or based on a text in the standard.
Do the students write personal narratives about their own experiences?
Sometimes like in journal writing, but it's not maybe journal writing or something like that, but it's not ever going, that's not how it's going to be assessed.
Can characters be real or imagined? You say no.
Yes, I think that's what she's getting at. Character, it would be stated differently. I think that's what she's getting at. It would be a figure, not a character.
So would we just say introducing characters and figures, or figures, I guess, or figures?
Okay, good.
And then I would recommend we change that and/or to just and, establishing a situation, using a narrator, and introducing characters or figures.
Yes. Any other changes to that level?
Wait a minute. So if we're gonna do characters or figures there, then yeah, carry that language throughout.
Like in A?
Yeah. Like in A and C. Are the responses of characters to situations, characters or figures.
Of characters, and I'm just going to make a note of add or figures after each instance of characters. Does that feel?
Yes, good.
Also, substandard G just ends.
It sure does.
Chair, I do have a question about letter E. The word sensory details, could you elaborate more on that, EAT?
You see things, what you hear, what you feel, what you smell. You essentially use your five senses in description without saying, I'm tired. You would say, my face was flushed or my face was red or something like that.
Thank you.
But Eve did pass that part. I'm still learning about my syllables, but I knew that. Redeeming myself.
Annie, you had a comment?
Would E be phrased better as use precise words, comma, phrases, comma, and sensory details instead of having that double and?
I'm sorry, Ms. Dockery, I was making edits. What was the comment?
I was wondering if for E, if we should change it to use precise words, comma, phrases, comma, and sensory details to convey experiences and events.
I like that.
I think that's superior. Yeah.
Yep. That's good. Any additional changes to this level?
I don't know if it's necessary, but once again, just looking at the 4th grade informational text, there is a standard that says apply language standards addressed in the foundational literacy standards.
We have that.
Okay, all right. I'm looking at the other screen, so I don't know.
Okay. Anything else here?
One thing, if we're adding characters or figures to the 4th grade standard, then backing up to the 3rd grade standard, substandard A, and substandard B.
Yeah, you made note of that, didn't you?
Did you? I'm sorry.
I said it out loud, but I did not write it down, so.
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. Thank you for
A
keeping
surprising
them
number
straight.
Surprising number of edits on that one. For one that's staying mostly the same, we've made smaller edits.
Are we ready to go on to 5?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's do.
All right, fifth grade informational, you change and examples from the text to citing evidence. I don't think that's relevant. And then there was a domain specific edit as well. And fifth grade, we have write multi-paragraph.
I think, no, never mind, it's already there.
I assume there are references to characters somewhere in here.
Yes, A.
Yeah, so
Characters.
we want to add or figures. I assume we want to also get rid of or based on a text like we did above.
Where did we add clauses?
That's what I was about to bring up, but it's already there. But it was 5th grade, but they're already there in what the EAT suggested.
But we're copying the old standard. The one we're looking at says just words and phrases.
And we made
No,
the edits
it's
from
there in D.
Use a variety of transitional words, phrases, and clauses to manage the sequence of events. Substandard D.
Oh,
So
I'm
this one
sorry. Thank
says
you.
in
I
fifth
was reading
grade
E.
for informational, and it's our standard D, it says link ideas within and across categories of information using transitional words, phrases, and clauses. So I don't know if there's a distinction between link ideas within and across.
I think here what we're tasking them to do is with transitional words and phrases and clauses is to manage the sequence of events. So more of a sequential use.
Right.
Yeah.
Any change to 5?
That's good.
Are you referring to E?
Yeah, the commas.
Yeah. Oh, no.
I will carry that down. Yeah, I did make note of that.
All right, sixth grade is where we got busy. So
We're
let me,
we're done with 5.
yeah, I think we're done with 5.
Yes, 5? Is that good, everyone? Okay.
I would propose that we do the same that we did for informative, where I move over the parent standard from the old version of the standard, and we work from that as we did with the above standard, just for consistency's sake. Are we on board with that?
Right, and you have what we've done for informative
Yes,
up, so you'll keep us on track there.
with the caveat that we're going to go back at the end and review.
That's correct.
All right. Since you're just copying the old ones, do you, what we have here?
I don't think so yet. Likely might need to later. Okay, I copy, oh, wrong one. I did informative. Give me a second. It has been copied over. It reads, write narratives, fiction and nonfiction, to develop real or imagined experiences or events using effective techniques, relevant descriptive details, and well-structured event sequences.
Okay. All right, everybody's okay with the parent?
We did specify multi-paragraph in the, well, yes, we said write multi-paragraph informative text. Do we want to also specify multi-paragraph here?
Absolutely.
Okay. So write multi-paragraph narratives.
Can you read what you have for topic for narrative at just substandard A?
For substandard A.
Sixth grade, yeah.
For sixth grade for narrative, I'd have to go, give me a second.
Oh, we're not there yet.
Not quite yet. We're
Okay.
about to get there.
We're getting the parent done first.
I'm just, yeah, whatever we're the suggested change will be, but we're not there yet. I'm
We're,
going too
we're
fast.
just about to be there.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we're all clear on the, or we're all in agreement on the parent standard first.
As written and described here on our screens. Ready? Good? Okay.
And I will copy and paste over the substandards and read aloud what substandard A is. You hate that the letters go away. They should be there now. Okay, so substandard A reads, engage and orient the reader by establishing a context and point of view and introducing a speaker / narrator and or participants / characters. Okay. So we would probably want to change participants to figures in keeping with our or other edits. I would say that and or should just become and. And then I think instead of those slashes, maybe we say speaker or narrator and figures or characters, or is that too many junctions? I hate slashes, full disclosure. I'm just not a fan, but it would read and introducing a speaker or narrator and figures or characters.
That sounds good. Not contrived.
And this would be an instance, I believe, where we would want to stick with point of view, not perspective. This seems to be referencing the literary term point of view rather than a person's perspective. Elsewhere, we would have used e.g. instead of such as in substandard D. Are we all in accordance on that?
Yes.
And I don't think that comma is necessary after appropriate in substandard D. Use narrative techniques when appropriate, comma, to develop experiences, events, and or characters. And I don't think we would need to say and or. I think we could just say and. Oh, right, figures. Oh, right. I think elsewhere we've done characters or figures, except for, yeah, so I think we've done characters or figures. Well, I'll change that then.
How do we feel about the EAT's change from having, am I getting too ahead if I mention F?
No.
Okay, just making sure. They moved from craft an effective and relevant inclusion that reflects on the narrated experiences or events to demonstrates character or relevant resolution that demonstrates character development. Do we feel like that's a positive change that we want to keep or go back to the original?
Generally, I think I'm more interested in character development being shown, but I don't know if I want to put the locus of all character development in the resolution. Like, I don't want characters just abruptly change at the end. But that phrasing makes me worried that it's just going to be.
I think that should be broken up into two as well. Is character development a word that they teach, a phrase that they learn in reading? is this going to mirror the reading language? Because it seems like such a specific term, but maybe they're using it.
I believe in the new changes, they emphasize character development in the RI or RLKID.3. Okay, for 6.
I mean, maybe we could add a substandard that says something along the lines of like, develop characters that demonstrate character development. That's not perfectly phrased, but. Characters.
Okay,
Develop. Right. Yeah, I like that's the best phrasing I've heard.
it is, character development is in 6th grade for KID.3.
Where do we want to drop that one in our sequence?
I think we were talking about splitting up F into 2. So we can have one standard that actually focuses on conclusions and one standard that focuses on character development.
Okay. So this would be the new G then? Okay, I will adjust that. What was that phrasing, Miss Now again?
Develop characters, or excuse me, develop figures or characters who change over the course of the
Narrative, right?
narrative. Would that go best under, would that be a better new D?
Yeah, I
Like
think
that should go up
higher up
further
in
in
the
our
sequence.
sequence.
Yeah. I will add it there and do a whole bunch of number or letter shifting. And I will move conclusion to the bottom. Okay, what I've got there currently should be updated.
Are we all good with the 6th grade level?
What we do in the 6th grade will dictate basically what we do throughout the remainder of the progression, because we'll just copy it over and add.
Well, that's good then. Since we've got to that point, I would like to have a 10-minute recess. I saw somebody darting for the door. I knew it's time. So we'll reconvene here at 2:30, please. Full of energy to get us to the conclusion.
Do a final 2-hour sprint.
Well, I'm going to actually slow you down. I've got something to bring us back to, which is information that we got from the public, specifically the score information related to inclusion of AI in the literary standards.
We'll get to that when we get to technology standards.
Where we're going to put those.
Yeah, there are standards pertaining to technology and.
Okay.
Which looks like it will, unfortunately, today's activities if we continue at the pace. Sure. But I would love for it to be. So let's.
Okay, it's now 2:30. Everybody has had a chance to refresh their brain. So let's get back at it. We do have a question for Brianna. One moment, please. Brianna, looking at the sum of what we've got to do, we're going to work hard.
You have been.
In the event that we can't complete all this by 4:30 tomorrow, what are our alternatives?
So based on budget and scheduling, our option is to move online, which has happened before. It's not unprecedented. I would ask the committee to think strategically about what is easier to do online versus not in terms of your next steps for the rest of today and tomorrow. It's totally up to your discretion of what you think would work more seamlessly versus not. I will schedule time with all the people in this room and we will meet on probably WebEx and it'll be live streamed, recorded to the public, just like some of your previous meetings. I'm looking at the week of September 22nd. I have in my morning meeting notes for tomorrow to ask for availability. So this is actually great. So please check the week of September 22nd. That's not next week, but the following week. I wanted to didn't want to torture you.
So are you
Someone asked
suggesting
about
we're not
Friday morning, by the
talking,
way.
we're not talking about Friday then,
No.
if we should extend? Okay.
I would need to speak to folks about their availability on Friday, as well as I would want to give our staff some time to set up the meeting. I'm happy to posit that as an option, but I don't want to promise that here now.
Okay.
So if Friday does not work for you, it would be helpful to let me know that, just so that I can,
Friday would be difficult.
okay.
I would
That's-
like to get back to my classroom.
The guitar must go, right, Vice Chair Hilliard? No. Yeah, so, and I will be on some leave next week. So I was thinking the week of the 22nd, so please check your calendars. One thought I had is, we're not all educators, so I want to balance that educator perspective of the time they've spent outside of their classroom, but also want to be mindful of y'all's business hours. So we could do like a start at 3 p.m. kind of situation or start at 3:30. If you have preferences on those, that would also be helpful, but that is what we've done in the past when that group had to do a similar situation. I think we started at, I don't know, maybe
Wonderful.
3.
Thank you. Appreciate that. But we're going to plow through. We'll see how far we get.
Y'all are doing great. You be proud of yourselves.
Educators, would you like to shout out and say hello to your classes back at home in case they ever watch this?
They won't.
And now, when we were here in February, his class did watch when we went in front of the house. So
Subplans. Yeah.
It was relevant.
And really quickly, before we get back into the writing, and I want to do that very soon, I did say, she mentioned what would be best to do here versus what would be best to do on WebEx. Our current itinerary was going to move from, once we finish these writing standards, we would shift our attention to the electives, and then we'd go back to reading. I would propose we go straight from writing to reading.
I agree.
Because I would love a world where we could get reading done tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And then if we have to do things outside of this building, I feel like electives would be much easier to do.
Excellent suggestion. Let's just plan on that way.
Okay.
All right, ready to roll? We're going to repeat you're going to put the same stuff up and we're going to look at them for 7, 8, 9,
And then English 1,
9, 10,
2,
yeah,
and
okay.
11, 12. I think that worked well for us for informative, so I think it would be, I've gone ahead and pasted it over, so.
Okay.
We're looking for places where we can progress.
Comments, let's go. What do you got? What do you want to say about this?
So we're on block 21, just in case anybody's looking.
Yes.
I-21 is where I copied.
We have we have context and point of view and narratives. Seventh grade.
My bad. So one different proposal. Have narrative.
So substandard E would include literary techniques.
If the committee wants to keep those.
Well-
I'm trying to point out the
How would you
differences.
propose to word those in that? And would it have an EG?
My one concern about that is it's not just use narrative techniques, it's when appropriate to develop experiences, events, and characters or figures. So the purposes of those literary techniques might be slightly different from the purposes of the narrative techniques. So we could take the language, we'd need to edit it a bit, from D in the EAT's recommendation and move that over as a new standard below E.
All right, do you think that our children should be learning the techniques that Annie had just described at this level?
I will say backstory and flashback seem like narrative techniques that we've already got there. So not sure actually if that is adding a whole lot by adding that language of literary techniques. The examples provided in the EAT recommendations seem like they would be easily housed within use narrative techniques.
So are you going to make a change to this or no?
I would recommend not,
Okay.
and at least not there.
Are you comfortable with that, everyone? Okay. Are there any other changes that we would consider here? Hearing none, I will assume this is acceptable. Well, of course, here we go.
Are we, sorry, I keep having a hard time following along. Are we keeping developing characters separate like we did in 6th grade?
Your sub D.
It is, it's, as it currently stands, our 7th grade standard is identical to our 6th grade standard.
Okay. No changes? All right, let's move to 8th grade, please.
Okay. I will do the same thing.
And consider what increase in rigor we're going to have in the 8th grade versus the 7th grade.
For informational, we did have the addition of transition sentences. I don't know if that's as necessary in narrative.
For the sake of consistency, it would make sense to include sentences.
I agree. And that is simply the only word that I see in this entire listing that would increase the rigor at the 8th grade level. Is that correct?
Ms. Dockery, did we add that exclusively in 8th grade for informative? I can't recall. Was that added?
Yes, it was starting in 8th
It was
grade.
an intentional choice in 8th grade. Okay,
Yeah,
so
to
we're
bridge the
mirroring
gap.
that here. I think that's the right choice.
All right. Do we have any changes recommended now to the 8th grade? If not, I think we've done a fine job on this, adding rigor and relevance. Let's go to the high school.
Okay. And I will do the same, and I will copy and paste the standard over. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just have a question
Yeah,
in
of course.
9th grade. Well, in all of these really. We can look at 9A. It says introducing a speakers or narrator.
Oh, that was a typo, I imagine. Yes.
Okay, and then it looks like, since I wasn't the one that typed the final version of this, you read this, see if you think I'm wrong, but at the very bottom of our original standard for the E1, E2, I think that IE is incorporated in standard D, and substandard E. So just get rid of that.
The IE in our version?
In our version.
Oh, okay. Yes, we've switched that to
Okay.
an EG. Thank you. But yes,
That's been done already.
Yes, good
Okay.
catch on the speakers, though. That was a typo that we made. or I might. I don't want to attribute that to you.
We did notice it, so.
So in the EAT's version, I like the language that they used about using language. It says use language intentionally when crafting details in sensory language. Currently, we have use precise words and phrases, etc.
Okay, so how would you state that then?
I mean, maybe just intentionally use precise words and phrases.
Feels fair to me.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to accidentally?
Making intentional choices instead of just throwing words in there, which they
Okay,
tend to do.
thank you.
Or just perhaps the use of sensory language that is, actually contributing to what's being developed and not just,
Right.
the flowers smell nice,
Mm-hmm.
then the aliens invaded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Everything was bad or good.
E.g.
We have obviously taught the same students.
Okay, what
Got
other
anything else
changes do
there
we
that we-
have? Did you post anything on there yet, Coach?
Yes, I have.
Why am I missing it?
The only edit so far is the intention, the addition of the word intentionally at the beginning of G.
The EAT also included language about tone, which I like.
We work that into the G, the language.
Potentially, let's see, they have establish and maintain an appropriate style, point of view, and tone for substandard B.
There you go,
original.
talked about style. Let's get that style thing in there now.
Mhm.
I don't love this, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Something along the lines of a new G that says intentionally use precise words and phrases, relevant descriptive details, and sensory language to convey experiences and events, as well as to establish and maintain an appropriate style and tone.
Are those the things that you would use to establish tone?
I would think your use of language would largely be where your tone comes from.
Dr. Stout.
So now that we're in narrative, I think those of us who focus on writing, and we talk a lot about this, and I did in the AP world, like the so what question, the so what, who cares? And so I would always push, and I'm just looking at old slides I used to use. So I'm going to read this not as a standard, but as like things that I would try to get students to think about as far as like complexity. What constituency or group did this impact most? How did this improve the human condition? Reflect a challenge or widely held belief? Reflect or challenge a widely held belief? Enrich the study of history, literature, or some social topic? Extend into an era broader than the present moment? Or demonstrate a challenge or aspect of America's national identity? That is a complexity thing that helps them think about the so what, who cares? Like, why are we writing this? And at this point, at 9th and 10th grade, 11th and 12th, what is the bigger picture or the bigger purpose of this narrative? And then I would also say of this argumentative essay. So I don't think we need that language, but that is kind of how I would talk to my students about it.
Is that relevant most in the narrative section, or would it be more relevant in the argumentative section?
So I think it's actually relevant in both, because by 9th and 10th grade, we're writing what we call thick narratives, narratives that are written for a purpose, not just there is a lesson here in this narrative, or there is a perspective that we're trying to present, or there is a group that we're trying to humanize. And so I don't know if I see the so what, who cares coming through in these standards, but I'm happy to have other ideas or opinions. I just wanted to put that on the table.
Nace,
I
Lacy?
I agree with what you're saying. And I think some of the original language, like now that you're explaining it that way, makes sense. The original substandard A, maybe the EAT's original substandard A, it says engage and orient the reader by setting out a problem, a situation, or observation. And in my mind, I'm adding, some sort of, observation about society or some sort of real life problem or something that needs to be solved. So then, in the end, the original conclusion here, as stated, the EAT said provide a conclusion that follows what is experienced, observed, or resolved over the course of the narrative. So it does seem that, with the ending, the original beginning and ending, it seems like there's more purpose behind it. And that might be a good start to try to accomplish the goals that Dr. Stout has mentioned in the narrative.
My eye was drawn to the H, the conclusion standard, potentially as a spot where we could build some of those ideas in. Because currently it's just that reflects on the narrated experiences or events, and I think what Dr. Stout described would be a progression, or could be a progression of that particular concept. Instead of just reflecting, we could extend beyond that.
Okay, so let's start with some words.
I assume we would start with craft an effective and relevant conclusion that we would, what would that do?
Dr. Stout? Do you like what she just said? Was that sufficient to?
Is that really a progression over what we have currently? Wonder if like craft an effective and relevant conclusion that considers the significance of the narrated experiences or events. What do we feel about that language? Because it considers the significance rather than just reflects.
Okay, so you change that language.
I just updated it.
Does that capture the intent of what you were speaking to, Dr. Stout?
I would say that here's the significance of the narrated experience. But this is not all first person.
Within a broader context. That's I mean, I just completely stole AP language.
Where do you add that?
It would just be that considers the significance of the narrated experiences or events within a broader context.
Okay, excellent. Well-crafted sub-standard.
And I think that does.
Very good.
I was reading her face.
I'm just worried about the word considers, because you're going to have a teacher go, oh, we talked about it, we considered it. Yeah, the considers, just that one word.
So that states or explains?
Maybe.
No.
Maybe.
I don't like states because that makes it come out. Like, I don't want them to be like, and this is why it matters. Like, I don't want them.
That demonstrates?
I like demonstrates. Yeah, I think demonstrates is good.
Demonstrates better.
Yes. Thank you for that comment. I think that's very precise. And that's exactly what would happen.
I think demonstrate works.
All right. So then with that change, are we good with?
No.
No, we are not.
Because, no, because substandard A still needs to change
Okay.
from what we currently have. Because right now, we have by establishing a context and point of view. And that is what we had before. And I really think that we need to beef up the entire purpose of the entire narrative, not just the conclusion. So, we need to set out a problem, a situation, or an observation. And
So I'm using the language from the EAT recommendation. Is that
Right.
what you're- by setting out a problem, situation, or observation in lieu of by establishing a context and point of view.
I think that's the next level up.
Good job putting the brakes on, Doctor Now.
This one might be clunky reading wise. Engage and orient the reader by setting out a problem, situation, or observation and introducing a reader and character. So that does sound a bit clunky. Do we just want to? I'm okay with eliminating the language about and introducing a speaker or narrator and characters or figures. They've been working with that for quite a while.
Right. Yeah.
We have language in there already about developing the characters or figures, so it should be, we should have that knowledge by then.
So I will put.
Does this mean that it's no longer on the rubrics? I guess that's the other consideration if we take it off. Does that affect the rubrics?
I
or-
think if it's been there, then and then
It's in D.
Okay.
if they've already, that would be like they've mastered it, so they should be doing it at that point.
And if they
Right.
still have, they're still tasked with developing characters or figures, so they have to
Indeed.
introduce them to develop them. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Mhm. Once again, we got some meat going into the freshman classes.
Okay. Do we have anything else for 9, 10? Or I guess I should get used to saying E1, E2. Okay. Then I will copy and paste over, and we've got one last chance to.
So, as you said that, I thought of something. Sorry.
Okay.
It goes to the transition thing again. Where in the informational we had within and between paragraphs, that language. Do you think that's necessary in narrative? I'm not sure that it has the same purpose in narrative.
Maybe not, but I think for the sake of consistency, we have very analogous language. What does it read as in the informative?
Use appropriate transitional words, phrases, clauses, and sentences to create cohesion and clarify the relationship among ideas and concepts within and between paragraphs.
So we currently have here, use a variety of transition words, phrases, clauses, and sentences to convey sequence, signal shifts, and show the relationships among experiences and events. Could we just say within, what was the language at the very end, within what?
Within and between paragraphs.
Within and between paragraphs? Just add that to the end there. F for context. Within and between paragraphs. Are we okay with that? I will put it in there and we can see if it looks right to folks. Okay. We feel okay with that? Okay. then we can turn our attention to 11, 12.
What are we going to do to keep them engaged and developing during their junior and senior year rather than taking their senior year off?
I don't think we added, I don't think we changed much between, let me go back to informational and see what we changed between high school, freshman and high school. My computer's frozen.
It's about college prep for a lot of these kids, or technical school prep.
I'm just spitballing here, so I'm not married to it, but perhaps develop complex characters and maybe use a variety of narrative techniques.
I like where you're going with that.
I like complex characters.
Yeah, I think that's a useful addition. Yeah. Do we think that's something that should only happen when they get to 11, 12? Or is it something that we like to see earlier? I could imagine 9, 10 kids using complex characters or figures too. Do we think this is something that we'd want to emphasize at the 11, 12 level? I'm open-minded on that.
I'd say keep it 11, 12.
Okay. Yeah. That's been added.
Goodness, if they just master complex characters in 11, 12, like that's a skill within itself, you know, to be quite honest. Character development. I'm fine with just that one word.
Good.
Yeah.
And this is
Excellent.
moving, and I know we've talked so much about testing today that I don't want to necessarily belabor the point, but this is moving outside of that realm, and within a time constraint, it's probably a little harder to develop a complex character, but now this could potentially manifest as a longer form writing that's developed over time, and that might allow for more complex characterization. So I think that makes sense at this level.
Complex characters and figures.
Yes. Is there anything else we need to do to add more rigorous and for after-school preparation at this level?
I
I'm
like
not-
some of the original language. I'm sorry, I'm looking at 3 different places right now, but so the original substandard B and the original standard said sequence events so that they build on one another to create a coherent whole and build toward a particular tone and outcome.
That says a lot more than the C that's in the here. I like that as a substitution.
I will say that is
It's
that's an edit that was made at the E1, E2 level as well. So is that
Right.
something we'd want to go back and look at it across all high school students? Because the
Yes.
EAT recommend it for both.
I would.
Do we want to just simply take the language that the EAT used and move that over for substandard?
I'm okay with that. Substandard C about smooth.
Changing, create a smooth progression of experiences, events to sequence events so that they build on one another.
to create a coherent whole
To create a coherent whole.
and build toward a particular tone and outcome. There is a
Oh,
progression.
oh, okay. So this is
Yeah,
okay.
there's
I
a
was
lot
looking. I was looking at the EAT recommendation. Sorry.
What other work in narrative writing will they need to prepare themselves for college?
Well, to prepare themselves for college, they need coherence. They need to build towards a particular purpose. I think we're carrying that through line throughout the standard, that they're building towards some sort of significant narration. But I'm a little worried that we've lost a little bit of progression in some of our edits. Because we didn't, in the original standard in 910, I know I'm jumping around. In the original standard of 910, we had, instead of organize an event sequence that unfolds naturally and logically, we had sequence events so that they build on one another to create a coherent whole. And then in 1112, it was that plus and build toward a particular tone and outcome.
Yeah, and I did make that edit.
Oh, you did?
So that is what is
I'm
up there
sorry.
now.
I
Well,
guess,
Oh,
But
did I?
910, I don't
9
have that language in 910, I don't think.
is, oh, it is our C. I made it our C. I must have. I was using that in lieu of create a smooth progression of experiences or events. Is
Okay.
well, yeah, it should be in place of B though, not C.
Yes.
Okay, that was a mistake.
All right, and Patty, if you would think about this, what is there, or is there anything in the 11 and 12th grade narrative writing that needs to be there to prepare them for technical writing?
differently. Concise, but understand against them and in fact shorten.
Is most of that writing narrative, informative, or argumentative, or all of the above? Okay.
Miss, now the edits I made, do those seem appropriate now?
I'm reviewing.
the only thing, and I'm happy to be struck down here, is I know we think about counter narrative and we think about counter argument, but there is a thing called counter narrative. And in truly complex narrative writing, you ask students to consider and address the counter narrative. Is that something we want to ask 11th and 12th graders to do?
You're struggling with that, Lucas.
I mean, I think it sounds fun to do as a teacher of those grade levels, but I worry that some teachers might struggle with that. So my initial instinct was, oh, that sounds fun. And then I worry that would be met with confusion.
This is garden variety, 1 million students. And we expecting them all to be able to reach that standard. And probably not. Maybe not till college.
I'm open to discussion on it. Yeah.
It's not anything worth discussing. I was just trying to address your point of, is there another? Yes, there are always other levels of complexity. That
Okay.
is one we could add, but we definitely don't have to. I agree with that. If you can do this, and especially if you can nail H, like give it out from a single point of view to a broader context, I think, and complex characters or figures, it's really, really strong writing.
Okay. Have we crafted the ultimate standards now for narrative writing?
There's two more. Well, one more thing that bothers me that could make a difference in rigor is the word vivid. We've lost in there somewhere the word vivid in progressing to high school. So in our current G, we might want to say to vividly convey, or what, if you don't like that, some other phrasing.
I think vividly convey seems appropriate.
And then the other thing that bothers me a bit is that in progressing to high school, we've lost the reference to narrative fiction and literary nonfiction.
And yes, arguably fiction and nonfiction could encompass those, but the domain-specific terminology, I agree with at the high school level. So, but again, I'm
Fiction and
open to
nonfiction is
discussion.
up in the parent.
Right. The original standard in the EAT's proposal, parent standard, said write narrative fiction or literary nonfiction. And we've lost that in our current revision. So I'm open to suggestion on it.
Write multi-paragraph narrative fiction and literary nonfiction to develop, ...
So you're going to add the word literary, you'd like to.
That's what was in the original standard that we're.
Bothers me a bit that we've lost that.
Okay.
Moving to high school, but again.
What does that mean? What does that mean for the students? What do they,
I hear her point because I think some students feel like nonfiction has to be dry, and to recognize, I know, and it doesn't. I agree with you, right? And to recognize that literary nonfiction is actually a proper genre that you would see at the library, at the bookstore, and that there is a literary element also to nonfiction writing. It is not just informative. It is not just technical. There is a literary element to it as well.
I made that edit
Okay.
in the parent standard, so.
you had a comment for us?
Yeah, to be even more precise with my seniors, it's college applications, it's scholarship applications. They've got to write personal narratives, and the better they can use literary techniques in those, the better receptive they are.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, are we good with that then? Yes, then let's move on.
Okay, then we are moving on to the third and final writing, which is argument. So we'll start off with kindergarten.
We've been doing a lot of that.
Should be well equipped. All right.
And we've been doing it civilly.
Yes,
I
we
think we are a
have.
model for the nation.
Votes were
Indeed.
nearly unanimous. All right. Kindergarten argument standard. With prompting and support, use a combination of drawing, dictating, and/or writing to compose opinion pieces.
Keep.
Any problem? Keep?
Mhm.
I say keep. Keep? All right, go.
All right, first grade. With prompting and support, write opinion pieces, period. And then there are a series of substandards that I will not all read aloud to you, since you guys read it out.
Pieces, is that a good word? Okay.
I read what we have for informational text. I'm just going to read it for our reference. Oh, we didn't have any.
Text.
But it says name a topic, supply facts about the topic, provide a concluding statement, apply language standards addressing the foundational literacy standards. That's what we have in informational.
Okay.
We did instead, I mean, and I don't care, but we, instead of pieces, it was text. I don't know.
What's the parent say in informational?
Text.
Text, write informational text to examine and convey complex ideas and information clearly and accurately through the effective selection, organization, and analysis of content. Go first graders.
Do people have a preference on pieces versus texts?
Text.
I would say text.
Wait, I don't know, because it moves. Well, no, it doesn't, because it does say piece on topics or text.
Yeah, we stick with pieces until we get to middle school.
Okay.
But
I'm good with it. I wanted to make sure that we were in.
if anything, I think I prefer texts, but I am open to pieces.
I don't care. Which, I mean, it's not that I don't care. I have no opinion on the opinion piece.
I think we need a recess. No. Pieces.
I have no.
You like some
pieces
chips?
is
I-
Now.
Alright.
Okay.
That is a terminology people use, an opinion
Right.
piece.
Right. Yes, I could,
We'll just
I
keep
could see
peace.
op-ed. That's where my mind was going. I was just going to point out, if we change it there, we need to go back to the kindergarten standard and change it there.
The previous standard set opinion pieces, do we just want to stick with opinion pieces?
Yes.
We'll
All right.
stick with pieces.
That's a
That
consensus.
may be terminology that's used in the classroom. Why, if we don't really care that much, why change it?
Right.
Okay, we'll just keep pieces.
So, so do we want to keep first grade entirely?
First grade, make sure that we have at least one paragraph, and
Right.
one paragraph is hyphenated, and I'll just read informational, just FYI. Write one paragraph informational text, introduce a topic, use facts and definitions to provide information, link ideas within categories of information using transitional words, provide a concluding statement or section, apply language standards addressed in the FLS.
It seems like we're missing a few things between informational and opinion, but I also feel like opinion is harder, so maybe that was intentional scaffolding.
Where would you add what you want to add?
I don't think that I want to add anything. I'm just looking at comparisons, just pointing out
Okay.
the difference. But my opinion is it's probably fine because it's harder. It's a harder type of text.
The structure of the standard seems largely similar, so I think we're fine as is, unless people have
So are there any changes to that level?
just the addition of at least one paragraph before opinion pieces.
Okay. If that, everybody okay with that? All right, let's roll. Next level.
All right, third grade is where we have multi-paragraph. No, we have at least two. We changed multi-paragraph to at least two.
We said texts above, right? So this should read opinion pieces, not opinion piece, because it's currently singular.
It's plural. Did we, I'm going back and forth. On the first grade, did we change that? Did we change it to in first grade to to at least one paragraph? Because we don't specify.
So in first grade, we have,
With prompting and support, write informational text.
yeah,
We don't have a specific, it doesn't get to one paragraph until
Oh,
second
yeah,
grade.
we jumped the gun there.
Yeah.
Okay.
My apologies.
And then we actually changed it to at least one paragraph, but that's not till second grade.
Second grade, my apologies. That was my mistake.
We're actually keeping the first grade standard, and then we'll add the at least one paragraph to second.
To the second grade.
Thank you. Good catch.
Third grade has at least two, and fourth grade is multi-paragraph. No, fourth grade is changed multi-paragraph to at least three.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
then we shift to multi-paragraph after
All
that.
right. All right, so everybody is one paragraph lower than their grade, basically.
Do we have anything else for second grade?
Hearing none, let's move on.
Okay, so we definitely, I assume, want to make the edit of changing 1 to 3 to at least 2.
Mm-hmm.
Third grade, yes. This is also where we go from transitional words to transitional words and phrases.
Okay, we already have transitional words and phrases here.
Mm-hmm.
Really see. Oh, shouldn't it be perspective rather than point of view based off of the edits we'll make in the future with
Yes.
From what I remember from the reading standards, there's been a clear demarcation between what is a point of view and what is a perspective.
Perspective.
Like point of view meaning first, second,
Third.
third.
Mhm.
Perspective being one's perspective on a particular issue, and this seems like it would be perspective, not point of view.
Yes.
Okay.
Supporting one's point of view or one's perspective or a perspective.
Currently says a perspective. I think that's
Okay.
fine. Okay. Anything else there?
Nothing? Okay.
Then we
Let's
can
move
to
on.
fourth grade. So this will be, multi-paragraph will become at least 3
Mhm.
paragraph. And then point of view will once again also change to perspective.
Domain specific is in informational. I don't know if it's in narrative.
It is.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yes, it is. I'm F.
Actually, domains so
Soific. So, yeah, soific. New word.
So,
And I don't think we have citing textual evidence. I don't think that's part of narrative. Or,
Well,
I think
it
in
is an
letter D-
opinion.
supported with reasons that are supported by textual evidence.
okay.
Yes.
Okay. We're on opinion and argumentative. Okay, yeah. So we have citing textual evidence instead of examples from the text. So citing textual evidence is the phrase that we've used.
And here it's the B, I think it's the same thing, but this one says develop an opinion with reasons that are supported by textual evidence.
And
So it's just missing the word cite, but I think it's the same thing, right?
We can add by just the word citing. Develop an opinion with reasons that are
By
supported
citing textual evidence, and that way it's the same wordage.
consistency, and it also introduces the idea of citation.
Yes, excellent idea.
and letter D is say link opinions and reasons.
We call
using
that academic
transitional
language.
Words, it's 2 words. So is it words, comma?
Transitional words.
One word.
Okay, 1 word.
Oh, it's not words? Oh,
Words, it has 2 words.
Oh,
Mhm.
We want the teachers and the students to use that academic language that are contained in the standards and the substandards.
And then domain Pacific in letter F.
We
Took that
fortunately,
out.
we're already changing domain
Okay.
specific, but yes, it is a typo. Anything else for that?
Nothing more for grade 4?
Okay, then we forge onward to 5. We've got some more domain specific. We've got
textual evidence. And 5 is where we use the language of multi-paragraph.
so we maintain the current language, correct?
We also added clauses into transitional.
Yes, it's
That's
already there
Okay.
for 5th grade. And this one,
Is in standard D.
in B, we'll just have to make sure that we include cited somewhere, develop an opinion through logically ordered reasons that are supported by textual evidence,
I
by
added,
citing.
I cited supported by citing textual
Okay.
evidence.
Gotcha.
If
Yes.
that works. For
Yep.
folks. Anything else? If we're going to keep with what we've done thus far, which I think's worked okay for us, I will copy over the parent standard of the old argument. Start from there.
And you're going to do the 6 through 12.
We'll start with 6 and then we'll keep moving.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, my kids are up in that right now. Now, AP high schoolers are still doing it. Oh, yeah, they're doing this all over the hallways. It's a meme online. It's relatively non-malicious, so I'm leaning into it a little bit.
Relatively non-malicious.
Well, they do love that. That and this little thing they do, I think. All right. Sixth grade. So the parent standard was quite short in the original version. It said, write arguments to support claims with clear reasons and relevant evidence. I assume, should make multi-paragraph arguments because we have said multi-paragraph in other instances.
So arguments, or we have informative text.
I would say argumentative texts. Now we will need to therefore change the language of the cornerstone, which reads just arguments right now. Are we content with doing that?
Yes.
Don't want to certainly change a cornerstone without asking anybody. We're agreeing on argumentative. Okay.
Yes, and as a side note, in the middle school classroom, that was sometimes a little bit of a battle when you said argument versus argumentative, because argument, they heard one thing, argumentative was another. So it's just another way to help, make that concept a little bit easier to grasp to me.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. If I'm hearing nothing else on the parent standard, I will copy over all of the substandards. I will go through and add the letters to them, but I would go ahead and make them visible to you all.
I have something for the first thing. Both in the original and the AT, it's not really established that there's an introductory paragraph, so I propose it to be written similar to the way the informative was. Use the introduction to prepare the reader for what is to follow, including a relevant thesis. I think that's what we wrote.
And that's from the informative writing.
Yeah, that's what I have written.
So introduce a topic clearly using the introduction to engage and prepare the reader for what is to follow, include a relevant thesis.
But in this case, this is argument,
Right.
and we're introducing the word claim, so.
In A, I like the original word, but don't include the introduced claim. I like clearly state the claim at the beginning of the response rather than just introduce claim.
I missed a part of the conversation. Let me be clear. But in the A for sixth grade, yes? Are we sixth grade? Okay, so in the A for sixth grade, informational, informative, it says introduce a topic clearly using the introduction to engage and prepare the reader for what is to follow, include a relevant thesis.
Our current A is exactly the same as that for argument, except it says claim instead of thesis.
That's exactly the same. Okay, thank you.
Claim in lieu of thesis. Do you have comment on that?
Okay.
In your claim, in your thesis?
I mean,
Am I?
I suppose you could say main claim, yeah, to differentiate.
I usually use the word thesis, and then I say claim for their argumentative topic sentence, but
That's
I
the
might be the
language
weird
I use,
one.
but I was deferring to middle grades teachers who seem to.
So
use it.
my understanding is that your thesis should contain a claim.
And the word claim, because it goes from topic or something else. It's new words, so I tried to say for argumentative, we're using a claim, and for informative, we're using a thesis. So I just try to show that there's a difference, but I don't know if that's correct, but that's just the way we.
I guess If, and I'm going to continue to push us to go back to what you guys have asked us to do at the end, maybe that's tomorrow, and go back and review and say, do we want to stack all of this in every middle school grade? And if we don't stack all of this in every middle school grade, then I think having some things that would flow from progression to progression, i.e. thesis, would actually be very helpful. So if we do make the decision that we are teaching argument in 8th grade and not really teaching it as rigorously as fully in 6th and 7th, at least they would have already seen the word claim. I mean, thesis.
Thesis in informational. So we are still teaching claim. We're just teaching them as two different things. Like when we teach a thesis, it's almost like this is what my paper is going to be about, essentially. Like I'm answering the question, I'm addressing the prompt. And with the claim, I'm claiming that this is better than this, or I'm claiming that she was right and this person was wrong.
I'm just a little bit of context here. If we look back at the current English standard, A doesn't read as introduce claim, it reads as introduce claims, plural. I think it's meant to reflect the variety of claims that would be, like what we were referring to as kind of our terminology for claims. So I think it was intended to not reference the overall thesis. Now we are using it as such. So perhaps we're talking about two separate substandards. Maybe we should use the terminology of thesis in our A, and then B provides support claims with.
I think the problem is that, especially at this level, when you're teaching informative and you say thesis and you teach argument, and then you also use the word thesis, then the danger is that they write an informative thesis. They don't write a claim. And so getting them to bridge that gap from opinion in the 5th grade to making an informed thesis statement that is a claim in the 6th grade, that can be very difficult to teach. And so I understand that the struggle with the terminology, believe me, because I would use the terms interchangeably in my classroom all the time. Thesis statement, claim, argument, right? Claim, but it's your main claim. So I understand their wording here. I understand the struggle. So,
and it may be a progression, like I know before, like in the earlier grades, like in kindergarten and 1st grade, they're called time order words. And then in 2nd grade, it's the term transition word is, so it may be where, because it is the first time that they've ever, it may just be want to do claim. And then as you progress, then throw in the thesis claim.
Yes.
The one confusion that is going to cause is because we're include a relevant claim within the introduction substandard, as we have done consistently throughout. Then throughout the remaining substandards, there are many references to claims. And if we add claims, if we change relevant claim to claims, then I think we're implying that all claims will therefore be in the introduction rather than spread throughout a
right. And so I think that's why they worded it the way they did. They can correct me if I'm wrong, but in the revision, they just said use logical reasoning to support the claim, right? So, but I understand the struggle. When we get to AP Lang, when we get to those higher levels, then we're talking about multiple claims and we're supporting claims, and we write a thesis statement that those claims are supporting. So there has to be a progression there in the terminology. We can't just bombard them all at once. So.
All right. And this is the beginning right here.
Right.
But
at the middle school.
The term in informational. So why wouldn't that term just carry over to narrative? I mean, they're learning the term already. So I hear what you're saying about time words to transition words, but these are different grades. This is actually not a different grade. I'm saying in one part of the grade, we're saying one term, and another part of the grade, we're
I think
saying
just because it's a new,
term.
I mean, I don't teach 6th grade, and I'm kind of glad of that right now. But I think that, and they just have to, at this time, they are going to think thesis with informational and claim So there is a distinct boundary. I think that's where they're coming from.
I like
Is that
that.
correct?
Yeah. That's good.
Again, I know it's probably not correct terminology. In my classroom, to differentiate, I would sometimes say main claim, support your main claim. Right. And then we could progress from there.
I have been overruled.
I mean, we can, yes, I do too. It pains me, or it did, when I taught that grade level, to say that every time, but I hear you.
Okay, do we have any changes suggested then at the 6th grade level for argumentative based on what we have posted? Or is that acceptable to everybody?
Go ahead.
There will definitely need to be some edits because we've got references to claims plural. And if we're going to say that there is a claim, we need to make those singular throughout.
Okay,
My
I'm good with that.
My encouragement was only to check the glossary to see how claim and thesis are defined and however y'all want to use it, just to circle back on the glossary to hopefully answer educators' questions.
Would someone be willing to look toward the glossary?
I'm happy to pull it up on the big screen if that's helpful.
I'm wondering too, if that is just if that's something that's kind of on the teacher to differentiate. Because I'm wondering if we put claim in the beginning and the point he brought up, does it make it confusing for the teacher to differentiate
72.
what is being asked?
Oh, claim.
I agree with that. The original standard always said
Consider
introduce
them.
claim, support claim. But
In the daily execution and implementation of these standards, it's important that you know that the teachers and the students will have to use that academic language. That has to be part of their vocabulary. So we should be as precise as possible in listing that.
Miss Singletary, I think, found the glossary.
That's exact-
It says claim is a synonym to thesis. I don't agree,
It can
but
be
it's there,
used
and
synonymously with thesis.
You're not to tell you that that's the definition, more to remind you that whatever decision you make here, if it's in the glossary, we would just want it to be consistent. I'm in no way committed to this definition either way. I will say there are 12 instances of the word claim. I noticed references in the glossary also under textual evidence and counterclaim, if that impacts any decisions you
So
would
what's
like
a
to make.
claim? If a claim is a thesis, what's a claim?
Claim,
How
claim,
I've always
claim.
understood it is claim is a broader category under which thesis is one of the claim types. So, I mean, yes, I don't know. I agree. I would agree with you, Dr. Stout. I mean, this reads as odd to me as a high school teacher, but it seems as if this is something that's been pretty prevalent in the middle grades for.
But later on in the upper grades, instead of saying topic sentence, we'll say state your claim and then prove it in a body paragraph. So claims, in a sense, become your reasons, quote unquote. So we have reflected in the glossary definition right now, it is that assertion that something's true, and it does have to be supported by evidence. And so, but at the 6th grade level, we're trying to introduce that term claim, and we don't want to confuse them with the other type of writing.
Are we okay with the way it's written right now? Yes?
It's not
Okay.
in there.
There is no thesis.
No thesis. Because I was going to read it to you all, but it's not there. I was ready.
Want to reiterate from my reflection that the glossary needs a lot of attention.
And some of the definitions you can find online just simply say that a claim statement is a type of thesis statement in which you present the main idea of what you are writing. That's where they got that definition. In argumentative writing, a claim is your position on it. And we probably need to straighten that out.
Parking garage?
I'm actually glad we're having this conversation, and I'm not going to belittle the point because we need to move on. But I do think sometimes it's an issue of clarity, right? And you could have a teacher in Murfreesboro teaching it one way and a teacher in Memphis teaching it the other way. And we're not going to talk about those 4 letters because we can't talk about them, but that could make a difference in how a student, addresses it on the test or addresses it in a college essay or in the real world. So I think whatever it's going to be, even if we want to invent our own word for Tennessee, the Tennessee thesis, I don't know. We just need to provide as much clarity so there is consistency of language. So Murfreesboro and Memphis and Knoxville and Oak Ridge are all teaching the same.
Well said. Thank you. Okay.
Just so we know, I made a few, okay. As it currently stands, we have include a relevant claim, and then I made edits subsequently so that it reads as the claim in each subsequent instance instead of claims, because I don't think it makes sense to say introduce a claim and then have references to multiple claims later on.
Right.
And I also feel like if we feel that it's developmentally inappropriate to introduce the concept of thesis that has subclaims, then I definitely don't think they need to be making multiple claims within a.
Especially at the 6th grade level.
So.
Are we okay with what's up on the board now for the 6th grade? Can we move on?
And did you add that to the parking lot, Miss Now? The glossary for claim and thesis?
Okay, once again, are we okay? Everybody nod their head or?
Not sure. I need one more.
Oh.
Are you asking if everything?
Yes, everything. Okay. What would you like to change?
We're still on that.
Okay,
Introduce the claim versus.
sure.
We never got past the first.
This one is much easier, but I'll just say it, that we have a reference to content-specific vocabulary. It's not the exact same as domain, but it was domain in other places, so I think it would make sense to maintain the same edits we've made previously for domain and say discipline and subject-specific vocabulary. Just wanted to.
Don't forget to move the conclusion to the end.
That is a good catch.
Can I say something? With that content, I think that's referring to the articles they give them. If they're on social studies, then the terms you use in your essay need to refer back to the text the students are given to read.
Text specific.
Text specific might be better.
That's really in every grade because we have to do that. I know in 5th grade too, the specific vocabulary, like when they're grading on the vocabulary portion, they're making sure that you use vocabulary from the text. So I don't know.
Do we feel that that's encapsulated by subject-specific vocabulary?
I think it can be like the subject that is in the, or like as a topic of the text. Like it doesn't have to necessarily be like the subject, like reading or, does that make sense? I think
Right.
that can be used interchangeably. So I think subject is fine.
Okay, I just wanted to know.
So are you going to take discipline out?
I mean, I'm somewhat reluctant because we've been consistent elsewhere on pairing those together, but if there's a case made for that, then I will.
No.
This is substandard E. We've always done use precise language and discipline and subject-specific vocabulary throughout
Okay,
the other
let's
writing
keep it
standards.
consistent. All right, now have we arrived at a complete and total review of this?
I have a thing or two.
Okay, let's hear them.
Okay, so I guess I would suggest we use the same transition language from informational if we think it's appropriate.
So that's transitional words and phrases.
And then combining H
Sentences?
and I.
Are we in 6th grade or 5th?
We're in 6th grade.
6 is transitional words, phrases, and clauses.
And then combining H and I as we have previously. And I think we had like formal style as appropriate, something to that effect. I'm also wondering, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not married to the idea, but I'm wondering if we should split up B, acknowledge your an alternate or opposing claim, does that feel like that should be split or maintain the current structure?
Simply because the rubric is very broad for 6th to 8th grade currently. The standard's all the same. I know if you look at what we were proposing, 6th grade says acknowledge the counterclaim. So even if they just put a sentence saying something, and then in 7th grade, we said acknowledge counterclaim, acknowledge the opposing claim. Like they have to give a little bit more detail to that one. And then in 8th grade, it's essentially going to be probably a full paragraph of the counterclaim. So counterclaim in 6th grade is very difficult to express. So if you're looking for rigor somewhere, that might be a way to build it from 6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
So are you saying like if we split it, that might create too much pressure on the counterclaim in 6th grade level?
I think that's a good idea.
It's
Now, is
substandard.
maintaining a formal style more relevant with the argumentative writing?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
So in 6th grade F, where it talks about style, let me just use F, you read F. This is informational or informative. Use precise language, varied sentence structure, and an appropriate style to enhance meaning and clarity.
Hmm. Can we extract that one, or is that a better statement to include in here for argumentative writing?
I'm of two minds on that one. I like it too. I just know we're moving from opinion to argument, and an argument is a more formalized opinion, kind of, at the 6th grade level, right? So it's opinion based upon reasons and evidence. That's at least the scaffolding there. So I kind of like, I don't want to be out of keeping with our other edits, but I kind of like establishing and maintaining a formal style in particular for this
I do too.
standard. I also, going back to Ms. Dockery's question about substandard B, I would kind of hesitate to separate acknowledge an alternate or opposing claim. I wouldn't want there to be any misconception that you can just acknowledge any alternate or opposing claim out there. The intent would be you counter the claim that was made, right? So I like that together. I'm open on the style though. I see.
So the language, just so we're clear, the language from the informative standard is use precise language, varied sentence structure, and an appropriate style to enhance meaning and clarity. What we currently have for argument is establish and maintain a formal style. So it's really the difference primarily between formal versus appropriate style.
I also like the language of sentence structure. Like, is that there?
It is not there currently, but I'm happy
I
to
mean,
add it.
I think varied sentence structure. I think we should carry that over.
So is the real conversation then we're having is it about appropriate versus formal style? Am I hearing that correctly?
I think so.
I'm good with appropriate. Appropriate should mean, in this case, more formal, at least at this level.
Okay.
When we get to AP Lang, that's a whole different.
I just think it depends on who the audience is that you're arguing to convince your point. So I could see, where using slang might be help argue that point to a certain audience. I could see where using an emoji might help argue your point to your fellow 6th grade classmates. So that's why I try to allow some leeway for appropriate, because there are a lot of things that, yes, formal writing is great, but there are sometimes for a specific audience, if I'm talking to my fellow sixth grade classmates and why we should change the lunch menu, you know, like I might do some fun stuff in that argumentative piece that is not necessarily a formal style.
I think most will interpret appropriate style as formal style, but then there will be instances where people, like what are mentioned there, will expand outward from that. So I'm okay with the language of appropriate.
Are we okay with appropriate then, everyone? Okay, I see all nods. Let's stay with appropriate.
Then I'm going to continue. Are we good on sixth grade then?
Did you put varied sentence structure?
Yes, it
Okay.
says, so it reads, H now reads as use precise language, varied sentence structure, and an appropriate style to enhance meaning and clarity.
I know in the informational, I was looking back, somebody brought up the point that it needed to be citing. Somebody wanted that, and we didn't do that in the, well, we did that, citing in fifth grade, but we haven't done the citing.
So would it be in B,
B.
where it says support the claim with logical reasoning and relevant sufficient evidence? We would say
By
support the claim with logical reasoning and by citing
Yes.
relevant sufficient evidence.
Yes.
Anything else there? Obviously, once we set 6, then everything else kind of runs downstream. I do say, I think Ms. Now has done a very good job of flagging when we make these progressions, of making sure we don't lose things that were in the original standards. So I think that's something we could all be kind of keeping an eye towards, or the original standards, to ensure we don't lose anything in the progress.
Yes, thank you for doing that.
Would it be helpful for me to read through the informative standards just as we cross-check, or no, let's just move forward?
For 7?
For 6.
Oh,
It's just as we progress. I think the main thing would be, Dr. Stout, if you could identify the things that we changed as we moved to each grade level. So if you notice what is it?
We changed all of them for middle school, that's what I'm saying. For 6, 7, 8, we changed all of them.
No, I'm sorry, I wasn't specific enough. Like when our version of 6 versus our version of 7, to see like how did we make that progression? Like what did we choose to progress, so we can make analogous changes to argument as we move. That would, I think, be useful.
are we ready to go on to 7?
I am.
Yes? Okay,
Right.
let's do it then.
Brief flag, that substandards G and H, is that overlap intentional by the committee?
Oh. I believe we would delete G, is that correct?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
I think we might have talked about this one.
I don't think we ever talked about it anymore.
So in informational intro, introduce a topic clearly using the introduction to engage and prepare the reader for what is to follow. Include relevant, I'm not going to say the T word.
Oh, no, it
Do we make any reference to reader interest in the informative as we progressed? Or-
That's why I was, I saw the engage reader. That's why I thought she was referring to.
I think if I remember correctly, and it's been a full day, I think we came to the conclusion that engaging and preparing the reader for what is to follow essentially stood in place of creating reader interest. Engage, interest seem somewhat analogous.
Agreed.
Okay.
Ready to go to the next level.
That change, are you going to make that change in G and H in both 6th and 7th? Delete.
I believe it should be made. Is there, am I missing something there?
Didn't the TDOE just suggest that we delete G, if I'm not mistaken? Did I misunderstand that? The repeat and varied sentence structure?
Oh, I
Is that
think
what the
my-
comment was?
My internet is not connecting, so I think that is why it is not. saying trying to connect. I have made the edit, but I'm not currently online.
Okay.
So
It was just present in 6 and 7.
Okay.
Whatever it was.
yeah, I'll make that. I'm gonna make a hotspot so I can make this edit. Yeah. I do too.
Okay, while we're hot spotting, do we want to talk about 7th grade? Are there,
Let's at least get internet access first so we can actually see what's happening.
you want to put that up there?
I'm currently without internet, so I'm trying to reconnect first. Showing that I'm connected now. Does anyone have internet? Are they able to see if that changes on through?
Well, there we go.
I guess it's just that the old, it would be I-31 to ensure that we now just have that the old G is gone, and now that G reads, use precise language, varied sentence structure, and an appropriate style to enhance meaning and clarity.
Enhance meaning and reader interest.
Okay.
H reads, use precise language, varied sentence structure, and an appropriate style to enhance meaning and clarity. And I reads, craft an effective and relevant conclusion that supports the argument presented.
Okay.
So I guess it has not been.
Yeah,
made.
that's not what it's showing on my screen, so I think it's probably an internet issue. Okay. It shows that it's saving this to my drive on here. It's showing that I have internet connection and it's saving it. So
It's saying I'm unable to establish a secure connection to Zoom.
Zoom.
All right, I think it's updated now. You want to look at the one just read it here. Yeah.
Ready to move on? I am. Okay. We're on 7th grade. We just started 7th grade. Now, I will point out the old 7th grade standard was identical to 6th grade standard. I just parsed them and then made them. But we have been adding small progressions throughout. Likely in keeping with what we've done previously, it would make some sense to make some small progressions if we see them and they feel developmentally.
Next question.
I don't have any tomatoes.
So it is common for states across the country to teach argumentative, informal, and narrative, because the gap between informative and argumentative seems pretty.
I don't know that I'm following your question. I'm sorry.
So teaching these 3 modes as 3 separate is common.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. As embedded in materials, right? So as embedded in, as students are working their way through connected texts and so forth, and then there's tasks of writing that are embedded within those activities and tasks and so forth. So it's as embedded in the materials. It wouldn't be necessarily, and this is actually kind of discouraged, is to have entire units, of just focusing on writing, because they should be integrating all of the standards in every single unit throughout the course of the year. So
Maybe it's because I'm high school. It's like. Yeah.
Where did you teach at? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so do we want to make any changes to increase the rigor between 6th and 7th grade?
I think a place that might be worthwhile to look is to see if we made edits between the 6th and 7th grade standards for informative writing. One addition we made is instead of craft an effective and relevant conclusion, we said craft an effective and relevant conclusion that restates the thesis statement. So
restates the claim?
So perhaps that restates the claim for this particular standard.
And I also think that Nicole mentioned something about scaffolding with how it was just acknowledge the alternate. But I don't remember what else, like what was the next step? Like it would just be kind of just you acknowledge it, and then in 7th grade, what would be the progression?
It's B, acknowledge an alternate or opposing claim.
It doesn't seem that the EAT recommended standards had a progression there between 6 and 7. It just maintains acknowledge.
Yes, but I just thought she was saying that if we wanted to show a progression, that would be where the progression would.
And so the next
B.
step is to respond to the claim.
In the 8th grade standard, as EAT composed it, they had address alternate or opposing claim rather than acknowledge. So moving from acknowledging to addressing.
Okay.
But they had that placed in 8th grade, so that would be a topic of conversation if we felt like it was more developmentally appropriate in 7th.
Miss Now? Here.
I know, right? Okay. What about, would it be inappropriate to say acknowledge and support an alternate or opposing claim here? You know, with one reason, one piece of evidence, something.
If you say support, do you maybe mean like refute? Support sounds like you're supporting.
Right.
Well, I mean,
The other
ultimately,
side.
we want to get them there.
But is refute a better word than support?
Acknowledge an alternate or opposing claim. Yeah, I mean, well, those are two different things, acknowledge and refute. So, yes, I mean, and I always taught my students, and that's just my experience, but to do both in just one sentence, you know, but those are two different things. Oh, well, they're two different things. So, I mean, I'm fine with just acknowledging and refuting. I think that's plenty. But, you know,
So we won't acknowledge and refute an alternate or opposing claim in the 7th grade standard?
that's fine. Just refute. Just refute. Acknowledge and refute. But yes, absolutely. Also, I want to make sure, because in the EAT's revisions, originally, we were specifying, well, and I think we supported, did we not go back and do this in the informative standard, that we were providing multiple pieces of evidence? So I want to make sure that we're using the same language. And I don't know that we did that. Apologize. A lot to do.
In the informative standards, we said by citing multiple pieces of evidence. In 6 as well. Okay.
I have one thing to note there. Just that the current wording of relevant sufficient is, the reason why it's phrased that way is because it's also in reading informational standard 8. And so whatever language you would decide on, because those would be connected here, because in that standard, they're analyzing argumentative text here, they're writing argumentative text, just to make sure those are correlated, it helps with guiding teachers in that sense.
So do we just say by citing relevant and sufficient evidence with the multiple pieces implied by sufficiency? Yeah, that's true.
I'm okay with keeping it so we can make them parallel, as he said.
So if it's going to be parallel, what is that exact terminology? Again? Okay. Okay. So multiple pieces.
By citing multiple pieces of relevant, sufficient evidence.
Relevant and sufficient with the word and between.
If that's the wording you
Yes.
prefer. We currently have a comma. That's it.
I don't have a preference, so I was just trying to. And I will make the corresponding edit to the 7th grade standard.
Okay, anything else on the remainder of that 7th grade standard need to be addressed before we would let it go through to the approval stage?
I guess one question I have, I haven't taught 7th before. Has anybody here has taught 7th and knows whether refuting evidence would be developmentally appropriate? I mean, my 8th graders can do it, but I don't know about 7th, if anybody has an opinion.
I think it's amazing how we thought kids weren't capable of doing things. And once we changed the standards, we're amazed at how much they've been able to do. So let's put it in there and hold them to the task.
We're not saying a refutation paragraph or anything. We're just saying refute. It could just be as simple as one sentence refutation. Introduce the concept.
Are we ready to go to 8? Good with 7? Okay, let's go to 8.
A reasonable goal for us, we have 21 minutes remaining, would be to finish the remaining 3 standards in this progression.
I agree.
Okay. So what do we want to do? I've copied over 7th grade standard to 8th grade. How might we want to add rigor? I'll compare how that was done in previous standards.
How it was done in informative or narrative?
I'm looking specifically at the old argument
Oh,
standards to
okay.
see if there was a progression there. If someone would like to look at it informative, that would be useful. If someone would like to direct.
You're looking at informative?
We added transition sentences.
Okay, so that's one. Yeah, the difference between 7th and 8th, yes.
Transitional words, phrases, clauses, and sentences in F.
Yeah, so this would be informative to compare.
Now we add a little, how would we add some rigor with refute? How much refutation?
Can you say? Is refute or contextualize? Maybe this is too advanced, but sometimes the counter argument is actually valid. It's just missing context, or we have to wrestle with the complexity that there are 2 truths at the same time.
I really like that, but I feel like we might need to start with a refutation paragraph first before we get to that.
And hold off on that till the 9th grade,
I
to
think
the
that'd
high
be
school
really good
level.
yeah.
It's a great piece of rigor. Absolutely.
Well, I'm back to could we, at that point, support the acknowledgement of the opposing claim and the refutation? Because we're asking them to organize the reasons and evidence. We're asking them to support their claims. Could we support as well?
Through the refute.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So how would you state that?
Concede and refute, like a concession to a.
No, hers is the concession.
Okay, we're
That,
keeping with that, okay.
so refute with a supporting paragraph?
I hate to say paragraph.
Yeah.
Section.
I think I'd be fine with just. Well, the EAT's original recommendation for support with it, they had support with evidence, provide evidence to support each reason. So why couldn't we provide evidence to support each reason, including opposing claim, refutation?
Acknowledge, support, and ultimately refute an alternate or opposing claim.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely.
Is that language?
Yeah, let's go from there.
Does that wording
We can
include
start on that.
evidence?
I believe 8th grade is also where we were intentional about adding the word synthesize.
Mm,
Or C, develop the topic by synthesizing multiple pieces of evidence, e.g. relevant facts, definitions, concrete details, quotations, or other information. So in C, we were intentional about synthesize. Actually, it's in B as well, organize and synthesize ideas, concepts, and information using effective strategies to create cohesion and aid in comprehension. That's from the informative section.
I suppose we could say, instead of acknowledge, support, and ultimately refute, we could say acknowledge, synthesize, and refute.
I want to go back to the original standards. The informative standards had that language, the original 8th grade standard. The original 8th grade standard did not. So could I get, I think I know why, but could I get clarification from the TDOE as to why perhaps that language is there in the informative standard, but not in the 8th grade standard?
Not in the,
So not in the argument standard for the 8th grade. So the original 8 WTTP2 had in substandard B, the words synthesize and organize ideas, concepts, and information into broader categories using effective strategies to create cohesion and aid in comprehension. We're not doing that necessarily in argument. So we don't have that. We don't have that language in 8.ttp.1, the original one. We have organized the reasons and evidence clearly and clarify the relationships among claims and reasons.
And you're asking why that's the case. I don't have the background on why that decision was made.
Okay.
Yeah. I was not a part of that, the same committee process, sorry.
I mean, they're two different modes. It makes sense to me, but what about the E? That's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. What about the EAT? Do y'all have any insight into that?
do we like what's presented right now on our papers, or do we want to go to?
We have no reference to synthesizing, so I think we need to ask ourselves, do we want that language of synthesis to appear here in the 8th grade, like it did in the informational, or do we want to keep that distinction like there was in the original?
Is the synthesis required in the argumentative?
Ultimately, in the high school, yes, synthesis is a form of argument, but this is 8th grade, and we're to me, in my mind, we are merging slowly but surely the 3 modes, right? So, we have our 3 separate modes, but we've taught them informative, we've taught them narrative,
we're teaching argument ultimately to get to that optimal level of writing where we merge all three. And so I want to make sure that, because synthesis is one skill and organizing is another, and making a claim is another. I want to make sure that we're not doing something developmentally inappropriate in this mode of writing at this point.
Ms. Now, I'd be happy to reach out to the SRC chair, the EAT chairs from that previous committee and see if I can get a response. It'd probably be tomorrow. Would that be helpful? Cool.
Until that time, would you like to take a poke at formulating a statement?
I'm okay with leaving synthesis.
Leaving synthesis out, okay? We okay with that, and it's in the parking lot until we get the information back.
I also think it's something we could theoretically just implement in the E1, E2 standard that we're about to get into. I mean, I do feel like we treat, because of the distinction between opinion and claim, it seems like we kind of take a slightly slower role on argument writing than we do on some of these other writing styles. So maybe it would make some sense to wait from 8th till 9th grade to kind of introduce the synthesis.
Right.
Though, I mean, obviously, yeah, like synthesis in
Everybody
language.
buy that? Is that good?
Just to clarify, are we content with the language of acknowledge, support, and ultimately refute an alternate or opposing claim? Because that was just an idea we moved on pretty quickly.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there anything else that we would want to change to the 8th grade before we move to the high school? Well, yeah. Do you have any other substandard you'd like to change? Okay. No, they're all reading intently and quickly. Okay, we got one holding. Anybody else? Patty, you okay with it? Lacey's good.
I'm
All right.
actually going back and thinking about my own word of support. It is consider, because we have this language kind of popping up later in the old argument standards, instead of like acknowledge, support, and ultimately refute, or acknowledge, consider, and ultimately refute, kind of weighing the alternate or opposing claim before you ultimately refute it. Okay.
There, because support would indicate one thing that they're not necessarily supposed to be doing.
Excellent choice.
Otherwise, I think I'm good on.
All right, are we good for those changes as stated and ready to move to high school? Let's do it. We're going to finish.
There are quite a few, so I would recommend we kind of keep a close eye on the jumps from 8 to 9, 10 in the old standards when it comes to argument. And by old standards, I mean the currently existing state standards, not the EAT recommendations. We definitely want to make sure we implement many of those ideas into our.
I went and looked at the differences from what's proposed here. Pretty much the only difference is in B. They've shortened it considerably. From like
the EAT versus.
Yes, they have shortened it from the original. Everything else, A, C, D, E, and F are pretty much word for word.
Okay. So we probably should look towards the EAT recommendations to look for places for potential rigor.
So are you copying over the original and transferring it, and then?
It's,
with
I'm doing what we've been doing consistently throughout,
Okay.
because I just want to be consistent, but I moved the 8th grade, what was our 8th grade standard, up to E1, E2, but I think
Okay.
we can look at G34, I believe that's what it would be, yeah. Because, and kind of identify places where that is more rigorous than what we currently have there, so we can incorporate elements of that rigor into the new standard.
I like what the EAT proposed, which is like Ms. Singletary said, almost word for word, the original standard. I'm looking
The parent
currently
standard?
At the parent standard. I'm currently looking at the parent standard.
And what does the parent standard state?
The parent standards as the EAT proposed, says write an argumentative essay to support claims and an analysis of substantive topics or texts, including using valid reasoning supported by relevant and sufficient evidence.
That's
And that's
very
exactly-
rigorous. Do we say in multi-paragraph?
Should for
Yeah,
consistency.
we've been doing multi-paragraph.
Okay, so let's use the statement from there, just adding multi-paragraph, and that's the parent,
Right.
not essay.
And then the subs are, I mean, word for word, except for B. They've left out fairly, the counterclaims, develop claims and counterclaims fairly. And then they left out after supplying evidence for each claim and counterclaim, and then they've left out all of this while pointing out the strengths and limitations of both in a manner that anticipates the audience's knowledge level and concerns.
I also included and intentionally selected tone. That's a new addition.
So do we want to just write the EAT as recommended? Or what other changes would you make to the EAT, A through
There are decisions.
H?
We would just need to make sure it's for consistency because there are some differences between how they've phrased things and how we phrase things. So we just need to be attentive to that.
Okay.
I think it might be slightly easier for our purposes if we kept the language that we used and incorporated ideas from the EAT
From theirs.
Into our own current phrasing.
Okay. And we're going to proceed A through H?
Sure.
All right. A, what does it say?
A, it currently reads, introduce the topic clearly, using the introduction to engage and prepare a reader for what is to follow, include a relevant claim. The language of the EAT reads, introduce precise claims. We also, at what point do we want to make claim plural? Because we have been keeping a singular claim for quite a while. And the original standards are plural. So
I like the EAT's language.
What does it say?
Introduce precise claim. Yes.
S?
Claim or
Okay.
claims. Either one.
All right. Plural.
Oh, thank you.
The S is in parentheses?
Yes.
Okay.
do we want to eliminate the language about using an introduction to engage and prepare the reader for what is to follow? Or do we just want to change the language at the end of A that says include a relevant claim to include or introduce precise claims?
I'm okay with still engaging. We're still engaging.
Okay. So
But with precise claims.
include precise claims. Is there a reason we're waiting until 9:10 to introduce the concept of perhaps using multiple claims?
It says it could be claims. It's claims is in, S is in
Yes,
parentheses.
so it could just be a singular claim, but it does now have claim with the parentheses, and we have not done that prior.
Right, and then we could put at the 11, 12, we could use it plural with no parentheses.
Sure. I guess I'm just trying to make sure we're making an intentional choice about only using claims plural here, the option of plural claims for the first time in 910, when the old English standards did it all the way back to 6th grade.
So I have a clarifying question. Here, when it's saying claims plural, is it referring to like the thesis claim plural, or does that just mean multiple claims throughout? So that's where the thesis claim.
That is where I feel like it's really muddy, and I love to be overruled by teachers, especially teachers who teach the grade, but I do feel like it's like muddy because we're using the word in actually 3 different ways, not 2 different ways. When they're, I feel like it's getting muddy.
I will say that I went back to the original survey report that we had when we went into the first meeting, and that was one of the comments that somebody made, that there needs to be a thesis and a claim under argumentative. So I'm not opposed to it. Just whenever I'm teaching it, I'm going to teach it as like we're making a claim in argumentative and we're making a thesis. But, I mean, if it's not correct, then we need to fix it.
We have 5 minutes. So what is the best use of this 5 minutes?
Can we go overtime? Do y'all want to go overtime or are you burned out?
I think we should just at least finish this strand.
Now, I do think, I mean, I think we need to have a conversation about this thesis thing too, though, if we're going to have a conversation about it.
So I don't think we can do that in 5 minutes.
Okay.
May I propose, would you like to read the introduction for writing? So I feel like we can read that and accept and move on.
Sure.
I've been editing, so the edits are done. Can I read them, or do we want to say we just stop? At
No,
4:27?
let's just stop. That's, I thought you were doing it to define thesis or claim.
Oh, no.
I don't disagree with the thesis statement thing, not at the high school level. They should understand what a thesis statement is, and they should understand what that is for this mode of writing. So I'd like to hear other thoughts on that. I'd like to incorporate the precise claim language in there somewhere. I think that does up the rigor.
Well, if we do
So-
it at high school, don't we need to do it at middle school?
We're pushing students towards precise language, precise language, precise language. Can we hold ourselves to that same standard?
It's about the academic language.
I feel like if we keep claims, we just need to figure out, is it claims in parentheses in introduction, or is that just referring to multiple claims throughout? I think at the minimum, we just need to figure that out. Are we asking students to have multiple claims like within their thesis and introduction, or are we just referring to having multiple claims within paragraphs or throughout?
I have a request from TDOE. Can you, for homework,
I just want
Tucson.
one homework-free night, please.
do some research about the use of thesis and claim and argumentative writing in other state standards?
Okay, so I mean, I can give you, I can explain some now that, part of it is just, it's an issue in English generally. It's like when we use main idea and central idea. Some people will parse those out and make a distinction. Most commonly, there is no distinction. What we have communicated in the past is that, a thesis is a type of claim, as she was saying. It's the main claim. It is the claim that anchors the piece. But there are individual supporting claims that support that thesis within it. And so by no means opposed to precise language or anything, but, a lot of it is just how these get used interchangeably. But there is by all means a distinction. So I think I'm guessing here that when they use claim, put in parentheses S, that would include the thesis as the main claim as well as the supporting claims throughout.
But if
the
it does, it needs to be stated. So we would like to be as precise as we can in the use of both of those terms so that it becomes the prevalent academic language throughout Tennessee for the next 7 years. Okay, if you could
Yes.
give us some more feedback about how things are done to help define that. I understand what you said about main idea, et cetera, but if you can give us just a little bit more to help us make that decision.
And to be precise, a little bit more of how other states
Yes.
use that term. Okay.
Yes,
Sure.
yes.
In middle
Middle school and high school, we'd like to know both, yes.
Okay.
It's really about argumentative writing, and that's where they're going to start in the middle school anyway. You got a little bit of that going on in the earlier grades, but okay,
That would be publicly accessible information, so we can probably look it up ourselves too. I don't
we
want
can.
Just an onus on him that is overwhelming.
They do
I'm
a
just saying,
very good job.
it's not that we don't have precedent for what we're doing by leveling the words. We've said time order words, then we've gone to transition words. We've talked about fiction and nonfiction, and then we've transitioned to literary nonfiction. So again, I'm not going to die on the hill, but I would like consistency, but I would also like grade appropriate and clarity for teachers. That's what I want to say with that.
Do you think we could perhaps do for A, the introduce a or the precise claim, and then he mentioned the word supporting, and then add supporting, we're talking about subclaims, perhaps? Would that make things more distinct without
Well,
rewriting everything?
it talks about two claims being used, but if that big claim is supposed to be called a thesis, then we want them to call it the thesis. Okay? So let's settle on that if we can, because it'll give direction to our teachers and then our students. What, dear? We can take no vote now. It's too late to take a vote. We
So you go right ahead and have my microphone. I've got one more.
that this concludes the work of the committee for today. And we're going to meet tomorrow at 8:30 in this very room. And we're going to go till 4:30 tomorrow, trying to get as much as we can done so we don't have to do it later. But once again, what we're doing is a gift to all of a million Tennessee students. So we appreciate you guys sacrificing your time and energy in this regard. Are there any other questions or comments from our presenters? From our... Okay, Brianna, you have an answer for us?
Oh, Tammy? Yeah, Tammy, time.
Time. Back to my notes. Oh, this is where you gotta push me out of the chair. All right, guys.
Yes, you have the floor.
I was on that 2014, 2015 committee that was tasked with the job of taking us from certain standards to Tennessee version of those standards. And sometimes that involved just wordsmithing. Okay, so I think that's where synthesize came from.
Thank you. Brianna, do you have any further directions for us?
To answer your
Nicole.
question, Larry, just as a
Yes.
quick search, 41 states, okay, use the word claim in their standards. They do not use thesis. 2 to 3 states, Texas and Virginia, use the word just thesis, and California uses both. And that is...
Yes. All right.
That's the 41 states. Yeah.
That's a good, yes, Tennessee is going to be the one where people follow.
I'll say
Okay.
that does indicate that there is a precedent for whatever we choose to do. So if
But
we're,
thank
if we're
you for
concerned
that
about
quick
setting a new
response.
precedent, we won't.
All right. I think we've got enough. Thank you so much for being willing. Brianna, do you have anything more to offer? Okay.
Thank you to the hardest working SRC in the
With
game.
no further business of the committee, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Safe home, everybody.